She took his arm as they crossed the street to a café. The touch at first made him feel guilty, as though it desecrated his sorrow, as though it betrayed Alexandra. But he could not deny its warmth. He could not deny how good it felt. They sat beneath a striped awning and drank cup after cup of coffee. She told him the story of her life those past few months, her eyes shining with unshed tears as she spoke. Andres had died. He had spent a long time dying, as doctor after doctor paraded through a rented apartment near the Parc Monceau that her father had paid for. Their plan, originally, had been to travel to Greece, where Andres had friends who would take them in. Perhaps they'd get married. At times they talked about it. Somehow the tickets were never bought. There was always something else that had to be done. Renata Braun had left Paris in February, promising to write as soon as she was settled. They waited anxiously for a letter as the weeks went by, but it never arrived. Then Andres came down with a fever. At first they ignored it. The Paris damp, one had to grow used to a new climate. But the fever was stubborn. Various doctors were consulted, medicines of all sorts were prescribed, but nothing seemed to work. Slowly the sickness grew worse until she had to stay up with him all through the night, sponging the sweat from his body, changing the wet sheets. At times he fell into a delirium, shouting and whining, often in languages unknown to her. He was in Anatolia, he thought, and pleaded with her to hide him from the Turkish soldiers. He heard them coming up the stairs. She would go to the door and look out, reassure him that they had just left. She said anything that came to mind, anything to calm him, because his terror broke her heart. She wept in the bathroom, washed her face, went back to the bed, and held his hands until dawn. In times of clarity, he told her the truth about himself in great detail, where he had been, what he had done. His only regret, he said, was that the one thing in his life he had cared for, the Communist Party, had turned on him. She argued with him about it. One could always care for humankind, could work for the oppressed. It had nothing to do with a printed card. But this line enraged him. She did not understand, he claimed, so she dropped it. He became sly and strange, would hide his medicine spoon among the covers so she couldn't find it, and accuse her of telling the concierge his secrets. When she cleaned the apartment in the morning, he would not permit her to leave his sight. On his good days, he spoke of marriage, passionately. They must have a child, he said, to continue his work. He begged her to bring a priest, a rabbi, whatever she wished. She told him it would be wiser to wait until he felt better and was his old self again. Her hesitancy angered him, and he accused her of infidelity. Then, with the coming of spring, he seemed to grow stronger. She took him on outings to the Parc Monceau, where he could walk with a jacket over his shoulders and lecture her on a range of political matters. He read the newspapers avidly and explained to her the historical implications of every event. Now, instead of hostility and suspicion toward her, he began to plot revenge against certain individuals in the Comintern who he believed had betrayed him. He became obsessed with the Russian poet Ilya Ehrenberg, claimed he was under strict NKVD supervision, and planned to write an article for a Parisian quarterly, the Nouvelle Revue Française, exposing Ehrenberg for what he was. But then, suddenly, on a day when he'd planned a visit to a museum, on a day when he'd made a telephone call, eaten an omelette, laughed at one of her jokes, he died. She returned from shopping and found him sitting on the couch with an open book in his hand. The tears came when she finished the story, and she was hunting through her purse when a waiter appeared with a clean white handkerchief, handed to her silently. "My God," she said, "I will miss this city." "I am sorry," Khristo said, "for Andres and for you, for what happened. If my English was better—" "Oh, please," she said, "I understand, and I didn't mean to cry in front of you. It's just, when I was 16, I used to daydream about a lover dying, to make myself feel sad, I think. But then it happened. It actually happened. She looked around for the waiter in order to return the handkerchief, but he was busy at another table. "I think he wants that you keep it," Khristo said, searching for a word. "It is his gift?" "Yes, a gift." She nodded that she understood and blew her nose. "Tell me about yourself," she said. He shrugged. "Some bad things, some good." "Andres explained to me about not telling people about yourself, how important that was, so I understand." "Yes." He sighed. He wanted to tell her everything. Resisted a desire to go on in riddles, telling but not telling, like Sasha. "What for you now?" he asked instead. "I am going home," she said. "To America." "Ah. For the best, no?" "I don't know," she said, uncertain. "Maybe. But the tickets are all bought and there's no turning back now. I was in the bookstore looking for something to read on the boat. I really don't want to listen to a bunch of Americans gossiping about their adventures in wicked old Europe." She made a face at the thought. "Anyhow, I go up to Le Havre today on the train. I'm there overnight, board the Normandy tomorrow, 7 days at sea, then it's New York." "What train do you take?" 5:20 from the Gare du Nord." She was silent for a moment, not happy at the prospect of traveling. For a moment it seemed like she might cry again. A shadow crossed her, then instead she managed a gloomy smile. "How like Paris this is. To meet an old friend a few hours before going away forever." "Some day you will come back here." "Do you think so?" There was a real ache in her voice when she said it. "I do," he said. "Funny, I don't even know your name. I don't suppose it's actually Captain Markov." "Khristo is my name." "Then Stoianev, like your Stephens." "Khristo," she said. "Yes. I have not heard it said for a long time. I use another name now." Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled to herself. "Is funny?" he asked. "No. It's just that my name isn't Faye Burns. Not really." "Ah," he said, "you have a cover." "My name is Frances Bernstein," she said. "But that sounded too much like just another girl from Brooklyn, so I changed it to Faye Burns." He waggled a finger at her in mock reproof. "Too much like true name," he said. "Very bad espionage." She fell silent in wonder at all that had happened to her. Her eyes sought his, and he realized suddenly that he was the last link to a life she'd lived in Madrid and Paris, that saying goodbye to him was saying goodbye to that. "I don't think," she said sadly, "that I can ever tell anybody what happened to me here. I don't think they would believe it. And I know they wouldn't understand it. Most people pretend that exciting things happened to them. I'll have to pretend they didn't. That's what I should do, isn't it?" He nodded in sympathy. It was a trap they shared. "Better that way," he said. They ate lunch together, and he followed her around Paris for most of the afternoon while she worked her way through an extraordinary list of last-minute errands. He kept an eye out from time to time for surveillance, but none appeared, and they were going to places where he'd never been before. When all the items on her list were crossed off, he helped her load a large, battered trunk into a taxi, then into a compartment on the train. He went down to the platform when the conductor blew his whistle, and she leaned out the top of the open window. "Can I write you a letter sometime?" she asked, her voice rising above the echoing noise of the vast, glass-domed station. He thought for a moment. "I don't know where you could send it," he said. "You may write to me, then, if you like." She produced a fountain pen, shook it, and scratched a name and address on a scrap of paper. He took it from her and put it in his pocket. The conductor sounded 2 short blasts on his whistle and swung himself on board. There was a loud hiss of decompression, and a cloud of steam billowed onto the platform. Khristo reached up with both hands, and she took them in her own. They remained like this for a moment. Then the train lurched forward, and they let go. The 24th of June was the first warm summer night of 1937. The sort of night when everything was possible, when any dream could come true. Dusk was hazy and soft, as always, but the usual evening chill never appeared. Everyone in the city came out of their apartments, music spilled from the open doors of cafes, and the strollers, excited by the gentle air, made animated conversation and filled the streets with a music of their own. The clouds were low and dense that night, shutting out the stars, and the city felt like a lovely, private room, where a party would soon begin. When Khristo arrived at the brasserie, it was a madhouse. Papa Heininger, glasses askew, was glued to the telephone as reservations poured in. As he spoke, he made soothing gestures with his unoccupied hand, as though to placate the invisible caller. "I am desolated, but I must tell you that His Excellency's usual table is simply not available at midnight. He may have it at 1, or there is table 14, a quite estimable location, in my opinion." He nodded and soothed as the caller spoke. "Yes, I agree. Yes, most unusual. Just for tonight, of course. Please thank His Excellency for his understanding. Thank you. Goodbye." He hung up and patted his brow with a folded napkin. "Dядя!" he called out to Omareyev, standing over the reservation book with pencil at the ready. "Count Yava will take number 14 tonight. Move the Germans." Omareyev asked where, for they hadn't a spare inch of space in the entire establishment. Papa Heininger waved his napkin in the air. "Must I do the thinking for the entire world? I don't care where you put them. You may seat them in the toilet for all I care. Tell them it is more efficient so." So the night progressed. The florist arrived with sprays of Bourbon roses, fat, decadent-looking things in shades of maroon and lavender. The baker arrived with baskets of loaves. A party of Americans arrived too early, expecting to be fed. They were, despite some shouting in the kitchen, accommodated. The Beale party of 6 came up the marble staircase at 10:30, early for them, but the magical night had excited them beyond fashion. Slowly the sound level grew to a magnificent bedlam, the music of forks and plates, the ring of crystal glasses touched in toast, manic conversation, unbridled laughter, shouted greetings to friends at far tables. The huge mirrors glittered red and gold, the waiters ran to and fro with trays of langoustine and bottles of champagne. And everyone was there. Kiko Bettendorf, the racing driver, the Duchess of Trent, accompanied by Harry and Hazel, her deerhounds, Dr. Matthew O'Connor and his niece, Miss Robin Vogt, charming and melancholy as always in her tuxedo and bow tie, the mysterious Mademoiselle M, tonight with both her lovers. There was Voischinkowski, the lion of the Bourse, with a party of 12, Fum, the beloved clown of the Circus du Jardin, Ginger Pudakis, Jimmy Gray, Mario Tuni, the tenor, and Edelstein, the impresario, guests of Winnie and Dickie Beale. The Prince of Bahadur was accompanied by his Austrian nurse, who showed to advantage in $1 million worth of the Bahadur Royal Emeralds. There was Kreml, the ammunition king, squiring the immense Frau Kreml, her mother, her sister, her cousin, and that nice woman from the hotel who was teaching them bridge. Count Yava, the Baroness de Rapp, Miss Catherine Fetwick Mill, Mr. Antonio Jewell, Monsieur Escaldo of Clichy, his silent associate, Monsieur Sarda, and their mentor, the handsomely attired Barbette. Escaldo and Sarda in their long gangster coats, fedoras pulled down on their foreheads, Thompson guns held at the hip caused great stir with their arrival. First of all, they did not have a reservation. Simply swept past Papa Heininger, Mireille, the head-check girl, and Omorayev, the head waiter, without a word. When they entered the dining room, they provoked an instant burst of excitement. Was life not sufficiently fantastique on this magical night? No, apparently not. For here were real American gangsters, a spicy addition to an evening that had already established itself as thrilling and glamorous. "Vive le Grand Capone!" someone shouted, and glasses rang as other voices joined in the toast. With a cinematic flourish, Escaldo and Sarda raised their weapons and pulled the triggers. Muzzle flashes danced and glittered at the ends of the barrels, and the great room dissolved into splinters, a confusion of color and motion, screams and raw panic. Khristo was on the floor before he knew what was happening. A man in a cape jumped to his feet and sprinted for the exit, knocking him backward, first into a table of 4, then onto the carpet. He heard the rounds buzzing over his head and burrowed down as the mirrors lining the walls dissolved in silvery showers of glass. These were sub-machine guns, in effect rapid-fire pistols using the same .45 caliber bullet as the American military sidearm. So even though they were fired into the ceiling and upper walls, whatever they touched virtually exploded, and diners, groveling below the volleys, were covered with plaster and mirror shards. It was a miracle that nobody was actually killed. Count Yava, having secured table 14 for the evening, found himself pinned to the carpet by its weight and nearly choked to death on a mouthful of baby lamb. Kiko Bettendorf, survivor of the death curve at Fellinghausen Raceway, would require 14 stitches to repair the gash in his scalp. Frau Kreml, hiding beneath a tablecloth and believing herself the object of a robbery, dislocated 2 fingers in a fruitless attempt to remove her rings. Ginger Pudakis stood up, a foolish thing to do, and had her forehead creased by a spent round that ricocheted from the ceiling. She then fell backward against a chair, blood trickling down her face. From where he lay, Khristo saw what happened next, though he was not able to think about it until later. Of all the people in the room, amid the shrieking and the gunfire, it was Winnie Beale who acted with courage. Seeing her friend hit, she leaped forward from a position of relative safety on a banquette and covered her friend's body with her own. Barbette had disappeared, having elected to wander in search of Omorayev, who had vanished from his usual position at the front of the room. Since he was the true object of this operation, Barbette was anxious to find him. He had not left the restaurant, Barbette had made sure of that. Nor was he in the men's room. He was, however, in the ladies'. In the last stall where he'd gone to hide, his legs bare, a red waiter's jacket gathered around his ankles in imitation of a skirt. Barbette stood at the entry to the stall, the door held open by his left hand, a 9mm device of no particular distinction held loosely at his side, and contemplated the seated Omorayev, who was bent well forward, his face hidden in his hands. Barbette's mouth twisted in sorrowful irony. "Oh, Dya," he said, not unkindly. "Women do not take their skirts down to use the toilet. They pull them up. Is that possibly something you would not know? Yes? No? Or is it just the strain of the moment that's confused you? Yes? Tell me, my friend. You must say something." Omorayev just shook his head, refused to uncover his face. "Poor Dya," Barbette said. From where he stood, the top of Omorayev's shaven skull offered a particularly tempting aspect, and, without further discussion, he raised his hand and completed his mission. Omorayev rocked back, then collapsed forward, still seated, his upturned hands resting motionless on the tile floor. It was a small facility, the ladies' WC at the Brasserie Heininger, with marble walls and ceiling, and Barbette's ears rang for hours thereafter. Roddy Fitzware's favorite place in Paris was the center window table at the Tour d'Argent. He loved the view of the Seine, best appreciated from the sixth-floor restaurant, well above the heads of the tourists. He loved the serious atmosphere. One came here to dine beautifully, period, which stimulated a deep, formal serenity in him, made him, he felt, his best self. Here he could do without the absurd eye makeup and stylish effeminacy that cloaked his persona in the café society in which, by direction, he'd taken up residence. He loved the Caneton, and he loved the Tourbillon. When it came time to spend some of His Majesty's secret impressed funds, the Tour d'Argent was where he liked to go. One had to scribble the odd voucher, of course, so he couldn't just simply dine. He had to do His Majesty's business. His Majesty's business arrived on the stroke of 1:15. Fabien Théot, a stiff-necked young Frenchman, surely somebody's nephew, who moved in the upper circles of the DST, the French equivalent of MI5. In other words, a cop. But, Fitzware thought, a cop in a very good suit. He watched him march resolutely toward the table, chin raised, nostrils pinched, mouth slightly drawn down, as though the world disgusted him. Fitzware stood. They shook hands formally, in the French manner, a single firm pump, and Théot seated himself with ceremony. To the left of the elaborate luncheon setting on Théot's side of the table lay a brown paper parcel neatly tied with string. The Frenchman politely ignored the package. He had been treated to these lunches for more than a year, and had learned to accept Fitzware's sense of theatre. Revelations were not to be made in the first act. Once ritual courtesies were done with, and after the service of the wine, Fitzware came to the point. "Your people," he said, "must be in a frightful uproar this morning." "Oh?" Théot seemed legitimately surprised. "Last night's madness. The little war at Heininger." "Hardly a war. No one shot back, and only the head waiter was killed. In any case, nothing very interesting for us." Théot waved it away. "Really?" "Les gangsters. Some sort of stupid criminal nonsense. Perhaps an extortion, perhaps a war between butchers for the beef concession. One can only imagine the truth of it. The prefecture already has the 2 machine gunners. Trash. Low-grade pimps from Clichy. As for the head waiter shot in the toilet, I think that was what the Americans call a rub-out. Nothing much for you, then?" "No. The police and the Justice Ministry will see to it." "Some prominent people injured, one reads." Théot indulged himself in a mighty Gallic shrug accompanied by an explosive "Pah!" then smiled grimly. "The American socialite? The German racing driver? These people, they come to Paris to be decadent. By accident they come upon the real thing, and then they howl. Good stuff for the newspapers is all it is. As for Heininger's, I wouldn't try to go there for a week or two if I were you." "They will close down, then?" "Close? Heavens, no! You won't be able to get in the door." Fitzware smiled ruefully. "In any case, your efficiency is admirable. To have the assassins so quickly." Théot brightened visibly at being complimented for efficiency. "Nothing to it, mon vieux. In the British phrase, information received. The criminals were sold out almost immediately. They won't talk, of course. That would be to violate the code of the underworld. So what they'll get is a nice quick little trial, and if they don't give us the murderer of the head waiter, the services of Dr. Guillotin. Truly, I don't believe they'll mind all that much. There is some honor to it in their society. In some countries they would be considered merely accessories. Perhaps, but this is France, and here they are murderers." For a time they turned their attention to the food and the wine. Then Fitzware asked, "May I ask the state of your progress in the matter of the Russian courier?" "Ah, you'll ruin my lunch. A nest of snakes is what that is. Informants and counter-informants, power struggles in the émigré community, lies and wishful thinking and false confessions and rumours and every sort of unimaginable nonsense. I fear that one may be forever lost to us." "You have found it," Fitzware said simply. Théot looked at him suspiciously. "Yes? I cannot believe my luck would be that good. But it is. Just to the left of your plat de salade." This package? Indeed. It is a radom. Oh, a radom, and that is? An automatic pistol of Polish manufacture, a very serviceable weapon, greatly prized east of the Oder. You'll find that it killed Myagin and, by accident, Ivan Donchev, the old man in the movie theatre. Theo raised a hand and halted him right there, called for the wine waiter, and ordered the best Morachet they could bring up. "Thus," he said dramatically, "to those who serve France." Fitzware inclined his head in a seated bow. He was clearly enjoying himself. "There's a bit more," he said. "The gun was obtained from a Turk called Yasin in the quarter out by Boulevard Raspail. The man who bought it is called Niko Petrov, a Bulgarian, presently employed as a waiter at the Brasserie Heininger. There. Now I feel I have served France." Theo's face collapsed. "Oh, no," he said. "You must not do this to me." Fitzroy was stunned. "You are telling me, if I were not deaf as a post and entirely unable to hear you, that some connection exists between the Myagin murder and last night's frolic at the Brasserie, tit for tat. A plot in the restaurant results in the murder of a Soviet diplomat. Thus, the NKVD returns the favor by shooting the head waiter and causing general consternation in the brasserie. They would assume, of course, that Heininger would not survive such an incident, being insensitive for the moment to café society's appetite for scandal. If that is indeed what you are telling me, I do not hear it. You did not say it." "In God's name, why?" "Politique. 4 days ago, as I am sure you are aware, Camille Choton, a radical socialist, succeeded Léon Blum, a plain old unradical socialist, as the Premier of France. This is therefore no time to anger our most formidable ally, the USSR, by accusing them of upsetting a bunch of rich foreigners in a restaurant. Not with Chancellor Hitler sharpening his teeth on our doorstep, it isn't. My dear Fitzware, I think I'm going to weep. With frustration, right in front of God in the Tour d'Argent. You have solved our most pressing case and taken it away from us in the same breath." Fitzware bit the end of his thumb and thought for a time. "Well, then, may I suggest you don't solve it? You may come part of the way, surely, pick up this Petrov character, drop a curtain around him, matters of national security, trial in camera, and let it stand there. The Heininger connection need not come up, as long as you keep him well away from the newspapers. And in the case of the brasserie, at least you know what happened. That might mean something or other later on." Theo drummed his fingers on the table. "Perhaps. It becomes complicated. One has to find a way through, but it's possible. There are those in the Ministry of Justice who would unravel the whole affair, and they will have to be deceived. But it would not be the first time, and we could at least clear the internal accounting. One might ask, however, what this Petrov is to you, that such a fine lunch is served on the occasion of his, delivery." "Well, there one has to proceed by indirection. Too much information will only confuse the issue. Let us say we are always anxious to be in your good books, and we know that he damaged one of our operations. For his own purposes, he traded one of our people to the Russians for someone he wanted back. Our operative had been of significant value, helping us to acquire information about the NKVD in Paris and elsewhere. A surprising amount of information. This Petrov found a way to ruin him, shall we say. You're not going to feed him to Dr. Guillotin, are you?" "We might. If the Russians found out he was involved in the Myagin business, we'd almost have to. But, on the other hand, execution always turns out to be a noisy business. The official sort of execution, at any rate. Still, if there's a way—" Fitzware thought for a moment. "Oh, well, serve him right if you did." The Morachet arrived. The cranes fly like summer nights, their shadows on the sun. No, not quite. The cranes fly like summer girls, here but an instant, then No. One saw girls in the sky, ridiculous. The cranes fly like cranes. No. Now his mind was tormenting itself. The cranes fly like... How, in fact, did the fucking cranes fly? That was his problem. He'd never seen a crane, or if he had seen one, he didn't know it was a crane. Someone had surely seen the cranes flying, for the accursed image had worked its way into the Russian mythos and stuck there like a dagger. He leaned back in the hard wooden chair and sighed, looking out through the wire at a flat field of weedy grass. Above the guard towers, the skies seemed to stretch to the end of the world. Sasha Vonets was not meant to be a poet. That's all one could say. It was just that his stubborn soul had somehow got into the habit of making soulful noises, and one had to do something or other about that, so his instinct had always been to chop up the thoughts so that they trickled down the page instead of marching margin to margin like a shock battalion. He put the mutilated poem in a desk drawer and went back to his account ledger. The question was, what should the numbers say? This was harder, even, than cranes. One lived or died with this, so one had better get it right. Problem was, what did Brosovy want? To lie the better part of the time, to tell Moscow what it wanted to hear just as he told Brosovy what he wanted to hear. Yet there had to be variation. Otherwise the whole enterprise was simply too obvious, even for those straw-headed statues back in the Central Administration Office. Some days one had to tell the truth, so that most days one could tell the necessary lies. The analysis was correct, all right. But which day was today? The production norms for the Utini gold fields in the Kolyma River region midway between the East Siberian Sea and the Sea of Okhotsk were in no way possible to fulfill. In winter, the temperature fell to 60 degrees below zero, and the wind blew like a demon's rage. The workers lived on translucent soup and a few ounces of gritty bread and died like flies. The work sucked their first strength out of them in a matter of weeks. After that they began dying, not too fast, not too slow, and their ability to shift rock and sand declined rapidly. The previous spring they'd eaten a dead horse. The horse had been dead for a while when they found it, and they ate the maggots as well. Others had received a barrel of axle grease for their wheelbarrows, and they'd eaten that down to the wood. Some ate Iceland moss, just to put something in their bellies. When they failed to meet the scheduled production norms dictated by Moscow, they were stripped and watered down and left to freeze in the cold, though not quite to death. In summer they were tied naked to a pole, so that the mosquito swarms could eat on them for hours. But what drove them crazy, they said, was the sound of it, the falsetto whir in the ears. He had learned somehow not to know of such things. He had built a wall and lived behind it. He had survived. It was his grandmother who'd kept him out of the execution cellars in the Lubyanka. There went the jewelry, the candlesticks, the silver, everything she had put by to survive in bad times. They had sent him east, to the northeast corner of hell, to be precise, with a 30-year sentence. But he was alive, and he had a debt to pay, a debt to them, and by God's grace he would stay alive long enough to pay it, to make them cry out in anguish as they had made others cry out, to make them burn as they had made others burn, to cut their hamstrings as they had cut millions, and watch them come tumbling down. The cruelest thing he had to admit to himself was that, in some strange way, he had never been happier. Suddenly, in this necropolis of ice and flatness and dead grey light, he had a reason to live, for the first time in his life. At last there was something he wanted. He wanted to hurt them as they had hurt him. How simple and childlike life turned out to be once it was pared down to the basic elements. And the funniest part of it, if anything could ever be funny again, was that they had been right. There they were, killing left and right on pretext, on the phantom basis of a hostile glance, an indiscreet word, a beard drawn on a poster, anything, and the greedy swine leaving him alive. The one who had truly spied on them and, better yet, continued to do so. Drunken old crazy poet Sasha, wandering about in a daze, with his absurd heart dragging behind him on a chain. This posturing fool, this poseur, was digging up their buried secrets every chance he got. First he had done it in Moscow, long before he'd gone to Spain, in Dzerzhinsky Square itself. Little nighttime trips to the files. What's old What's-His-Face doing lately? This? That? My. The other thing? Dear me. We'll just write that down in a private little code of our own and make it into a word and remember that word. And one could remember, once they were set into meter and rhyme, 1,000 words. When he had first arrived at the camp, they had assigned him the job of general laborer. He was supposed to shift 7 cubic yards of gravel a day. Wet gravel. He spit on his hands and set to it. It meant survival. A man was capable of anything when pressed. He shoveled till his muscles rang, till his heart squeezed like a fist. Worked as the mucus ran from his nose and his breath rasped and whistled. The trustee came around just before they were marched back to the camp. "Vonyets," he wrote, 503775, 2 yards. No. Yes, truth was perhaps a little over 3, but one's production had to be shared with others. He'd get used to it. They had a system. What was he worried about? At that rate, he wasn't going to last anyhow. He had managed to become a trustee before death got him. But it had been a close thing. One by one, he'd worked his way through the camp NKVD, looking for the right one, the one in whom a spark of ambition still glowed. And at last found him. "I am," he'd said, "a writer of reports." The old trick had worked again. Just as it had back in Moscow. He couldn't fly a damned crane to save his soul, but when they needed drivel, and they needed drivel, he was their boy, fair-haired. Transportational facilities on the above date were diminished by the reduction of 1 unit, necessitating a restructuring of production goals on said date. Which meant the horse had died. They made him a clerk. That meant he lived in a room with 4 beds and a stove. That meant he worked in an office where they stoked logs into the stove as though tomorrow would never come. That meant he got a fish head in his soup every night, and 12 extra ounces of bread a day, which meant he could stay alive, and in turn that meant he could plunge the knife into their hearts and twist with all his might. In time. It meant, most important, that he had something to trade, because the little diary he had kept for so long had to grow, had to stay current, or it would be worth nothing. In the Kolyma it was as though time had stopped. The wind moaned in the fir trees, and the world was white, blank. Yet somewhere life went on. Operations continued, changed, assumed new shapes, involved new people. All the little details kept piling up, and he had to have them. He fed on them, and they kept him on fire and alive. So he watched the new arrivals. The Chekists were easy to spot in their leather coats and boots and their smug, well-fed faces. They'd been interrogated all right, but they'd put that nightmare behind them in the transit camps, on the cattle cars, and they came into the camp expecting to be treated, well, at least decently. They were, after all, party members. Then it was the gravel, or pulling a sledge piled with rocks by means of ropes around their shoulders like beasts. And that's when Sasha would come around. Could they perhaps use a bit of help? A friendly hand? They could? Well, he'd see what he could do. They should hang on, meanwhile, drive that shovel into the wet gravel, take the weight on their forearms, grunt with the effort of it 1,000 times a day. He was working on it. The old man responsible for counting the shoes was fading fast on his last legs. How would they feel about doing such a job? Not too demeaning, counting shoes? He watched their eyes, warm with anticipation, their tongues hang out like dogs. Soon, he would tell them, just get up at 4 tomorrow morning in the icy blackness and slurp up a few ounces of soup and have at it one more day. And by the way, stop at my room sometime for a little chat. He didn't really have to ask them. So grateful were they for even the chance to hope that they spewed it all out, if for no other reason than to make themselves of sufficient importance in his eyes to be allowed to count the shoes. Oh, yes, I was the one who got hold of Bakir in Istanbul, the Minister of Armaments, greedy bastard. Had his hand out all the time until I told him how things were. He's still ours, of that I'm sure. I'm the one who nailed him down. One more new memory word, entered, in case his mind should fail him, in an account book nobody ever looked at. As the months went by, the facts piled up. Well, Hitler really listens to his astrologer, you know, and I'm the one who went and found Borov, our own astrologer, who tells us every day what Hitler is being told. The collection grew and grew. It would make quite a thick book when he finally got around to writing it all out. Perhaps he would make it into a poem, he thought, a patriotic poem, or even better, a patriotic poem dedicated to the NKVD itself. There it was, with each word keyed to the names and places that should have remained forever secret. But it wasn't time for that yet. He would content himself with research until a certain opportunity presented itself. Then, when the moment came, he was going out. His NKVD encyclopedia would buy him out, and then whoever got the lists, the names, the places, the money, the deeds, whichever intelligence service that turned out to be, they would be the sword. His sword. And he would sit back and watch them cut. On the 23rd of July, at 3:25 in the morning, Khristo Stoianev was arrested by personnel of the Direction de la Surveillance du Territoire, the DST. The apprehension was smoothly accomplished. As he headed toward the Marais on foot, going home from work, he was stopped at the foot of the Pont de Sully. Two well-dressed men came from nowhere, flowed to either side of him, and took him gently by the upper arms. He did not resist. At the other end of the bridge he could see two men leaning against either side of the parapet wall. Some distance away, up and down the Quai de la Tournelle, were two idling Citroëns. As he was led to a third automobile, one of the detectives informed him that he was under detention for violation of subsections 104, 316, 317, and 318 of Article 9b of the Criminal Code of 1894, revised, Part 12. He had no idea what all that meant. Later on, a ferret-eyed man who claimed to be his avocat, defense counsel, explained the charges as having to do with procurement of a weapon in aid and abetment of a homicide. There were other accusations, which the avocat referred to as nieces and nephews. Going to procure the weapon, paying for it, and failing to report the transaction to the Provincial Office of Taxes and Registrations. The DST Citroën did not turn across the Seine toward the Palais de Justice, but stayed on the rive gauche, headed, he speculated, for the École Militaire district. The detectives ignored him. They spoke quietly among themselves about the new rules regarding compensation received for working on holidays and Sundays. They were preceded and followed by other cars, and they drove cautiously along the empty boulevards. Khristo used his last 20 minutes of freedom to watch the nighttime city slide past the car window. The air was warmish and still, and the summer heat made the aroma of the streets sharp-edged and uncomfortably sweet. It was the hour, appropriate for a rest, he thought, when the city cleaned itself. Large trucks hauled away the garbage, the market squares were hosed down, and old women scraped at the cobblestones with brooms made of twigs. He said goodbye in his mind to Alexandra. Since the night of the Brasserie shooting, he had telephoned the contact number for Ilya many times, but the call was never answered. It was not disconnected, it simply rang in some empty place somewhere, he imagined an anonymous trading company, and there was no one present to pick up the receiver. But he was wrong about this, for he had tried the number just once more in early July and reached a busy signal. He knew intuitively what that meant. There was somebody by the phone, somebody under orders not to answer it. He imagined the Russian clerk, love-struck in Paris, chancing one little telephone call to a special friend. He had also gone back to the matrimonials in the newspaper, phrasing the BF 825 signal in a number of ingenious ways. But the only response had been letters from lonely women who wanted to be married. He had also watched the newspapers for discoveries of the unidentifiable bodies of young women. There turned out to be a lot of those, poor souls dragged from the river. Times were hard. People got tired of their lives. He was tired of his own. His stomach twisted in knots over what lay ahead of him in a French prison, but somehow he could not bring himself to feel trapped or captured. He was already in prison, a prison of borders, passports, false names, and de facto non-existence, a citizen of nowhere. He remembered the train ride back to Moscow, from Yelova, the dark realization of a homeless, wandering future. So it had been written, so it had turned out to be. Cruel of the fates, he thought, to let me taste this place, to know it, and then to take it away. They moved slowly past the grand buildings of the École Militaire and drew up to a gate with a bored gardien slouching against a sentry box. As they rolled to a stop, Khristo saw a green Morgan parked across the street, the driver's face obscured by shadow. A chain was removed. The detective maneuvered the car past concrete bollards and parked in a courtyard with shrubs and flowers around three sides. In the building above him, almost all the windows were dark. He got out of the car and asked if he could smoke a cigarette before going inside, and they allowed him to do that, lighting up with him and smoking in silence. When he could see the first edge of dawn, a fading darkness in the eastern sky, he put the cigarette out and took a last breath of free air before they led him across the gravel courtyard into the building. In the fall of 1937, in cell 28 of the 16th Division at the Santé prison, prisoner 16-28 received 2 letters. The first was signed by his Aunt Ilya, clearly enough, who informed him that she was healthy, in general, though suffering the usual complaints of age. The farm was running well enough. Rain had split the tomatoes, but what could you do about the weather? They had been short-handed throughout the grape harvest since his cousin Alexander had left. She had personally taken Alexander to the station, Ilya reported. Her health seemed fairly good, considering all she'd been through, and she was now traveling abroad. Of course, nothing had been mentioned to Cousin Alexander about his present circumstances, and Ilya knew she would find that painful. As for him, she hoped he had seen the error of his ways, and she prayed daily that he would be spiritually reborn. Her arthritis made writing painful. He should not expect another letter any time soon. She closed by imploring him to have courage. At first, she said, the family had been very angry with him. Now, when they saw what had become of him, while they did not exactly forgive him, they felt that justice had been served. The second letter was from Fay Burns, in response to a letter he had sent her. She was heartsick that he was in prison. Could anything be done? Could he receive money or clothing or books? He must write and tell her. As for her, in some ways it was wonderful to be back in America, in others not so wonderful. She felt dislocated, a little at sea. Her house, looking out over Prospect Park, seemed to have shrunk. Her parents had gotten old. They had 3 Jewish refugees from Germany staying with them, a chemist from Berlin and his wife, who suffered from a nervous condition brought on by experiences with Nazi police officials. She paced the living room all night long, but what could anybody say to her? And an architect from Dresden who had been awarded the Iron Cross in the Great War. Even so, the Nazis had closed up his office. All the German Jews were in a very difficult situation. Only the lucky and clever ones could leave the country now. A most curious thing had occurred when the 3 refugees docked at Ellis Island for immigration processing. A well-dressed man had appeared and offered to buy their clothing. All of it, even the underwear and socks. Not only had he paid them, he had given them excellent American clothing in exchange. After that experience, who could convince them that they were not in the Promised Land? Her own news was that she was engaged to be married. His name was Leon, he was from Brooklyn, and he was finishing up law school at New York University. He was a very good and decent fellow who would take excellent care of her. Really, he gave in to her a little too much. Her father more than approved of the match, since Leon shared his political views and, well, a lawyer. Even the owner of Bernstein's, the second-largest department store in Flatbush, thought the seas would part for him. On consideration, they probably would. Leon was just that kind of person. She had not yet told him of her other life. Perhaps she wouldn't. She wasn't sure he would understand it. He was very anxious to have children once his practice was established. Children? Well, that would be another adventure, certainly. She had seen a few of her friends from Pembroke, and most of them already had their first child. She closed the letter by saying she hoped he would write again. Their day together had been very important to her. She thought of him often. He read the letter many times and spent a long time considering his reply. Finally, he chose not to write back. What would be the point? In July, after 3 days in a detention cell, he had been taken to a small room and tried. The judge had apparently come in from a country house and was wearing white shoes as for a garden party beneath his robes. Over a 15-minute period, several documents had been read aloud in rapid, legal French. Then the judge sentenced him to spend the rest of his natural life in Santé prison. Prisoner 16-28 was, in the French custom, isolated in his cell. This was believed to encourage penitence, which was, after all, the intent of a penitentiary. Cell 28 was 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. A bed folded up against the wall in the daytime, and there was a chair chained to a ring in the wall. There was a toilet and a water spigot for washing. The cell was painted brown halfway up the wall, then yellow to the ceiling. In the door was a Judas port that served 2 purposes, surveillance once an hour and food 3 times a day, almost always mashed lentils and black bread. Drinking water was poured into his quarter, a tin cup that held 1/4 of a liter, at meal times. Twice a week, for 1 hour, he was taken into a courtyard and allowed to walk the perimeter and converse with other prisoners. For the rest of his time he remained alone in his cell, allowed 1 book a week. These were usually boys' adventure stories with morally improving points of view, or, sometimes, religious tracts. Behind a fine mesh grill was a window made of thick, opaque green glass that bathed the cell in a milky light yellowed by the colors on the walls. In one corner of the window, however, was a hole about the size of a 1-franc piece, with a fine web of fracture lines about it. Something had been poked through the wire mesh by a former occupant. Khristo was thankful to the man, whoever he had been, because it meant he could see a tiny piece of the sky over Paris. At dawn, when the bell woke him up, it was the first thing his eyes sought, and again, in the course of the endless days, he spent hours staring at it. Sometimes it was a pale and washed-out blue, after a rainfall perhaps. Other times it was a vivid blue, which meant cool, sunny weather. Sometimes it was gray. Sometimes, the best of all times, a part of a white cloud could be seen. Plaque tournant. Brush your teeth with Deems. Your smile needs those gleams. Robert Eidenbaugh leaned back in his swivel chair and promised himself for the 100th time to oil the squeak. Bister, the poisonous little snake in the next cubicle, the corner cubicle, from which you could see both Lexington Avenue and East 42nd Street, could hear him every time he sat back in the chair. He'd said so one day at the water cooler. "Heard you squeaking away this morning, Eidenbaugh. Leaning back again?" Clearly he meant leaning back in both the physical and metaphorical senses of the expression. Bister had done well at Princeton and wore a bow tie, just a little frivolous for the J. Walter Thompson Advertising Company, and definitely saw himself as a man on the way up. Following his remark, he'd shot a furry eyebrow and smiled coldly, confirming his own wit, confirming his own progress in the world. Bister didn't lean back. Bister stayed hard at it all day long, pounded his typewriter, talked on the phone, went to meetings. He quite loved meetings, or thought up ways to apple-polish Mr. Drown, the copy chief. Bister was on the way up. He was not. After the snotty remark at the water cooler, he'd let the conical paper cup fill to the brim, and just about the time the great bubble broke the surface with its characteristic blurp, squeezed the sides violently so that a miniature waterspout leaped into the air, narrowly missing Bister's dazzling brogans on the way down. "Sorry, Bister," he'd said, as the little man jumped backward. "Do you melt?" But Bister was correct. He did sit back in the chair, squeak, and gaze out onto Lexington Avenue, 11 floors below. It was December, and it was snowing. Soon it would be Christmas, which meant that 1941 was almost over. Good. Next there'd be 1942. Hooray! During which time he would undoubtedly do exactly what he'd done in 1941, which was very damn little. For the last year, the only thing that had truly engaged his attention was the war in Europe. The high point of his day had become the morning delivery, just after the milk, of the New York Times. Over coffee, he would read of Polish lancers attacking German tank units, of the rules of the German occupation, Poles forbidden to ride in taxis, carry briefcases, have their teeth filled with gold, use railroad waiting rooms, walk in parks, call from phone booths, enter athletic events, or wear felt hats. But it wasn't only the Germans, the newspaper told him. 40 Russian divisions had invaded Poland from the east, along a 1,000-mile frontier. The Russian armor flew white flags, and the tank commanders yelled down from their turrets that they'd come to help the Poles fight the Germans. Thus they were unopposed. When it came the turn of France to be subdued, he was enraged. He had spent his childhood in France, and the thought of the jack-booted Nazis striding arrogantly down the streets of Toulon, where he'd played as a child, was nauseating to him. Guilt pricked him and made him lean forward over the hateful Remington as the chair complained. "Brush your teeth with Deems, says the girl of your dreams." Not so bad. But then they'd need a girl of your dreams in the layout. And he knew that old Dr. Deems, a dentist from Rye, New York, before he became a tooth powder millionaire, wasn't having anything quite so daring in his advertising campaign. There would be a sparkling illustration of the tooth powder can, an example of which sat on his desk, in its brand-new blue and white colors. The art director had tried for a dream girl in one of his mock-ups, but Dr. Deems had labeled the notion prurient. Prurient? Brush your teeth with Deems. It's prurient, it seems. Pretty good. He'd have to share that with his friend Van Dyne when they met for breakfast on Sunday. Squeak. He watched the snow wander aimlessly past the window. Tonight would be dinner with his fiancée, whom he didn't especially like, and her visiting parents, whom he absolutely detested. Her broad-bottomed daddy, whom she utterly adored, was a shoe manufacturer from Dayton, Ohio, and a rabid isolationist. War in Europe, he'd said at their last dinner, a 2-hour nightmare at Longshaw. Don't bet on it, kiddo. Not for us. He'd paused to attack his roast beef, then added, "You know who wants that?" while tapping his nose and winking. Jews, he meant. The international Zionist conspiracy to embroil the USA in a foreigners' war. Maybe, he thought, if I move very slowly. He tried to get back to the typewriter without communicating his ennui to Bister, but no, it would have to be oiled. Brush your teeth. Oh, why in God's name had he slept with the girl? A hot August night at the Walker vacation house on a Michigan lake. The Walkers gone off to their bridge evening at the public library, alone in the house, a little necking, a little petting, a little more, the way her breathing changed. Then the sudden caution to the wind's disencumberment of her Helen Wills tennis costume, blousy and Grecian. And then the rest of it. Followed by a year of assumptions on her part, which he found, in his general malaise, difficult to resist. Of course they were engaged. Thus the way was cleared for an encore of the summer lovemaking. Of course the wedding would be in June. Suddenly it seemed to have gone long past the point where he could say that they weren't quite right for each other. Long past. She would scream, she would weep, she would be so terribly hurt that he'd used her. No, he couldn't face it. He would marry and have it over with. What was he waiting for? The Walker clan had money. He'd be rid of Bister. The sobering responsibilities of family life would brace him up, steady him down. One couldn't stay single forever. And his own family would surely approve. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. December 5. Friday. Friday? Friday! Suddenly his joy was crushed by an ominous shadow that filled the opaque green glass panel beside the open door to his cubicle. That could only be Mr. Drown, who liked to loom up above his victims before he pounced. "Say, Bob," he leaned his upper half around the doorframe. "Yes, Mr. Drown. Got that Deems copy all tied up?" "Working on it, sir." "Read me what you have there." I'm only, formulating here." "Bob, brush your teeth with Deems. Your smile needs those gleams." The affected perkiness in his voice sounded shrill and desperate. Mr. Drown shook his head mournfully. "You're not selling smiles, Bob. You're supposed to be selling taste. Mint. Remember mint?" He reached over and picked up the open tooth-powder can and rapped it twice on the desk. A little cloud of minted smoke puffed up through the holes. "I'll keep after it, Mr. Drown. Plans for the weekend, Bob?" "I'm going to the football game on Sunday. Giants versus Dodgers at the Polo Grounds." "Yes, well, enjoy yourself, but do make certain that finished copy is on my desk when I come in Monday, okay? If that means a little elbow grease on the weekend, well, I'll get it done, sir." Mr. Drown produced his usual departure sound, the sigh of the oft-betrayed man, then trudged off to his next victim. Out the window, the snow drifted down onto the Christmas shoppers hurrying along Lexington, carrying green and red parcels. The shop windows had wreaths and little silver bells on granular snow. Above the glass panel in front of his desk, the face of Bister rose slowly like a sea monster. "Formulating, Bob?" His eyes glowed with spite. Eidenball grabbed for a weapon, and Bister disappeared instantly with what could only be described as a chortle. He looked down at his hand and saw that he'd picked up the desktop nameplate that had been a gift from his parents on the occasion of his graduation from Columbia University, 7 years earlier. Robert F. Eidenball, it said. Fitting, he thought, very fitting. An intended symbol of his success in times to come, it now mocked him and his too long tenure as a copywriter. Bister was right. He wasn't going up. He wasn't going anywhere. His father had been a captain in the American Expeditionary Forces, arriving in France in 1917 and fighting in the Battle of Château-Thierry. It had been a hellish experience, one he did not speak of easily. Yet he had fallen in love with France, and in 1921, when his oldest son was 8 and the youngest 3, he had taken the family off to live first in Paris, then in Lyon, finally settling 6 months later in a small rented villa on the outskirts of Toulon, the Mediterranean port just east of Marseille. Arthur Eidenball was a naval architect and was able to find a position, a minor one initially, little more than a drafting clerk, with an engineering firm associated with the Toulon shipyards. Elva Eidenball was formerly a schoolteacher from Wiscasset, Maine, and no stranger to hardship. She made the money stretch and set the tone of family life, which was to be a permanent adventure, with all setbacks perceived as challenges to character and sense of humor. They were a tight, sunny family, denying each other consolation as a matter of course. A bad cold or a bad mood simply made life difficult for everybody, so best take your lumps and move ahead. Sympathy was not on the schedule. As for France, they attacked it, led in the charge by Mrs. Eidenball. They made forays into boulangerie and pâtisserie, picnicked at the slightest provocation, and descended en masse on museums, carrying away every crumb of available culture. Mr. Eidenball worked long hours, deflected credit to his French colleagues, and was soon enough raised to a position commensurate with his ability and education. As a family, they liked being different, enjoyed the notion of living abroad, and their cheerful optimism seemed to draw pleasant experiences their way. Robert could not remember a time when somebody or other, postman, merchant, parent's acquaintance, wasn't ruffling his hair. With his new position, Mr. Eidenball was able to engage a maid to care for the children, and in this way they picked up the language naturally and effortlessly. At home they spoke a curious mixture of French and English. "Where can I have put l'adresse?" his mother would say. "I've looked and looked, but it seems tout à fait perdu." Robert went to French schools, learned the rudiments of soccer, dressed in a uniform of blue shorts and white shirt, and allowed the requisite Catholic instruction to roll effortlessly off his Presbyterian soul. Family roots went back into Scotland, Wales, and Germany on both sides, with the first Eidenball reaching America in the mid-19th century and settling on the coastlines of southern New England, where they engaged themselves in the building of ships. In 1930, with the United States struggling in the Depression and Europe's economy falling apart, Mr. Eidenball's firm won a large contract that called for the refitting of an entire naval battle group, a contract that was to support the firm throughout the early 30s. Thus, that same year, Robert was able to return to the United States to attend Columbia University, majoring in English literature with indifferent success. He was bright enough, but most of what he read seemed distant and remote, and he had none of the scholar's passions. On graduation in June of 1934, he returned to France for 2 years, working at a succession of small jobs, first around Toulon, later in Paris. He translated business correspondence, taught at small private schools, fell in love with wearying frequency, skated on the edge of Parisian bohemian life, and took to smoking a large, curved pipe. In 1936, bored with aimlessness, he returned to New York and found a job with the J. Walter Thompson Company in the copy department. With war clearly on the way in Europe, the rest of the family returned in 1938, Arthur Eidenbaugh finding employment at a Boston firm of naval architects with long connection to French shipbuilding interests in Canada. On Sunday morning, Eidenbaugh met Andy Van Dyne for breakfast at a Schrafft's on the Upper West Side. Surrounded by West End Avenue garment manufacturers taking their families out for brunch, they set to work demolishing a basket of soft yellow rolls. The basket was periodically replenished by stern Irish waitresses in black uniforms who also kept their coffee cups full as they awaited their scrambled eggs. Andy Van Dyne was his single surviving friend from Colombia. His family owned a petrochemical brokerage associated with Standard Oil and had a season box for the Giants' football games. Clients never seemed to use them, so Van Dyne and his friends had gotten into the habit of making a day of it on fall Sundays, starting with a late breakfast. Van Dyne looked like an owl, a tall, spindly one, squinting out at the world through round spectacles with thick lenses. At college he'd been a reliable source for decent bootleg and the occasional real thing smuggled in from Canada. His family's vacation house on Long Island had a particularly private and convenient beach, it seemed, and in return for looking the other way, they would at times discover the odd case left behind on the sand, clearly an appreciative offering. Van Dyne had gained some considerable prominence as a college prankster, using a rhinoceros-foot wastepaper basket he'd got hold of somewhere to make tracks in the snow leading up to the Central Park Reservoir. This resulted only in a rather tentative news story, never really setting off the rhinoceros-in-the-drinking-water panic he'd imagined, though there were some who swore they could taste it for weeks thereafter. Van Dyne had barely scraped through college and was now ensconced in an oak-paneled office at Morgan Guarantee, where he'd taken to reading Slade rides to Laramie, holding the book on his lap just below the edge of a polished antique desk. Robert Eidenbaugh and his friend shared a brotherhood of vocational anguish. Van Dyne had trust funds sufficient to fall into a sultan's leisure, but, as he put it, things aren't done that way in my family. Nonetheless, his restlessness led him to leaving peculiar telephone messages, call Mr. Lyon at Schuyler 83938, which of course turned out to be the Central Park Zoo, for his associates, and once after a particularly arid day, distributing dry ice in the Morgan Guarantee urinals. He was becoming, he'd said, rather too trying at the bank. But until Robert met him on Sunday morning, he had evidently seen no way through the briar patch of the family obligations. At Schrafft's, however, his ears were bright red, and he could barely sit still, buttering rolls and slurping coffee like a Chaplin machine gone mad. Robert honored his mood as long as he could, but at last curiosity forced him to pry. The answer surprised him. Van Dyne was evasive and offered only a partial explanation. He was leaving Morgan, had been for weeks on the trail of something that, he could hardly believe it, had actually come from the family. They had taken pity on him at last, and when the proposition had been put, he'd leaped at the chance. "I'm too young to dry up and blow away," he said when the eggs arrived, "and that's an old Van Dyne tradition, unfortunately. We have a tendency to moulder." Breakfast over, they walked through the stiff wind off the Hudson to Riverside Drive, and there took a bus north toward the Polo Grounds. It was a bright, frigid day, December 7th, and by the time they boarded the bus, their eyes were teary from the cold. They got off at 145th Street and walked east toward Coogan's Bluff. From the point of view of the Giant fans, it wasn't a very satisfying game. The packed crowds, wrapped up in overcoats and mufflers, their breaths visible in the winter air, groaned more than they cheered. Tuffy Lehmans, the Giants' fullback on offense and halfback on defense, their most productive running back, was having a difficult day with the Dodger defensive line, and the fleet Ward Cuff seemed unable to hold the forward passes thrown him. Meanwhile, Ace Parker, the Dodger tailback and safety, was on target all through the first quarter, while Pug Manders was ripping through large holes in the Giant defensive scheme. Late in the first quarter, with the score tied 7-7, a little after 2 p.m., Manders took Parker's handoff on a spinner play and galloped 29 yards to a Brooklyn first down at the Giant 4-yard line. As the legion of Brooklyn fans made themselves heard, a static, punctuated announcement came from the loudspeaker system. "Attention, please, attention. Here is an urgent message. Will Colonel William J. Donovan call Operator 19 in Washington, D.C.?" The effect of the message on Van Dyne was extraordinary. He sat dead still in his seat, and for a moment Robert thought something was wrong with him. Then he scrabbled at the pocket of his fur-collared overcoat, produced a silver flask, and took an extended swig, passing the comfort on to Robert, who discovered himself with a mouthful of excellent Scotch whiskey. "Well, what is it?" Robert said. "Have you bet the family bonds on the Giants?" Van Dyne shook his head. "Then what is it, Andy?" "I'm not sure. Something important, I'll tell you that." "The announcement?" "Yes." Pug Manders crashed over the Giant middle guard for a touchdown. The Dodger fans roared their approval. "Now look here, Van Dyne, either tell me what's going on or sit back and watch the game. I feel like a character in a Phillips Oppenheim novel." Van Dyne swiveled toward him, oblivious to the crowd rising for the Dodger kickoff. "Robert, I may be able to do something for you, especially if it's all gone mad in Europe, something to do with our being in the war at last." "Aha," Robert said. "You're going to Canada to get into the fighting." "No, it isn't that. But how would you feel about leaving Thompson? Doing something completely different?" Robert stared into his friend's eyes through the thick spectacles and saw that he was serious. "No pranks?" he asked, always a little leery of Van Dyne's elaborate ruses. "No pranks, on my honor." "You're serious?" "Yes." "Then I'm your man." "It could be dangerous." "No more so than Mr. Drown." "Not kidding, Bob." "Nor am I," he said. "Believe me, Andy, I'm ready for something, how did you put it, completely different." "I can," Van Dyne said, "pretty well promise you that." Memorandum. April 19th, 1942. To Lieutenant Colonel H.V. Russell, Office of the Coordinator of Information, Room 29, National Institute of Health, Washington, D.C. From Agatha Hamilton, Office of Recruiting, COI, 270 Madison Avenue, New York, New York. Subject, Robert F. Eidenbaugh. In an interview arranged by my friend, Mr. Carter Delius, Vice President for Personnel, the J. Walter Thompson Company, on March 30th, I spent over 2 hours with Mr. L. L. Drown, Copy Chief, in my capacity as member of the board, the Manhattan Eye and Ear Hospital. I told Mr. Drown that the hospital fundraising committee was seeking a professional copywriter to aid in its fall campaign to build a new wing for the hospital. He mentioned several other candidates before the name of Mr. Eidenbaugh, hereafter RFE, was brought up. Mr. Drown seems to like him well enough, though he does not believe that RFE will make much of a mark in advertising. Subject was described as completely honest and extremely bright, but very much a self-starter. My overall impression was that RFE's heart isn't much in the Thompson Company. They like him, but are not really sure what to do with him. On April 3rd, as the parent of a prospective student, I visited the Brearley School and contrived to interview Mary Ellen Walker, RFE's fiancée, who teaches 4th form, 10th grade, English and history, and assists in the coaching of the field hockey team. I came on as quite the Bolshie heiress, though her sympathies clearly do not lie in this direction. She was very polite about it all, representing the school as more than fair to all sorts of girls from all sorts of families. Appearing to be charmed by her, I was not, in fact, I asked a few personal questions. Miss Walker perceives RFE as brilliant and dashing, though not yet situated in a position appropriate to his abilities. I would guess that, following marriage, she has plans to situate him in the family business. An April 7 digest of reports, Attachment A, is enclosed, including credit reports from the following: Consolidated Edison, Chemical Bank and Trust, Sheffield Dairies, Joseph Silverman, DDS, and the 414 West 74th Street Management Company. Also appended, Attachment B, RFE's Columbia University transcript and letters of recommendation. See especially Professor Horace Newell, Department of English, who praises RFE's intelligence and ability and mentions a tendency to stay somewhat in the background. On April 14th, RFE attended a party given at my behest by Mrs. Cleveland Van Dyne at her apartment at 1085 Park Avenue. I was accompanied by my friend, Madame Maria de Vlach, who reports that RFE's French is excellent, fluent, and almost native. My personal impression of RFE was of a man with a certain charm that comes naturally to him. I flirted with him a little and found him courteous and responsive, though without any interest in pressing his advantage. He is no snake in the grass. He does fade into the background, being slightly built and neither especially handsome nor unattractive. He is the sort of man who will be liked by all classes of people and who will not engender in others feelings of spite or envy. He drank moderately at the party, circulated well, and made no attempt to press himself forward. I represented myself as the wife of a man who was about to start a new advertising company and encouraged him strongly to become interested in the possibilities for his own career. He did at last agree to meet my husband for luncheon later in the week. The New York office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation has once again been dragging its feet and is as unresponsive in this project as it has been in all others. No report from that office to date on RFE, but same will be forwarded once it arrives, if it ever does. Can't Colonel Donovan do something about this? On April 17th, I telephoned RFE at his office in the guise of Mr. Hamilton's secretary and arranged a lunch for the following Monday, April 20th, at Luchow's. According to the head waiter, he asked for Mr. Hamilton's table and waited 20 minutes before asking the head waiter if Mr. Hamilton had called. He had been given no Hamilton telephone number. He was told that Mr. Hamilton had telephoned the restaurant, apologizing for the inconvenience and requesting that RFE meet him for lunch at the Coleman Hotel on East 23rd Street and Fifth Avenue. On arriving at that location and discovering no such hotel, he consulted a telephone directory and proceeded to Coleman's, a restaurant on East 25th Street, where he asked for Mr. Hamilton. Informed that no such person was there, he made a telephone call, in all probability to his office, since Hamilton's secretary had reached him there earlier, then ate lunch at the counter and left the restaurant, returning to work. My recommendation is to accept this candidate for further COI screening. Signed, Agatha Hamilton, COI, New York. April 24th, 1942. P.S. Hub, my friend Maria de Vlach is someone you might consider taking to lunch when you are next in New York. She is formerly the Countess Maranson, Swedish nobility, divorced 2 years ago, and moves easily in society. She rides and shoots excellently, is lethally charming, and of a rather daring disposition. She is of Belgian citizenship and descent, and I believe would be amenable to recruitment. Her connection to Belgian, German, and Swedish circles remains strong, and her relationship with her former husband and his family is cordial. P.S.S. Not to end on a sour note, but here it is April, and there is only silence from Washington on my February vouchers. While it is the case that fortune has smiled on me in this world, I cannot by myself assume the cost of the war effort. In Washington, D.C., Lieutenant Colonel H.V. Russell leaned his elbows on the scarred wooden desk and stared at the man seated on the other side. Eidenbaugh Robert F. His 14th interview of the day. He knew that if he were charming and likable, the candidate would be put at ease, and the consequent forthrightness would help in making a proper decision. But he simply hadn't the strength for charm. He'd been working 24-hour days since Pearl Harbor, and his initial burst of high-tension energy was long since dissipated. He was out of gas. What he really wanted to do was push his lips into an extended pout and make ishkabibble sounds by flapping them with his fingertips. That would prove everybody right. Since Colonel Donovan had persuaded Roosevelt that America needed an intelligence service, life had come to resemble a lunatic asylum. Russell had some considerable experience in this work. a career in Army intelligence going back 10 years. As early as 1937, when war had seemed inevitable to him, he'd run small preparatory operations when his superiors would allow it, stockpiling European clothing, for instance, by purchasing it from incoming refugees, then storing it in a warehouse under squares of cardboard marked "Do Not Clean." Because of his foresight, agents going into Europe would at least not be dressed by Brooks Brothers. But if he knew his way around the profession, few others did. Above him were Donovan and a bunch of Ivy League lawyers, bankers, and Wall Street types. They would, he knew, work out well over time. Once these people got going, the Axis powers would be subject to ferocious trickery of every kind, the sorts of things lawyers and bankers might do if they were able to give in to their cruelest fantasies. Now they were being encouraged to do that very thing. Just that morning, a memo had crossed his desk recommending that 1 million bats be put aboard a submarine, then released off the Japanese coast in daylight, each one equipped with timer and minute incendiary bomb. They would fly into the dark spaces of 1 million Japanese homes and factories and, he supposed, blow up, spattering everyone in the neighborhood with exploded bat. He could just hear one of his superiors giving him the good word. "Oh, Rossell, be a good fellow and get me 1 million bats, will you? By lunch, thanks loads." But that wasn't the worst of it. Donovan, with Hoover and the FBI fighting him every step of the way, was in the process of acquiring an extraordinary zoo of people. The successful intelligence service, someone had said, is one which can best turn eccentricity to its own advantage. Well, they'd have that all right. They'd hired Marxists, led by the philosopher Herbert Marcuse, playwrights, Robert E. Sherwood and others, academicians, recruited by Archibald MacLeish, John Ford, the film director, a young actor named Sterling Hayden, who would, he thought, eventually be sent to fight with Yugoslav partisans. Then there was John Ringling North of the circus family, and a large, vivacious woman named Julia Child. There was Virginia Hall, about to be parachuted into occupied France with her artificial leg held under one arm, lest it break when she landed. The pile of file folders on his desk climbed toward the sky. Tom Braden, Stuart Alsop, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Walter Rostow, Arthur Goldberg, Ilya Tolstoy, and Prince Serge Obolensky, the hotel baron married to an Astor. He had them from Standard Oil and Paramount Pictures. He had Mellons and Vanderbilts, Morgans and DuPonts, union organizers and tailors. He had everything, and more coming in every day. Meanwhile, they had just been renamed. COI, the Office of the Coordinator of Information, was now to be called the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which local wags lately referred to as "oh so silly," "oh so secret," and Organization Shush Shush. Even Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister, had got in on the fun, knowing that the OSS offices were next to the experimental labs at the National Institute of Health. He had stated in a recent radio broadcast that the organization was composed of 50 professors, 20 monkeys, 10 goats, 12 guinea pigs, and a staff of Jewish scribblers. Hey, Dr. Goebbels, Rossell thought, you left out the bats. Slowly, his mind returned to business, and he realized that the poor soul across from him probably thought he was being tested in a cold-eyed stare-down, not a daydreaming contest. Rossell was in his late 40s, with gray hair cut in a military brush, big shoulders and thick arms. His tie was pulled down, jacket off, and shirt sleeves rolled up in useless defiance of a steam radiator that would grow orchids if they let it. And here it was May. Couldn't somebody get them to turn the goddamn thing off? "Well," he finally said to the man across from him, "say something." If you couldn't manage charm, discomfort would serve. Heidenbaugh stared at him for a long moment. Then, from a face composed in utter seriousness, came a sing-song, M-I-S, S-I-S, S-I-P-P-I. "Oh, yeah?" Rossell said. "Is that supposed to get you a job here?" "No, sir," Heidenbaugh answered. "That's supposed to help you spell Mississippi." To Rossell, the laugh felt better than a week of sleep. and seemed to serve the same purpose. He launched himself, once again into the breach, into the usual interview format. This Eidenbaugh wasn't so bad. He wasn't much to look at, but he had a nimble mind. Would he do the job? Difficult to guess until the situation presented itself. But he found himself enjoying the man, and that weighed heavily in his favor. One of those slippery qualities, hard to quantify, that could really count in the world he was about to enter. Then there was luck. It just so happened that while the two of them chattered away, a fly settled on the edge of Russell's desk. Slowly he picked up a file folder. It happened to be that of Marion C. Cooper, producer of the film King Kong, and swatted it dead. "See that?" he asked. "Yes, sir. That, son, is technical intelligence at work. I always get 'em," he continued, "because I know that flies take off backward. So you're swatting back of them, see?" "Yes, sir. Will I be allowed to swat Hitler, sir?" Russell rubbed his eyes for a moment. Christ, he was tired, and he looked like hell. But he didn't feel so bad. He really liked to do the fly trick. It put him in a good mood. "I think so, son," he said. "We just may allow you that privilege." In Paris, in the early hours of June 11th, 1940, Khristo Stoianev lay awake in his cell in the Santé prison and planned his escape. Staring at the opaque window with the tiny hole in its upper corner, he smoked up a week's tobacco ration and watched the short summer darkness fade into early light. In 2 days' time, it would be 36 months that he had spent in captivity. He could bear no more. His had been, he knew, a classic descent. He had braced his mind early on, willed himself to meet imprisonment as he had met other events in his life. A man can survive anything. He did not know where he'd heard it, but he believed it, believed in it, a religion of endurance. Thus he had taken his formless days and nights and imposed on them a rigid system of obligations. Exercise. Physical strength can forestall psychological collapse, a universal and timeless prisoner's axiom. Use the mind. He created a private algebra of propositions and wrestled with their solutions, mining his past life for usable circumstance. How long would it take for a man carrying his own food and water to walk in a straight line from Vidin to Sofia? From mental images of maps he contrived a route, crossing roads, streams, and mountains, estimated the weight of water and food, determined the point of efficiency that lay somewhere between thirst and starvation and exertion of strength. The goal of the exercise was to arrive at the outskirts of Sofia, carrying no provisions, crawling the final 100 feet. Keep a diary. They would give him no paper, so he used the surfaces of opened-up matchboxes he bought from the prison store with his meager stipend, and kept records in pin-scratched hieroglyphs. A plus or minus sign, for instance, indicated success or failure in the 2-hour mental exercise period for that day. Control is everything. He permitted himself only 1 hour a day for daydreaming, which was always erotic, violently colored, tones and textures scrupulously perfected by his imagination. Retain any connection at all with the world. Every moment of his time in the exercise yard he spent talking with other prisoners. Dédé the pimp from Montparnasse, Kreuzer the wife-murderer from Strasbourg. He did not care who they were or what they said. To connect, that was what mattered. Read. Religious tract or boy's adventure, he sucked them dry of whatever particle of entertainment they could provide. Regret will kill you, a concept he embraced to a point where any thought that presented itself for contemplation had to be inspected for traces of hidden anger or sorrow before he would allow his mind to pursue it. For the first year, as 1937 faded into 1938, the regime worked. He did not think of the future, he did not think of freedom, and achieved a level of self-discipline he had never imagined possible. But time, hours that became days, that became months, was a killer of extraordinary stealth. and his spirit slowly failed him. He began to die. He watched it with slow horror, as a man will observe an illness that consumes his life. He would come to himself suddenly and realize that his mind had been on a journey into a violent universe of shimmering colors and bizarre shapes. He understood what was happening to him, but his understanding counted for nothing. Without the daily texture of existence to occupy it, he learned, the human soul wavers, wanders, begins to feed upon itself, and in time disintegrates. He saw them in the exercise yard, the clear-eyed, the ones who had died inside themselves. Thus, at last, he came upon the prisoner's timeless and universal conclusion: there is nothing worse than prison. From the gossip in the exercise yard, he knew that Wehrmacht columns were approaching Paris and that the country would fall in a matter of days. In shame, he prayed for this to happen. Bulgaria had joined Germany, Italy, Hungary, and Romania in an alliance against Western Europe. He was, no matter the stateless person designation of the Nansen Commission, a Bulgarian national, thus nominally an ally of the Germans. When they took Paris, he would send them a message and offer his services. Initially, he would make his approach as Petrov, the former waiter, imprisoned for striking a blow against the Bolshevists. They would approve of that, he knew, despite their treaty of convenience with Stalin, and would more than likely accept him on that basis. If, perchance, they knew who he really was, he would brazen it out. Yes, he had fought them in Spain, but witness, Herr Oberst, this change of heart, witness this attack on the NKVD itself. Could they doubt his sincerity after that? He marveled at how the past could be refigured to suit the present, at how fragile reality truly was when you started to twist it. Once he was out of prison, he would return to Spain, a neutral country, by deceit, a notional mission, perhaps, that he would lead them into assigning him, or by underground means, the mountains or the sea. He thought of the little towns hidden back in the hills, with too many young women who could not find a husband after the slaughter of the Civil War. They would not look too closely at him, he was sure, if he worked hard. That was how they measured people down there, and to that, if the blessed day ever came, he was more than equal. But on the night of June 12th, everything changed. At dusk, the mashed lentils and the gritty bread were shoved through the Judas port, and his quarter, filled up with drinking water, between the mound of lentils and the tin plate, lay a slip of paper. In Roman letters it said, BF 825. Then the numerals 230. The shock of it nearly knocked him to the floor. For the intervening hours he dared not sit down, pacing the small cell and hurling his body about as he pivoted at the far wall. Then the door whispered open to reveal a man in black who stood in the shadowed corridor and waited to enter. 2 words, spoken quietly, came from the darkness. "Khristo Stoianev?" "Yes," he answered. The man stepped forward. He was a priest. Not the prison chaplain, a fat Gascon with a wine-reddened face, but a thin, ageless man with paper-like skin whose hands hung motionless at his sides. "Is there anything here you will want?" He grabbed his matches, a few shreds of tobacco folded in paper, his 2 letters, and the matchbox diaries. He had nothing else. "Let us go," the priest said. Together they walked through the darkened corridors, past the night sounds of imprisoned men. There were no guards to be seen. All the doors that would have normally blocked their path were ajar. In the reception area, a long wooden drawer sat at the center of a rough table. He found his old clothing and all the things that had been in his pockets on the day of his arrest. Also, a thick packet of 10-franc notes. The priest took him to the front entry of the prison, then pushed at the grilled door set into one of the tall gates. The iron hinges grated briefly as it swung wide. For a moment the city beyond the prison overwhelmed him with the sounds and smells of ordinary life, and for that instant freedom itself was palpable, as though he could touch it and see it and capture it in his hands. Then his eyes filled with tears, and he saw the world in a blur. "Blagodaryati, Oche. He needed, in that moment, to speak the words in his own language, then added in French, "It means, 'Thank you, Father.'" The priest closed his eyes and nodded as though to himself. "Go with God," he said, as Khristo walked through the door. In the autumn of 1943, on a cold October night with a quarter moon, Lieutenant Robert F. Eidenbaugh parachuted into the Vosges mountains of southeastern France. He landed in a field north of Épinal, breaking the big toe of his left foot by doubling it over against the ground when he landed with his foot in the wrong position, and splitting the skin of his left index finger from tip to palm. He had no idea how. Limping, he chased down the wind-blown chute, wrestled free of the harness straps, and paused to listen to the fading drone of a Lancaster that circled the field, then turned west toward the OSS airbase at Croydon. From a sheath strapped to his ankle he took a broad-bladed knife and began digging at the ground in order to bury the chute. 15 minutes later, sweat cooling in the mountain chill, he was still hard at it. This was not the same turf he had encountered in practice burials at the old CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, camp in Triangle, Virginia, a few miles east of Manassas, where he had trained. This grass was tough and rooty and anchored well below the surface of the ground. At last he abandoned the knife and began ripping up large sods with his hands, holding his split index finger away from the work until he had exposed a jagged oval of dark soil. Next he gathered up the silk and shrouds of the parachute, forced the bulk into a shallow depression, and covered it with a thin layer of dirt. He laid the sods back over the dirt and stamped them into place, then walked away a few feet to see what it looked like. It looked like someone had just buried a parachute. Typically there would have been a reception committee on the ground, and their leader would have bestowed the chute, the silk was immensely valuable, on one of his men, a spoil of war bestowed for bravery in a tradition as old as the world. But this was a cold drop. There were no maquisards triangulating the drop zone with bonfires. There was no container of Sten guns and ammunition dropped along with him to be carried away by men and women on bicycles, and he had no radio. The mission, codenamed Kit Fox, called for him to contact a loosely organized group of French resistance fighters in the village of Coimbra, direct their sabotage efforts, turn them into a true réseau, headquarters for underground operations, and extend, if possible, a courier secret mail system throughout that part of the Vosges. His contact for supply was codenamed Ulysse, after the Homeric hero Ulysses, a senior officer of the Résistance and his one resource on the ground, based in the small city of Belfort, not far from Switzerland. His only direct line of communication with OSS was to be coded message personnel from the Foreign Service of the BBC. His true mission was, in fact, unknown to him. He was not alone in the area. There were several British communication and sabotage nets nearby. But he had been briefed twice, first at OSS headquarters in London, then at the MI6 Centre in Battersea, located at what had once been the Royal Victoria Patriotic Asylum for the orphaned daughters of soldiers and sailors killed in the Crimean War, to stay well away from them. Both American and British briefers had been emphatic on that point, which left Robert Eidenbaugh alone in a French field with a broken toe and a split finger. His hands were blackened with dried blood and French earth, and he was hobbling badly. A toe was almost a silly thing to hurt, but the pain made him grind his teeth on every step. He thought to bind up the finger with his handkerchief, but decided against it. He disliked the idea of a white cloth flashing in the darkness as he moved about. He set off for Coimbra, 8 miles along a series of mountain ridges on the narrow road a mile from the drop zone. His index finger throbbed and continued to ooze blood. How the hell had he done that? He leaned on a maple tree whose dry leaves rattled in the night breeze, and took off his right shoe, then bound his sock around the finger, cutting off a piece of shoelace to secure the binding. He had, he realized, with some horror, nearly removed his left shoe, which would have been an error because his toe had swollen so badly that he would never have been able to get the shoe back on. Limping, he held his zip-up briefcase under his right arm and moved through the darkness toward Coimbra. His hat, suit, tie, shirt, socks, and underwear were all well worn and all of French manufacture. The suit had been altered by a French tailor at the OSS clothing depot on Brook Street in London. His toilet articles were also French, and the pistol in his briefcase was Belgian, a Fabrique Nationale GP-35 automatic, essentially a licensed 9mm Browning with a 13-round magazine. He had been warned never to carry it in public during daylight hours. His cover name was Lucien Bruet, accented on the final syllable in the French manner, and he was supposedly the sales representative of a Belgian company selling agricultural implements and fertilizers. He had been born on the French island of Martinique, raised in Toulon, a bachelor. His documents were quite good, he'd been told, for examination by French police or German street patrols. Should he fall into the hands of an intelligence section, Gestapo or SD, however, that would be that. "We've learned," they'd told him, "that the sooner you run after capture, the better your chances of a successful escape." He did not intend to be captured. He did not intend to mingle with Germans. He did not intend to be brave, had in fact been specifically cautioned against it. He would move cautiously in daylight, at most another French face in a French countryside, and play the game at night. A few wild souls back in Virginia had been eager to crawl about and slit throats. Their time would come, but for the moment they either trained their days away or disappeared back into regular service units. For most of the night he walked alone on the road, barely 2 lanes wide, with no center line, built of whitish pebbled aggregate with ragged edges bordered by tall weeds. In some places it was frost-rippled from the previous winter. In others, the lush roadside growth had cracked the paving. He saw the brief silhouette of a hunting owl. Something whispered away from his shoe through the tall grass. Then, as the moon waned, he heard a distant engine and hobbled quickly to cover. He listened intently to the 2-stroke sputter of the engine and decided it was a motorcycle. He was correct. Watched the German dispatch rider go by, sighting on him with a sock-bound index finger and silently mouthing "Bam!" just at the proper moment, then heard the sound fade into the distance in a symphony of gear changes. No need to shift that much, he thought. The German, alone on the road, was playing with his machine, lying low over the handlebars like a racing driver. But he, too, leading the rider for a single perfect shot, had been playing. That would change. What caught his attention, however, in the reality of that first nebulous contact with the enemy, was the intimacy of it. The meaning of his job now came to him in bold letters for the first time. What he was really going to do and how it would feel to do it. Professional soldiering he respected. Where would the Allies be without a corps of trained officers? But he could never be more than an impostor in that world. His personality was not made for uniforms. He had, in civilian life, competed in a world of commonplace weapons, typewriters, telephones, perceptions, insights. In that world he had neither won nor lost, but now the battle was rejoined, with the prize for winning or the cost of losing vastly increased. The British, believing their social system and its exigencies prepared them for clandestine life, had their doubts about the ability of the American personality to adapt to a world where nothing was quite what it seemed. Were these blunt and forthright people capable of subtlety, deception, the artful ruse? Some thought not, but they had not lived and trained with Robert Eidenbaugh and his colleagues. They did not entirely understand that the dark side of the American personality was the adventurer's side, and that a time of war was the perfect climate for its flowering. Maquis meant brush, and that was pretty much the story at Coimbra. In first light he'd found the chipped stone mile marker on the inner curve of the road, heard, a few minutes later, the sound of a woodcutter at work in the forest, recognition signal number 1, then saw a pile of cow dung, confirming the first signal by a dirt path that wound up the mountainside to the village. Coimbra backlit by a cold mountain sky, was a mud square surrounded by a handful of stone cottages with tightly shuttered windows and a rust-stained fountain with a tattered hen standing motionless atop the spigot, its feathers ruffled by the breeze. There were several small brownish dogs who glared at him unpleasantly from a safe distance, but no people. The village smelled like damp earth and pig manure. Eidenball suddenly recalled a family outing to the mountains of the Var region north of Toulon, where at lunchtime they had encountered just such a village. He could still see the look on his mother's face as she'd said, "Not here, Arthur." The Combray Marquis trickled from the doors of the cottages and formed up, more or less, in the square. There was a period of awkward silence, then they began to introduce themselves. There were the Vaux brothers, both tall and hulking, with spiky blonde hair, clearly the village bullies, and, he thought, a little slow. Henri Veule, called Sablé, sandy, watchful and silent, a shotgun slung barrel down diagonally across his back. La Brebis, the ewe, in fact Marie Bonnet, a stocky young woman whose broad forehead and tiny eyes suggested the face of a sheep. And Vigie, which meant lookout man, the youngest, perhaps 16. The Vaux brothers, he thought, were no more than 19. "Lucien?" It was Alceste Vaux, the senior brother, who spoke. "Oui," he said. He hadn't any idea what they'd expected, but he slowly began to understand that they found him all too mortal. They were disappointed. They had probably anticipated a 10-foot-tall Texan bristling with machine guns and breathing fire. Well, he thought, too bad. They had instead a rather lean, plain young man, formerly an advertising copywriter, with a sock wound around a bloody finger and a bare right ankle. Probably, he thought, we deserve each other. They took him into one of the houses and announced him as Lucien. Breakfast was cabbage, fried with fat bacon and hunks of heavy bread washed down with cups of chicory. An older man, Gilbert, and his youngish wife served l'Américain and the Combray Marquis. After the meal, a grandmother appeared, 5 feet tall and swathed in black, and examined his finger, sucked her teeth in sympathy, and applied a healing paste of pounded lizards. Finger rebound with strips of grey cloth, he headed outside to use the stone lean-to in the backyard. As he left, his host mumbled something about the Americans learning to faire le 111, to make 111. He knew the expression, which referred to the marks of 3 fingers down a wall. But they laughed in vain. The parting gift of his commanding officer had been 20 squares of French newspaper, wedged in his pocket at the moment of their final handshake. It was a war of mischief. That became apparent in the week that followed his arrival. Gilbert, in whose house he lived, said one evening that the people of Combray had always hated those bastards down there. It was the contempt of mountain people for flatlanders, and it would not have been unusual to find such sentiments in parts of Tennessee or Kentucky, similarly expressed. Down there meant Épinal, Saint-Dié, and the small towns between. Down there meant tax collectors and municipal authorities and gendarmerie and all those blood-sucking leeches who made a poor man's life a misery. Between Combray and down there was a kind of truce, worked out over a long time, the Flatlanders silently agreeing to bother the people of Combray only a little, and the mountain people accepting just about that much botherment. They lived with each other, just. When, however, you added a heavy-handed Teutonic authority to this chemistry, a certain amount of hell was bound to break loose. The people of Combray now took it as a divine mission to bother the Schleuze, as they called them, while avoiding too much interest from those they called la geste. The Gestapo. The French version of the name carried with it a certain amount of irony, bold deed, but it was quite clear to everyone that these Gestapo people were better left alone. They had made that evident early on, had then taken to strutting about in leather coats and tearing around the roads in grosser Mercedes sedans. "Here we are," they said. "Try your luck." So, in Coimbra, until Lucien showed up, they'd had to content themselves with mischief, testing always to see what the reaction might be. A mistake was painful. When Vichy had somehow contrived to obtain a concussion grenade, Alceste Vaux and the others had snuck inside the perimeter of a Panzer Division encampment near Epinal and dropped it into a septic tank that served the officers' latrine, just about the time it was in full use. Judging from the noise level inside the barrack, the result had been spectacular. Fountains. And, better yet, there'd been no response from the Germans. But when Sablet had become obsessed by an obnoxious poodle, the adored pet of a headquarters Feldwebel who spoke German baby talk to it on the street, and had blown the thing's fluffy head apart with an old army pistol stolen from Gilbert, the local pharmacist and his wife had been stood against a wall. Reprisal. The townspeople took the orphans in, but they had a good notion of who had done it, and Sablet had to visit relatives in another village for a time. They'd learned that angry people are dangerous, that one couldn't be sure what they'd do, especially when the means to a hard lesson were so near at hand. The right word in the right ear was all it would have taken. In that same week, Heidenball began to have a feel for the currents that ran beneath the surface of village life. There was a young girl, perhaps 15, who lived with Gilbert and his family. Cécile, she was called, a poor thing treated as servant or dishonored cousin by the rest of the household. Heavy, with a wan, immobile face, she stared at the floor when spoken to. She had come visiting one night, approaching his straw pallet in the corner of the eating room, and standing there until he awoke, suddenly, startled by an apparition in a soiled flannel nightdress. He had sent her away, in kind fashion, he hoped, for the briefers had been crystal clear on this point, especially the aristocratic Englishman, known only as Major F., who had lived for years in Paris. "Village life is sexually quite complex, dear boy. Don't be drawn in," the British officer had cautioned. And it soon became obvious that he'd been right. Cécile was visited on successive nights by Sablet and by Daniel Vaux, the younger brother. Daniel, in addition, looked at Gilbert's youngish wife in a quite explicit way. Heidenball hadn't any idea how Gilbert reacted to it. He seemed not to notice. Meanwhile, he familiarized himself with his surroundings, spent a good deal of his time walking the fields and forests around Coimbra, learning the trails from La Brebis and Vichy, and listening each night to the message personnel on the wireless, which held an honored position on a table in the center of the room. The volume of traffic surprised him, though a portion of it was certainly dross, designed to mislead the Germans as to the actual level of underground activity. Finally, 10 days after he'd landed in the field, the words crackled from the radio. "Limelight, le théâtre est fermé." His activation signal. He told Gilbert he would be away for a time, and the man offered to accompany him. "Now that you are here," he said, "it is all different. Nothing against the young ones. They are the patriots of Coimbra, but I am a patriot of France, a veteran of the war. The Schleuse gassed me at Verdun." Heidenball thought about the offer for a moment. By the rules, he was supposed to go alone. But there was something of a test in Gilbert's manner, and he decided to trust the man. "Unless you are monumentally stupid or terribly unlucky," the briefers had told him, "the Germans won't catch you. On the other hand, the chances of being betrayed, for any number of reasons, political or otherwise, are better than one would like." But he had to trust somebody, so he trusted Gilbert. The train ride from Epinal to Belfort was nasty, cold and sweaty at once, and he vowed not to do it again. In the aisle was a great press of bodies, including German soldiers and airmen, making for 2 hours of sour breath, wet wool, a baby that wouldn't shut up, vacant faces, tired eyes, and icy drafts that blew through spaces between the boards of the ancient wagon-lit. Vintage 1914, he thought. A good deal of French rolling stock had traveled east to Germany to be refitted for the different gauge, then sent on to Wehrmacht units near Moscow, there to vanish forever. It took them 2 hours to travel 42 miles, over off-damaged and repaired track, shunted aside for flat cars carrying artillery pieces to the Atlantic coast, unable to attain much speed because of coal adulterated by sand and gravel. Gilbert, however, turned out to be a traveling companion of great comfort, prattling away the whole time about the health of his pigs and the price of cheese and Lucien's mother, supposedly Gilbert's sister, and every sort of mindless gossip that made for soothing cover and got the journey over with as quickly as possible. For his part, Heidenball grunted and nodded, went along with the game, and acted as though he were pretending to listen to his boring uncle. At both the Epinal and Belfort stations, especially the latter, which was close to Switzerland, and thus a magnet for just about anything in occupied Europe that wasn't nailed down, La Geste was much in evidence, pointedly in the business of watching. To Heidenball they had the feel of provincial police inspectors, stocky and middle-aged, clumsy-looking in their high-belted leather coats and very stolid. Their eyes never stopped searching, a stare beyond rudeness that picked your life apart from subtle clues almost absurdly evident to their experienced gaze. Clearly a game, but just as clearly a game they were good at. It scared Heidenball so badly that a muscle ticked inside his cheek. When they saw something, what? One of them would snap his fingers and beckon the individual over for a document check, holding the paper up to the white sky above the station platform. Gilbert, bless his heart, faltered not a whit, blabbering him past La Geste and the usual police checkpoints, with the story of his maman insisting that the roof be retiled just at planting time, not a seed in the ground, and rain coming. But, Gilbert shrugged, one must obey the maman. What else could one do? It was not the usual Gilbert who went to Belfort. The usual Gilbert sported a permanent grey stubble of whisker beneath a beat-up old beret, layers of shapeless sweaters, baggy wool pants, and rubber boots well mucked from the farmyard. The Belfort Gilbert, understanding without being told that he was to be no part of the business there, had shaven himself raw and produced a Sunday suit that wore its age proudly. In the street outside the station, he bade Heidenball farewell and went off whistling with a light step. Clearly, his mission in Belfort was a romantic one. Contact procedures for Ulysse called for a visit to the Bureau de Poste near the railroad station. Heidenball stood in line, at last approached the counter attended by a woman in her 50s with 2 chins, blazing lipstick, and an immense nest of oily black hair. He pushed a letter across the marble counter and requested 6 stamps in addition. The woman barely glanced at him, weighing the letter, addressed to a certain name in a certain town, and tearing 6 stamps off a sheet with bureaucratic ceremony. He looked at the stamps, an occupation issue prominently featuring the new national motto that, the Germans insisted, had now replaced Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. Travail, famille, patrie. Work, family, and fatherland. In the corner of one stamp was a lightly penned address. This turned out to be a boucherie chevaline, horse-meat butcher in a working-class neighborhood an hour's walk from the center of town. There he was waited on by a girl of 19 or so, in hairnet and white butcher apron, none the less beautiful, her hands bright red from handling iced meat. "Do you have any pâté of rabbit?" he asked, naming a product never sold in such a store. She didn't miss a beat. "You can't buy that here," she said. "Well," he answered, "my wife craves it, and she is pregnant." "Ah," she said, "you must return in 20 minutes. We might have some then." He circled the neighborhood. It was better to keep moving. Hanging about in cafes if you weren't local drew too many eyes, and returned on the minute. "So," the girl said, "perhaps we have some in the back." He went through the door she indicated, found himself in a cold room amid rows of hanging quarters on ceiling hooks. Ulysse appeared at the other end of the central aisle, his breath steaming in the cold. Ulysse was in his 50s, handsome and silver-haired, clearly an aristocrat, in a finely cut grey suit with an overcoat worn around his shoulders like a cape. "Who are you, then?" he asked. It was city French he spoke, each word shaped as though it meant something, not the fast patois of the countryside. "Lucien?" "Yes." And who am I? Ulysse. And where do I live? At the Chateau Bretagne, overlooking the river Dordogne. Would that I did, he sighed. Papers? Idenbaugh handed them over. Ulysse spent some time thumbing through the pages. "Excellent," he said. He handed back the papers and called out, "Very well, Albert." It was cleverly done. Idenbaugh never saw Albert. There was some motion to one side of him that caused the red haunches to sway on their hooks, then the sound of a shutting door. He assumed there had been a gun aimed at him. "Suspicion abounds," Ulysse said lightly. "Forgive the surroundings," he added, rubbing his hands against the cold. "But it does keep meetings short." "Not too short, one hopes," Idenbaugh said, nodding toward the area where the gunman had stood. He had never, to his knowledge, had a gun sighted on him, and he was faintly unsettled by it. Ulysse smiled thinly. "Where better than a boucherie chevalier? One leaves this uncertain life with at least one suspicion confirmed." Idenbaugh laughed. Ulysse nodded politely, very nearly a bow, acknowledging appreciation of the jest. "What will it be, then?" he asked. "The usual, stens, ammunition, enough for training as well as normal use. Plastique, cyclonite, taconite, time pencils, a few hand grenades, perhaps." "How many Maquis are there?" "5, probably 6. "Not enough, Lucien. You must recruit." "Is that safe?" "Hardly, but you'll take losses. Everyone does. Say 12 new recruits to start. Ask your people, they'll know whose heart beats for France." "What have they right now?" "Rabbit guns, an old pistol, a few cans of watered gasoline." Dear, that won't win the war." "No. You shall have it, but wait for your message personnel before you move." "Understood." "Yes. And the drop zone as agreed?" "I've been there. It looks good to me." "There will be a courier for the date. You won't see him. Anything else?" "Will I be in radio communication in the future?" "In time, Lucien, but not now. The German radio réparage is too good. They have mobile receivers that move about the countryside, and they'll find you quicker than you think. Besides, once you are in contact with your base, they will want things, all sorts of things. You'll find yourself counting utility poles day and night. I would suggest that you enjoy your independence while you have it." "Very well. I am certain that they are working on the radio problem, and once you have one, it will be something dependable and safe." "I see. By the way, why are you limping? Part of your legend, or have you injured yourself?" As far as Idenbaugh knew, Ulysse had not seen him limp. Most likely he had been watched all the way to the contact. "Broke a toe," he said, "when I landed." "Do you need a doctor?" "No, it will heal by itself. You can't splint a toe." "Well, a limp is distinctive, so try and stay off it if you can." "I'll do that." "Goodbye, then. See you another time." They shook hands. At Ulysses' indication, he used a door that opened onto an alley behind the shop. On the way back, as he waited with Gilbert on the Belfort station platform, the 2 Gestapo officers made an arrest. How the fellow had gotten that far, Idenbaugh could only imagine. His clothing was torn and blackened with railroad soot, his face was drained, white as death, and his eyes were pink from sleepless nights. He was much too obviously a fugitive on the run. They manacled his hands behind his back, and he wept silently as they marched him away. A mad lady on a bicycle, most certainly English, all in tweeds. He had gone down the mountain with Gilbert, found, hidden in an alder grove, the old truck that was sometimes made to work. Then the two of them had sputtered off to Épinal to buy provisions. When they got back to Cambrai, the village was buzzing with the unusual visit. Had she been looking for him? Well, no, she hadn't said that exactly, but she had been in the house of Gilbert and had drunk many cups of tea with the old woman. Tea? There was tea in Cambrai? No, the mad lady in tweeds had brought her own tea, in a box made of stiff paper. Really? Might he have a look at it? Alas, no one would expect an American to be interested in a miracle that petit. Where had the box got to? In the rubbish heap, perhaps. No such dishonor. Fed to Gilbert's pigs, along with other delectables stored up in a wooden barrel in the farmyard. Oh, Christ! A missed communication. In his trade, one of the worst disasters imaginable. That meant an emergency trip to Belfort. He was furious with himself for missing the courier, though Ulysse had told him it would happen while he was away. When, an hour later, he put on his gloves, he found a slip of paper stuffed down the little finger. On November 14th, a memorable night in the history of the village, the Combrin Maquis drove to the drop zone, then carried dry wood on their backs for half a mile after hiding the truck well off the road. They triangulated the field with wood piles and covered them with canvas tarps when it started to rain, a cold, icy misery that fell straight down in drops heavy as pebbles. They tried sheltering under the trees, but this particular mountain meadow was surrounded by deciduous forest, so that one was merely splattered by raindrops hitting the bare branches rather than nailed directly atop the head. Heidenball was soaked through in minutes. At 3:30 a.m. sharp, they lit off the wood piles, then stood back with ceremony and watched them blaze and smoke in the rain. But there was no sign of an airplane, and by 3:45 their bonfires were no more than smoldering piles of wet, charred wood. They couldn't return to Combrin, so they groped their way into the forest in search of dead branches, falling and bruising themselves in the sodden darkness. The wet branches were piled up on what remained of the bonfires, and they tried to light them, using up most of their matches and swearing the blackest curses they could summon. To no avail. At last, La Brebis came to the rescue. Producing an old piece of rubber tubing from a coat pocket, she siphoned off the gas from the truck, using a wine bottle meant for celebration, but drained dry as they sought any available warmth on the mountainside. A bottle at a time, they soaked down the wood piles, while La Brebis, who had ingested a certain amount of gasoline in getting the siphon action underway, went off into the woods to be sick. At this point they heard the sound of airplane motors above them in the darkness, coming from the east. The equation for nighttime air supply operations was complex, involving fuel weight, load weight, airspeed, distance, weather, hours of darkness, the phase of the moon, evasive flight paths, and fuel allowance for escape tactics in case of pursuit. Thus the bravery of the British pilot circling above the socked-in meadow was extraordinary. He must have used his last margin of safety looking for them, and, should he encounter Luftwaffe night fighters on the return trip, was well on his way to ditching in the channel. They never saw the plane, but they could hear the engines quite distinctly. He'd come down low to look for their signal. The gas-soaked wood woofed to life and roared against the downpour for only a few moments before the flame turned blue and danced pointlessly along the boughs, burning up the last of the fuel. But that was enough. The Lancaster pilot must have seen the orange smudges beneath the clouds and signaled his drop-master. Thus the crates with parachutes attached were manhandled out the cargo doors and floated down through the darkness, one of them hanging up in the branches of a tree until Vigy scampered up and cut the shrouds. They loaded the crates into the truck, their excitement obscuring, until Gilbert attempted to start the engine, the fact that the precious gasoline had been burned up. The Vaux brothers hiked back to Combrin. At mid-morning, there were Schleur patrols down on the road. Someone else had heard the bomber, but it was raining too hard for the Germans to come up into the forest. Nonetheless, the Maquisards waited most of the morning in ambush by the trail, having voted to defend the arms no matter the cost. Just before noon, as the rain turned to snow, 4 of the Combrin women appeared at the edge of the field pushing bicycles. They had traveled all morning, trading the heavy metal petrol cans back and forth, exposing 2 extra people to risk in order to make better time. The entry into Combrin was triumphal. The entire population stood out in the wet snow and applauded l'Américain, les Anglais, and themselves. 4 days later, His limelight message was broadcast, setting the first attack on the night of November 25th. 7 days. That was no time at all, but he did what he could, which meant preparing for the operation, doing the necessary intelligence background, and training his Maquis in the new equipment simultaneously. To that point, he had followed the Triangle Camp teachings meticulously. His instructors and briefers had shown him that the path through danger lay in knowledge of the situation, caution, objectivity, secrecy, planning, and, above all, scrupulous attention to detail. But suddenly he was at war, so he found himself improvising, doing 6 things at once, making decisions quickly in the heat of the moment. All the wrong things. But something was up. He could feel it in the air. They all could. And he was carried along in the rhythm of it. There were Lancasters overhead every night. The Epinal searchlights crisscrossed the sky, and the Schleux patrols were everywhere on the road. Rumors reached them of stepped-up questioning in the basement of the Epinal Mairie, the town hall, now a Gestapo interrogation center. The new guns were a matter of great excitement to the Coimbra Maquis. The Mark II Sten, properly a machine carbine, was the special operations weapon of the clandestine war. It was simple, a few tubular components that screwed together quickly once you filed the burrs off the threads. It was light, 6 pounds, essentially a skeletal steel frame carrying the most elemental bolt and spring firing mechanism. And it was fast, putting out rounds in a staccato spray. "Beau Dieu!" Gilbert gasped after he had riddled a tree stump with one magazine-consuming burst. The Stens were less exciting to Audiobook. It came to him in an idle moment that the weapon was manufactured by the same armaments industry that produced the Purdy shotgun, a masterpiece. But the reality of the war called for hundreds of thousands of simple death machines to be placed in willing hands. The OSS, in a perfection of that logic, manufactured the Liberator, a single-shot pistol with 1 bullet and cartoon instructions overcoming literacy and language barriers, then spread thousands of them throughout occupied Europe. It was the perfect assassination weapon, meant for the man or woman whose anger had outdistanced caution to the point where he or she would kill up close. For Audiobook, the Sten was the least prepossessing of his available tools. It was, for instance, cheaply made, costing around $12.50 to produce. The primitive firing mechanism tended to jam, thus the 32-round magazine was better loaded with 30 rounds of 9mm parabellum ball ammunition to reduce pressure on the magazine spring. In this instance, a special filling device was to be used, but these had not been included in their arms shipment, and they had to improvise. And it was short. That is, the fixed sight was set for 100 yards. Infantry war tended toward engagement at the extremity of the rifle's efficiency, about 1,000 yards, 3/5 of a mile. With the Sten, however, you operated at the length of a football field and could see the enemy quite clearly. In essence, a street-fighting weapon. The implicit message was clear to Audiobook: if, as guerrillas, you had the misfortune to engage the enemy on his own terms, the best you could do was to get close enough to burn him badly before he killed you, which he would, simply drawing back out of your range to give himself total advantage. He had no intention to engage. Their target, identified in code by the courier, was the railroad yards at Bruyères, about 15 miles from Epinal. Sablé had a cousin who worked in the roundhouse, and on the Tuesday before the attack it was La Brebis, and not the cousin's wife, who, at noontime, brought him his lunch of soup and bread. Audiobook found a vantage point on a hill overlooking the yards, and watched her ride in on her bicycle, napkin-covered bowl in the crook of her right arm, half a baguette balanced across the top of the bowl. The German sentry waved her through. Later, Audiobook was ecstatic to learn there were 14 locomotives in the roundhouse. He would, he knew, get them all. It didn't, on the night of November 25th, sound like very much. A single, muffled whoomph in the roundhouse, and some dirty smoke that dribbled from a broken window. That was all. But it would be 3 months at least before these particular locomotives went anywhere. Heidenbaugh and Vigy watched it happen from the vantage point, then retreated casually by bicycle back to the village. Heidenbaugh went in alone, with a graveyard shift. They were the brave ones, for they were the ones who would suffer German suspicion after the sabotage. These interrogations would not, Heidenbaugh knew, be of the most severe category, for no occupying power can easily afford to sacrifice skilled railroad workers. The men gathered around him as they trudged into the rail yard. To them he was a weapon against those they loathed beyond words, and they protected him accordingly. He wasted no time in the roundhouse, simply formed the malleable plastique explosive into a collar around the heavy steel and wedged a time pencil into the clay-like mass. Then he tied up the 2 roundhouse workers with a heavy cord and moved them behind a wall. He snuck out the back way through a well-used dog tunnel in the wire fence. The whole business took less than 20 minutes. For a mere thud of an explosion and a little smoke. The yard sirens went off almost as an afterthought. The firemen appeared, the French police followed, a few German officers ran about, but there was little to be done. One fireman, reducing the water pressure to the volume of a garden hose, soaked down the area for 10 minutes, while a yard supervisor nailed a board across the single broken window. A pursuit unit showed up, and the German shepherds went right for the dog tunnel in the fence, picked up a scent that led to the edge of an empty hill above the yards, accepted their biscuits and pats, peed, and went home. A Gestapo Sturmbannführer took the rope that had bound the workers as evidence and put it in a leather pouch with a tag stating time, place, and date. Then they all stood around for an hour smoking and talking, bored more than anything else. It was so insignificant. Apoplectic rage was reserved for the German transport officer, who had chosen that night to occupy a French feather bed rather than a German army cot, and thus arrived late. He was the only one there who understood what had happened, for it was, after all, rather technical. It had to do with the way locomotives are turned around in a railroad yard. In the center of the roundhouse was what the French called a plaque tournante, simply a large iron turntable with a piece of track on it that allowed the crew to turn a locomotive around and send it back out into the yard once it had been serviced. In the interim, locomotives rested in a semicircle around the turntable, which could meet underlying track by being rotated. What the saboteur had done was to blow up the midpoint of the plaque tournante. The damage to the electrical system was meaningless. Any electrician could wire around that in an hour. However, the explosion had also damaged the central mechanism of the plaque, a large iron casting, and that would have to be reforged. With French and German foundries pressed beyond extremity by demands of the war, replacement would take at least 3 months. Thus, for that period, 14 locomotives weren't going anywhere. The plaque had been blown in a position directly perpendicular to the outgoing service track. The transport officer stared at the mess and said "Scheiß" through clenched teeth. The gap was less than 15 feet. It might as well have been 15 miles. His transportation mathematics were, by necessity, quite efficient. Each locomotive pulled 60 freight cars and, in a 3-month period, could be expected to make 9 round trips to the coastal defense lines in the west and north. He multiplied by 14 out-of-service locomotives and came up with something more than 7,000 lost carloads. And this sort of thing, he assumed, would happen throughout the French rail system. The transport officer wasn't such a bad fellow. In all likelihood, he would have appreciated, once restored to his more reflective self, the words of the saboteur's British briefing officer as he reviewed the plaque tournante procedure. "For want of a nail, dear boy," and all that sort of thing. In the winter of 1944, on a night when the mountain was still and silent, when snow hung thick on the pine boughs and white fields shone blue in the moonlight, Khristo Stoianev went to war, as they'd meant him to do. The priest who had released him from a cell in the Santé prison had barely spoken, but the intent of the action was self-evident. He was free to fight the common enemy. The time and place he must choose for himself. Khristo sometimes thought about the priest, a small, stooped man, unremarkable, invisible, a perfect emissary for Voluta, his church, and NOV, the Polish nationalist organization. Khristo knew that someone had kept track of him, had known he was in the Santé, but that was no surprise. His training and experience gave him, when the time was right, a certain value, and the NOV priests would be aware of that value. Priests made excellent intelligence officers, he knew. The Vatican was said to have the world's finest intelligence service, calling on the accumulated experience of 7 centuries. Father Voluta. It seemed a strange idea. But Ilya had claimed it to be so, and Ilya knew things. Others certainly had been set free from French prisons as the German tank columns neared Paris and the fall of France was imminent. Like Khristo, they had been jailed because they were dangerous. Now, for the same reason, they were released. It was one of the first ways a defeated country could fight back. That the French had let him go at the behest of the Poles surprised him not at all. The two conquered nations were old friends, sharing a taste for romanticism and idealism that had got them every sort of misery for 100 years. But they shared also a near-pathological conviction that romanticism and idealism would in time be triumphant, which made for a battered old friendship, but a durable one. Khristo walked quietly from the bedroom of the old house that had been his refuge, the polished wood floor cold on his bare feet, and dressed from a large closet in the adjoining alcove. Thick wool socks, corduroy trousers, suitable for working dogs in the field, a gentleman's rough wear, wool sweater, and an old coat, shapeless but warm. Good high boots that laced up tight. From a peg on the inside of the closet door he took a Hungarian machine pistol, Pistoli M43, on a leather strap. It had cost 4 chickens, 3 dozen eggs, and a bottle of brandy, but it made them comfortable to have a weapon in the house. He smiled as he handled it. Sophie had oiled the cheap wooden stock as though it belonged to a fine gun kept on an estate. But then Sophie had altered the corduroy trousers so that he could wear them, had knitted the sweater and the socks, unraveling fashionable items from better days in order to do so, and, come to that, had polished the floor as well. All her life she had done these things, and saw no reason to stop just because of the war. Perhaps the war was all the more reason to do them. He took 4 loaded magazines from the closet shelf and put 2 in each pocket of the coat, then tiptoed down the hall to Sophie's bedroom to say goodbye. Her bed was empty, a heavy comforter folded neatly at the foot. Next door, where Marguerite slept, it was the same. He listened and, very faintly, heard the sound of plates and silverware in the kitchen on the first floor. Years of service, he realized, had schooled the sisters in the preparation of breakfast without waking the house. Prison had changed him. He came to understand that on his first day of freedom. The Niko Petrov papers were no longer of use, so he walked restlessly about the streets of the city, frantic knots of people on one block, deserted silence on the next, as it waited to see what occupation might bring. Eventually he found a young man approximately his height and size, and strong-armed him in a doorway, taking his passport. He bought glue in a papeterie, then found a café, pried his photograph from the Nansen document, and made himself a French passport. The franking marks across the corner of the picture did not quite match, but one had to look carefully to see that. He ordered a steak, ate it so fast he barely noticed the taste, then left the café with the steak knife in his pocket. A few blocks away he found a mont de piété, mountain of piety, as the French ironically termed their pawnshops, held a knife to the pawnbroker's throat, and stole a small French pistol. He could have bought it. He had money from the priest, but he knew that money meant survival, and he intended to survive. Nearby he saw a finely dressed gentleman getting into a car, held him at bay with a pistol, and drove away in the car. A 5-year-old Simca Wheat, dark blue, with nearly a full tank of gas. For as long as he was able, he drove south and west, away from the advancing Germans, headed for the coast or perhaps Spain. He would accept whatever the fates offered. But the farther south he drove, the worse the nightmare. The roads were clogged with people and their possessions. Cars had been pushed into the fields when they would no longer run. Abandoned cats and dogs were everywhere. He saw a woman pushing a baby carriage with a grandfather clock in it. He saw unburied dead by the side of the road, bloated and fly-blown in the early summer heat. The anarchy of flight was exacerbated by Stuka bombing runs on the refugee columns, so that people had to run for the ditches, and here and there a tower of smoke rose into the sky from a burning car. The Germans had learned the tactic in Spain, refined it in Poland. Clogged roads made reinforcement and supply impossible. Tanks would simply not drive over their own people, at least not in this part of Europe. So the Stukas' objective was to sow panic and terror among the fleeing civilians, and they buzzed low along the roads for a long while before they used their machine guns or dropped a bomb. This effort was aided on the ground by German agents who spread horror stories and rumors among the civilian population. Khristo came upon such a man at dusk on the first night, holding the terrified attention of a small group of refugees by the roadside with stories of German atrocities. Khristo stopped the car and stood at the edge of the crowd and listened to him, a master storyteller who didn't miss a detail. The screams, the blood, the horror. He was a heavy, blunt-featured man who clearly enjoyed his work and was adept at it. When Khristo could no longer bear the looks on the faces of the listeners, he pushed his way through the crowd and took the man by the scruff of the neck. "This man is trying to frighten you," he said. "Don't you see that?" They stared at him, paralyzed, not understanding anything at all. In disgust, Khristo marched the man behind a tree and chopped his pistol's trigger guard across the bridge of the man's nose. The man yelped and ran away across the field, bleeding all over himself. But when Khristo turned back to the crowd, he saw that they too had run away. He had frightened them, had only made it worse. On the second day, somewhere on the N52, where it ran along the Loire between Blois and Tours, the car began to stall. All day it had crept along in first and second gears, stopping and starting, locked in the stream of cars and bicycles and people on foot. By now the Simca was full and heavy. A mother and daughter, the latter having somehow injured her knee, a wounded French artilleryman who sang to keep their spirits up, and an old woman with a small, frightened dog that whined continually. His passengers got out of the car and sat in a resigned group among the roadside weeds while he opened the hood. The smell of singed metal from the engine reminded him of the flight from Madrid, only here no little man on a bicycle showed up to help. Perhaps it wants water, he thought, treating it more like a horse than a car. Someone volunteered a bottle, and he slithered down the bank to the edge of the Loire, holding the bottle against the gravel and letting water trickle in. It was peaceful by the river. Cicadas whirred in the heat. A small breeze stirred the air. "Ah, monsieur, thank God you have come." He turned toward the voice and discovered the woman he would come to know as Sophie. She looked to be in her middle 50s, with anxious eyes and a broad, placid face. She wore a good dress, black with white polka dots, sweated through in circles beneath the arms. He must have looked puzzled, for she elaborated, "We have been praying very hard, you see." "Oh?" "Please," she said urgently, "there's little time." Around the curve of the river he found another woman, similar to the first, though perhaps somewhat younger, he took them to be sisters, and an old man in a formal white suit laid back against the grassy bank. His tie was undone, and his face was the color of paper. The younger woman was fanning him with his hat. Khristo knelt by his side and placed 2 fingers against the pulse in his neck. The beat was faint and very fast, and the man was comatose. an occasional flutter of the eyelids the only sign of life. "I'm afraid I can do nothing," he said. "This man is dying. He needs to be in hospital." The elder sister answered a little impatiently, "We know he is dying, but he must receive unction, you see, the last rites, so that his soul may rest peacefully in heaven." Khristo scratched his head. The women reminded him of nuns, innocent and strong-willed at once. "I am not a priest, madame. I'm sorry." The elder sister nodded. "That we can see, but my sister and I are Protestant, and we do not know the proper ceremony for these matters." He turned back toward the man. "I cannot say it in French," he said. "No matter," the elder sister replied. "God hears all languages." Then, as a slightly horrified afterthought, "You are Catholic, of course." "Of course," he said. He was Bulgarian Eastern Orthodox, closer to Catholicism than a Protestant in theory, but the rites were different and the customs not at all the same. From his training he knew that European Catholics expected Hail Mary and Our Father and an act of contrition. What he was able to offer, however, were predsmurtna molitva, prayers for the dying. There should have been soboroat, elders, present to pray a dying man into the next world. But God would have to forgive this requirement. As for the prayers themselves, they were supposed to be improvisational, in whatever form was appropriate to those present. He therefore leaned close to the man, whispering so quietly that the sisters could not hear him, and asked God to ease his entry into heaven, to forgive him his sins, and to unite him with those he'd loved in this life who had preceded him. Finally, returning to the Catholic tradition, he anointed the man with river water in place of holy oil, touching his face in the sign of the cross and saying, in French, "In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit." The man's lips were cold as snow, and Khristo suppressed a shiver. "Go to God," he added, then stood, indicating that the ritual was concluded. Both sisters were weeping silently, dabbing at their eyes with small white handkerchiefs. "Poor Monsieur Dreux," the younger sister spoke for the first time. "His heart—" "It is the war," the other sister said. "Was he your husband?" Khristo asked. "No," the elder answered. "Our employer. For many years he was as a father to us." "What will you do?" They simply wept. Finally, Sophie, the elder sister, said, "Monsieur Dreux intended that we should go to the little house. We would have been safe there. We tried, but we could not make way. Everyone wants to go west. Monsieur Dreux tried to drive the car all the way from Bordeaux, but the strain on him, the planes, the people on the road." Something in her voice, in the inflection of petite maison, caught his attention. "Little house?" "In the mountains, to the east, towards Strasbourg. There is no road there, you see, and no people, just an old man who chops the wood." "Charlot," the younger sister offered. "Yes, Charlot." "How would you live?" he asked. "Well, there is every sort of food in tins. Monsieur Dreux always saw to that. One must be prepared for eventualities, he used to say. Some day there will be turmoil, he said, another revolution. He said it every summer, when we all went up there to clean the house and air the linen. Monsieur Dreux had great faith in air, especially the air one finds in the mountains. 'Breathe in,' he would say." Both sisters smiled sadly at the memory. East, he thought. No one was going east. Perhaps if they took the country lanes between the north-south highways. No road. Tinned food. In his mind, the words narrowed to a single concept: sanctuary. But there was his own group to consider. He would not simply toss them from the Simca. "Have you an automobile?" he asked. "Oh, yes, up on the road, a very grand automobile. A Daimler, it is called. Can you drive such a car?" Sophie stared at him with anxious eyes. He nodded yes. The younger sister cleared her throat. The knuckles of her reddened hands showed white as she twisted the handkerchief. "Are you a gentleman, monsieur?" "Oh, yes," he said, "very much so." "Thank God," she whispered. He went up onto the road and inspected the great black Daimler, polished and shimmering in the midday sun. The gas gauge indicated the tank was a little less than half full, but he knew they would have to take their chances with fuel, no matter what. And if his own money didn't hold out, he was certain Monsieur Dreux had provided amply for the run to his mountain retreat. And if he had any question at all about the change of plan, a visit to his fellow refugees, gathered about the Simca, answered it for him. At the direction of the old lady with the dog, they had pooled their money, purchased a pair of draft horses from a nearby farm, and were in the process of harnessing the animals to the car's bumper. Khristo explained that he would be leaving them and gave the car keys to the old lady, who now assumed command of the vehicle. They all wished him well, embracing him and shaking his hand. As he walked back toward the river, the artilleryman called out, "Vive la France!" and Khristo turned and saluted him. At the river he waited patiently with Sophie and Marguerite, and, as the sun went down, the old man died peacefully. Using the Daimler's tire iron and their hands, they scratched out a shallow grave by the river and laid him to rest. Khristo found a piece of board by the roadside and carved an inscription with the knife stolen from a Paris café. Antonin Dreux, 1869 to 1940. The sisters had cared for Monsieur Dreux for more than 30 years. Thus Khristo, as his replacement, found himself pampered to an extraordinary degree. The old man had been the last of a long line of grain négociants in the city of Bordeaux, and the family had acquired significant wealth over time. Dreux himself had been, according to Sophie, something of an eccentric, at times a theosophist, a vegetarian, a socialist, a follower of Uspenskian mysticism, a devotee of tarot, the Ouija board, and especially seances. He spoke to his departed mother at least once a month, claiming to receive business direction from her. Whatever the source of his commercial wisdom, he had prospered in good times and bad. He had never married, though Khristo had a strong suspicion that he had been the lover of both his servants. Dreux had also believed that a great social upheaval would overtake Europe, and to this end had obtained the little house in the southern Vosges mountains, a long way from anything, and stocked it with food, firewood, and kerosene for the lamps. Thus, in the first months of occupation, Khristo had lived on canned Polish hams, tinned Vienna sausage and Brussels sprouts, and aged wheels of Haute-Savoie cheese. The well-stocked wine cellar he knew from his time at Heininger was exceptional, and the three of them often got tipsy around the fire in the evenings. As time passed, he ventured out, walking many miles to a tiny hamlet, itself a mile or so from any road, populated by the sort of mountain people who have been interbreeding for too many generations. He became known as Dreux's nephew, Christophe, and was simply accepted as another eccentric from up there. When their tins of food at last ran out, they bought a rooster and several hens, a milk cow, enough seed for a large garden, and replaced staples as necessary at the little village. Khristo journeyed only once into Épinal, the nearest town of any size, to buy a weapon on the black market and to see the Germans for himself. In the sparse occasional gossip of the mountain village, he heard little of résistance, so bided his time and turned his attention to matters of daily existence. By the end of 1941, Khristo and the two sisters had fallen into a rhythm of rural obligations. Wood had to be chopped, weeds pulled, animals fed, vegetables canned. The roof needed repair, a root cellar had to be built. Once you had chickens, you needed a chicken house, and then, local predators were abundant, a strong fence. Given the absence of ready-made materials, improvisation was the order of the day, and every new project demanded endless ingenuity. Such demands constituted for Khristo a kind of paradise. By turning his hand to unending chores, he gradually cured his spirit of the black despair that had descended on it in the Santé prison. Down below in mountain villages and valley towns, the war subsided to the numbing routine of occupation. Twice in 1942, he left the mountain and contrived to make contact with Maquis units, but in both instances he found himself confronted with the political realities of the early resistance. The active groups in the region were dedicated communists, fighting both to defeat the Germans and to obtain political power for themselves. They were suspicious of him. He turned aside their ideological questions, and could find no way to be forthcoming about his past. When further meetings were suggested in remote areas, he did not attend. But by the fall of 1942, he had determined to put his caution aside and join the fighting, no matter the danger. His conscience gnawed at him, and the peaceful joys of his existence turned bitter. He fabricated a history that could not, he thought, be vetted by the Maquis organizations, and prepared himself to withstand hostile interrogation. The fabrication was, however, not to be tested. He spent the late fall and early winter in bed. A yellow blush tinged his cheekbones, his kidneys throbbed with pain, and his physical energy simply drained away. The two sisters cared for him as best they could. He would emerge from bouts of fever to find Sophie wiping the perspiration from his body with a damp cloth. He was, during the worst moments, delirious, joining a spirit world where every age of his life returned to him in vivid form and color, and he called out to childhood friends and NKVD officers as they floated brightly past his vision. He was again a waiter in Paris, wept at Alexandra's absence, rode his father across the Dunav, and hung his head in shame in the Vidin schoolhouse. "Who is May?" Sophie asked tenderly when he woke to reality on a winter afternoon. He whispered that he did not know. On another occasion, a week later, or perhaps a month, he had lost track of time, he came to his senses to discover both sisters huddled against the bedroom wall, their eyes wide with fright. What had he said? Had he confessed to phantom deeds or real ones? With all his meager strength, he turned himself toward them and held out his hands, pleading silently for forgiveness. He recovered slowly. It was June before he could properly strip the udder on the milk cow. Rebuilding a sawhorse, he counted 20 hammer strokes before a nail was thoroughly driven. He had all his life taken physical strength for granted and was appalled at how slowly it returned to him. At times he feared he would never again be the same. Then, in the late autumn of 1943, they had a visitor, a boy from the village down below. After a whispered conference, he was invited in and fed lavishly. The food and wine made him loquacious. He had come to enlist the services of Christophe for the Combrin Maquis, he said. Everyone could do something, even Christophe. There were Sten magazines to be loaded, bicycle wheels to be repaired. He spoke grandly of one Lucien who would lead them to glory in forays against the hated Germans. Christophe might well be allowed, after sufficient service, to fire one of the formidable Stens. Khristo only pretended to mull it over. There was a debt to be paid to a French priest, more particularly to those whose sacrifices had enabled him to appear at the Santé, and Khristo meant to repay it by service in the one trade he knew. Thus, on a clear night in December, he ate fresh bread and warm milk in the kitchen, accepted the tearful embraces of Sophie and Marguerite, and long before dawn walked out across the fields with a machine pistol slung over his shoulder. His boots crunched the hard crust of snow, and he marched in time, the brilliant moonlight casting a soldier's shadow before him. They operated quietly in the first months of 1944. The Plaque Tournant operation had been one of an enormous range of Anglo-American actions concentrated over a period of a few days, including operations against railroads, factories, shipping, and communications. An intelligence feint, the first in a series leading up to the Allied landing in occupied Europe. The Germans knew a major attack was coming, but the when and where factors were critical, and the chief Allied intelligence mission was to create a structure in which deceptions could succeed. At the London intelligence bases, they knew that pins went up on maps in the Abwehr- and Sicherheitsdienst SS analysis centers, where they understood intelligence feints and deceptions quite well themselves. Thus, some of the operations had to be transparent, some translucent, and others opaque. In certain instances, all three characteristics could be combined in a single action. The technique was not new. The tactics of deception and disinformation and special operations behind enemy lines had been well known and used by Hannibal in the Punic Wars against the Romans. All in all, it was like an orchestra led by an invisible conductor. Sometimes the violins played, sometimes the reeds disappeared. And it drove the Germans slightly mad, which it was also intended to do. Locomotives were not the principal objective in the attack on the Gruyère rail yards. This was not sabotage general. It was sabotage specific. The actual target was an ammunition train making up in the yards from various parts of occupied Europe and due to leave 48 hours after the attack, bound for the defense lines that protected a span of beaches in Normandy. There would be no major landing in winter. The Germans knew that. But they also knew about dress rehearsals. And the Plaque Tournant action, along with others that week, was ultimately read as a deceptive action, meant to mislead German planners into believing that a dress rehearsal was in progress for a future attack against the sheltered beaches at the edge of the Cotentin Peninsula, precisely where, 6 months later, they were to take place. German intelligence in the Epinal region was not able to find out precisely who had attacked the Gruyère yards, but gossip did reach them, was intended to reach them, that it was no more than a bunch of village toughs led by a low-level special operations technician. They sent a platoon up to Combrin, one of several villages that interested them, but the Maquis lookouts on the road passed the word, and the group took to the brush with time to spare, cramming themselves into a woodcutter's hut high up on the mountain and waiting it out. Combrin, covered by a thin layer of snow, was even less impressive than Combrin in its normal condition. The German officer looked in the houses, and smelled the smells, and saw frightened eyes peering from doorways, and the chicken sitting on the fountain, and, with Teutonic respect for symbols, of power or insignificance, wrote it off. So, ultimately, in Berlin it was a white pin they stuck in Gruyère, and not a red one. The information was wired back from Berlin to counter-espionage field units in the Belfort sector, and because a Polish factory worker had stolen a German cipher machine at the very start of the war, and Polish and British cryptanalysts had broken the codes, the Allies knew they'd succeeded, and put a pin in their own map. Adenbaugh's mission called for ongoing operations at a low level, so, in response to a coded limelight message, he continued to harass the Schluss. But gently, gently. A telephone pole cut down. Children's jacks with sharpened points strewn about to blow the tires of the telephone repair vehicle. The occasional tree felled across the road, which halted supply columns while convoy troops plodded through the snowy woods, making sure there wasn't a nasty surprise around the curve. There was no ambush, just a tree. But it kept the Germans nervous, kept them busy, kept them frustrated. What they were getting that winter were pranks at a level calculated to exclude reprisal against civilians. The Combrin Maquis blew up the Coeur d'Aiguille, metal castings that enabled the switching of locomotives from track to track. They pry-barred rails apart, so that a locomotive plowed up hundreds of ties as it derailed, then left a charge behind for the railroad crane that would arrive to put the damage right. But only a small charge, meant to damage a wheel, to keep the huge thing out of action for a week. They also, under Adenbaugh's close direction, recruited new members. Ulysse, in their second meeting, at a commercial travelers' hotel between Belfort and Epinal, altered the Kit Fox mission by relieving Adenbaugh from any further attempt to install a collier. That assignment had been an error. Adenbaugh had all he could do to operate his own small group, and find and train new maquisards. He got all sorts. There were soldiers of fortune, called condottieri in traditional intelligence parlance, former criminals who hoped to make their fortunes in wartime targets of opportunity. There were everyday citizens who had held themselves out of the fighting until they saw which way the wind was blowing and now rushed to get in on things before it was too late. Service in the underground, they now saw, would count professionally after the war. Such types were called, with some contempt, naphthalenes, mothballs. Meanwhile, the Combrin Maquis, the original group in the immediate area, lest anyone forget, strutted about grandly with cigarettes stuck in one corner of the mouth, eyes well slitted, and stens slung diagonally across the back, mountain style. Mountain style. Better because it left the hands free, enabling one to move swiftly and safely on the treacherous paths, better for riding a horse or a mule, and better because that was the way it had always been done there, since the time the village ancestors had slung muskets across their backs and gone off to fight as chasseurs, mountain troops, in the Grande Armée of Napoleon, against the ancestors of the very Germans that were fighting in 1944. You had to learn the mountains. The new recruits, installed on straw mattresses throughout the houses of the village, were certainly patriotic and surely brave. But they were flatlanders, ignorant of the ways of the high forest, the sudden blizzards, the white mist that struck a man virtually blind. They had to be trained, and the Combrin Maquis were pleased to take on the training mission. One day in late January, Daniel Vaux and La Brebis took two of the new recruits, Christophe, the nephew of the old loon who'd built a house up on a neighboring mountain, and Fusari, a dark-skinned Corsican from Saint-Dié, out on practice maneuvers. The objective was to teach them some mountain lore and to familiarize them with the network of deer trails that ran through the forest between the road and the village. The day was crisp and cold, the sky bright, a good morning to be in the forest. And Daniel Vaux and La Brebis traveled down the path at great speed, testing the stamina of their pupils by setting a fast pace and, consequently, leaving them far behind. A good lesson. Let them struggle. They had to learn to be part goat in this region. It could well save their lives. The two maquisards would glide down a section of path, then wait for the other two, who would arrive panting and red-faced. Just as they came into view, Daniel would say, "Rest period over, time to go," and set out again, leaving the novices to get along as best they could, leg muscles twanging from the shock of a downhill lope. The German officer, no one really saw his rank, was bird-watching on his day off. Daniel and La Brebis came around a corner of the path, and there he was, attended by a bored Feldwebel, probably his driver, who leaned against a tree and picked his nails, while his superior alternately peered into the sky through binoculars and consulted a field guide on birds of the southern Vosges. He was in search of a species of mountain hawk often seen in the region, which concerned the villagers only insofar as it competed for the available stock of brown hair. The two Germans and the two maquisards saw each other at about the same moment, and for a long second they froze, and nothing happened. It took each of them some time to realize they were in the presence of enemies because they were engaged in innocent pastimes, simply not at war that day. It was less than strange to meet a French boy and girl on a mountain path, and all would have been well, but for the Stens. The officer, a little to one side of the path, for a better view up through the pines, got a good look at the weapons, and it wasn't very long before he came to understand exactly what they meant. There followed a moment of comedy. The officer, scrabbling at the flap of his holster, the Feldwebel attempting to grab his rifle, resting butt down against a tree, and knocking it over. Daniel and Brebis having the most difficult time of all, trying to struggle free of their slung weapons. It took them a hopelessly long time to do so, and in fact, they never did manage it. The officer drew his pistol, thumbed the safety off, shot each of them once, then ran away down the trail, the Feldwebel galloping after, dragging his rifle along the ground by its strap. Khristo heard the shots and dove off the path, landing on his belly with a machine pistol pointing in the direction of the gunfire. Fusari he could not see. He heard below him the sounds of flight and a series of moans. It took him a minute to sort it out. Someone had fired. Someone else had run away. Since those who fled were headed downhill toward the road, he assumed they were the enemy and that the moaning was coming from Daniel or La Brebis, one or both of whom were hit. Both. He circled wide of the trail and came in from the flank. Fusari arrived from the other direction at about the same time. Khristo gestured down the trail, and Fusari took off in that direction, crouched, moving quickly and gracefully. It was clear to Khristo that he was not new at this. The guide to birds of the southern Vosges lay open on the ground, along with Daniel Vaux's Sten gun. Daniel lay flat on his stomach. He looked at Khristo, a plea in his eyes. "Please help me." La Brebis seemed worse off, lying on her back across Daniel's lower legs, head hung backward, treading her feet like a nursing cat. She had covered her face with her hands and was moaning softly every few seconds. "Be careful with her," Daniel said. "Are you hurt badly?" He shook his head that he didn't know. "She has my legs pinned," he said. "It's somewhere down there." "Is there a doctor in the village?" "A midwife." He circled Danielle and knelt by La Brebis and gently pulled her hands away. It was very bad. She had been shot in the face. Just below and to the outside of the right nostril, a red bead of flesh extruded from a puffy circle shaded blue at its exterior edge. Suddenly she grabbed hold of his wrists and gagged. He realized she was swallowing blood, shook one of his hands loose, and raised her head. "Thank you," she breathed. "Can you spit it out?" She tried, but couldn't manage, a string of red saliva hanging from her lower lip. He took his other hand back and cleaned her mouth, then wiped away the water that ran from her eyes. "It is the wound," she said. "I do not weep." "I know," he said. Very gently he opened her mouth. There was a swollen ridge across the top of her palate. He reached around her head and probed gently in the hair at the base of her skull, looking for an exit wound, but couldn't find anything. God only knew where the bullet was. Somewhere inside her face. He realized that Fusari was standing above him, breathing hard. "They're gone," he said. "I heard the car take off." Khristo nodded. It meant they would be back in force, perhaps in an hour or a little less. He said to Daniel, "I don't want to move her. Is she crushing her legs?" "I don't feel anything," he said. "Can you move your feet, your toes?" "No." His heart sank. Fusari swore softly. From the trail above him he heard running footsteps. The sound of the shots had apparently reached them. The cold air carried sound much as water did. Lucien, the American, and Gilbert came galloping down the path a few moments later. The former was pale and shaken. Gilbert carried a Sten and a tattered old book with its covers missing. "What happened?" Lucien asked, breathless. Daniel told him. La Brebis laid her head back in Khristo's arms. One side of her face had swollen so that her right eye was a slit, and she was beginning to struggle for breath as the damaged passages swelled shut. Khristo spoke to Gilbert, who was hunting through his book, a medical manual belonging to the village for many years, used primarily to set broken bones and to treat burns. "Is there a doctor?" "In Épinal," Gilbert answered. "You better get him," Khristo said. La Brebis was dying. Lucien spoke. "We must bring them down there," he said. "No," Gilbert said. "It's impossible. The Schleurs will be all over the place, and they'll be here soon enough. They've seen the Stens." "Where's the truck?" Lucien said. "By the logging, on the other side of the road. Is there gasoline?" "A little." "Let's go," he said. "Did you not hear me?" Gilbert asked. "It doesn't matter. We're going. Christophe and Fusari take La Brebis. Gilbert and I will follow with Daniel." "Lucien," Gilbert said, grim, "they'll get us all." "No, they won't." Daniel said, "I'm sorry, Lucien. We didn't—" They waited while Lucien ran back up the path and warned the village that a German search party would be coming. The remainder of the Maquis and the new recruits took the arms and ammunition and moved up the mountain. Alceste Vaux was not told of his brother's wound. He would have demanded to accompany them to Épinal, and there were already too many of them for the old truck. When Lucien returned, they carried the wounded down the path, across the road, and loaded them carefully into the back of the truck. They covered themselves with a canvas tarp, while Gilbert drove alone in the cab. The ride down the mountain road seemed to go on forever. The brakes were virtually useless on the steep curves, and every time Gilbert downshifted, the flywheels screamed and threatened to blow the transmission all over the road. The truck swayed and bounced. Khristo lay on his side in the darkness beneath the tarpaulin and tried to keep La Brebis' head from moving with the truck's motion, but it was a losing battle. In the beginning, she cried out when they were jolted by a downshift, but as they went farther down the mountain, she made no sound at all, and Khristo could feel her skin growing cold. Let her die, he thought. His training told him to sacrifice one in order to save another, and to stop might put all their lives in jeopardy. But this was Lucien's decision, he realized, and finally he shifted over next to him, and raising his voice above the truck's roaring motor, said, "Lucien, Brebis is asphyxiating. She won't make it." Lucien's voice answered a moment later, "Are you sure?" "No, but feel how cold she is." "It could be shock." "It could be, but I think it's her windpipe closing up." When there was no immediate answer, he tried to help Lucien make a decision. "We can still save Danielle if we continue." "No," Lucien said. He crawled along the truck bed, then reached out from beneath the tarp and pounded on the rear window of the cab. Gilbert slowed. They could feel him pumping the brakes gingerly, then pulled off the road onto the grassy shoulder. The truck was canted at a dangerous angle, and Gilbert raced the engine so it would not stall. On the other side of the road, a German staff car and a truckload of soldiers tore past, but they paid no heed to the truck by the side of the road. "Hold her head," Lucien said. Khristo cradled her head in his lap and pressed his hands against the sides of her face. Fusari crawled over next to him and raised the edge of the tarp to let in some light. Lucien reached into his pocket and brought out a cheap fountain pen. He unscrewed the two halves, then broke off the nib end and cleaned up the shattered edge as best he could with a knife. He pulled his shirt-tail out and wiped ink from the open tube he'd fashioned. Khristo could see that his hands were shaking. "Ready?" Lucien said. Khristo nodded. "Open her mouth." Khristo pulled her teeth apart. He could see Lucien sweating in the cold air as he pressed Brebis' tongue down with his left index finger. When he forced the tube down the back of her throat, the pain brought her back from stupor, and she screamed, a hoarse, choking sound that made Khristo shudder. When Lucien withdrew his hand, there was blood on it. Lucien wasted no time. He pounded on the cab window again, and Gilbert moved back out on the road while Fusari resettled the tarp, and they were in darkness once again. La Brebis tried to move her hand to her mouth, but Khristo held tightly to her wrist. "Just breathe," he whispered by her ear. "Can you?" After a moment, she moved her head up and down to tell him that she could. In Épinal, they heard the sounds of other vehicles and bicycle bells, and the truck slowed, bumping along the cobbled streets. At last, Gilbert made as if to park, swinging over toward the curb. Then, suddenly, he took off quickly with all the acceleration the old engine could muster. Khristo let go of the wounded girl and found the grip of his machine pistol. But nothing happened. They drove for several minutes, then rolled to a stop. Khristo peeked beneath the tarp and saw the Épinal railroad station. At Lucien's direction, Fusari checked out the other side and reported that Gilbert was entering the Hôtel de la Gare, which was, Khristo knew, to be found across the street from virtually every railway station in France. Some minutes later, Gilbert appeared at the back of the truck and spoke in an undertone. "There was a Geste car parked in front of the doctor's office. They know there's been a gunshot wound. I'm going to drive around to the back of the hotel. Once we get there, move quickly and get them inside." The truck inched down a narrow alley, cornered, and stopped. They threw the tarp off and saw two men in dark suits with pistols in their hands. Khristo immediately armed his weapon and covered them. "What's this?" Lucien asked. "Pimps," Gilbert answered, climbing up on the truck bed to help with the wounded. "We're at the Épinal whorehouse. It's the only place in town where the doctor comes, and no questions asked. They've already sent one of the girls to get him." They carried Brebis and Daniel through the small bar that adjoined the lobby, then upstairs to a dingy room with faded wallpaper. A mustached man in long underwear jumped out of the bed when they entered the room. "See here," he said. "Take a walk," one of the pimps answered, showing the man his pistol. "This is for France." A heavy woman in a dressing gown appeared as they lowered the wounded to the rumpled bed. Without a word, she handed the customer a sheaf of 10-franc notes. He in turn drew himself up to his full dignity, baggy underdrawers and all. "Never," he said with great solemnity, slapped the money back into the woman's hand, saluted crisply, and marched from the room. February in the mountains was like a white island, cut off from time, lifeless, inert, a place where snow showered from the pine boughs, a place where the wind died and the water froze to perfect crystalline ice. In Combrin, Khristo Stoianev kept to himself. He lived like the rest of the village on turnips and rutabagas. Sometimes there was bread. Most of the recruits had been sent home, with instructions to return after the March thaw, because the village food stocks could not support them. But Khristo and the Corsican Fusari were asked to stay. The shooting of La Brebis and Daniel Vaux continued to reverberate in Combrin, and not in comfortable ways. They had both survived, for which everyone was thankful, but Daniel had been wounded in the spine, would never walk again, and Gilbert's young wife had taken this very badly. She had been, everyone supposed, Daniel's lover, and her broken heart showed for all to see. This situation oppressed Gilbert's domestic life to a painful degree, and he was rumored to have shifted his sleeping quarters to the bed of the strange servant girl who lived in the house. The doctor had arrived within minutes that day at the Hôtel de la Gare, a white-haired professeur of a man who wore an old-fashioned silk vest beneath his suit. He had patched up La Brebis as best he could, then ordered both wounded removed to a convent near the town of Vittel, some 20 miles distant, and there operated on Daniel Vaux. Both had remained and were said to be recovering as well as could be expected. The family of La Brebis, the Bonnet clan, muttered continually of revenge on her behalf. Gilbert and Lucien resisted, reluctant to attack the Germans in this way, fearing what they would do to the village in return. The murder of an individual German soldier had elsewhere in France been repaid by the killing of more than 100 civilians, a high price for the Bonnet honor. But the stalemate could not last indefinitely, and late one afternoon an aristocratic Frenchman appeared in Combrin. Tall, hawk-faced, silver-haired, even in February wearing a fine topcoat over his shoulders like a cape. He was accompanied by a bodyguard called Albert, a watchful man with lank brown hair parted in the middle, a café waiter's mustache, and eyes the color of the winter sea. He carried a short-barreled pump shotgun, a weapon never before seen in the village, what birds you could get with that, and wore a Walther pistol in an armpit holster. The killer, they called him, when he wasn't around to hear. He reminded Khristo of his past, which now in February seemed like another life lived by another man. With war in Russia, he thought, they must all be dead by now. Sasha, Drazen Kulik, all the others from Arbat Street, perhaps not Ilya. Ilya would always find a way to survive. And he rather thought Voluta was alive somewhere. He was like air, hard to get hold of and thus hard to kill. What, he wondered, would they think of this American, who called himself Lucien? For he was surely not French. No Frenchman ever walked like that, free-striding, body leaning forward. And he was not British. He did not have the British face, that odd, speculative stillness. He was apparently what Khristo had been, an intelligence officer, sent, no doubt, to organize and focus resistance to the Germans. And he was approximately Khristo's age, yet he was very different. His training was different. There was another angle to him. He was nothing like Sasha Vornets, or Yasyritsa, or Ozanov, nor was he like Roddy Fitzware. What made him distinct, in Khristo's eyes, was his decision to save the lives of the two wounded villagers. at not so much jeopardy to his life, that was expected, as jeopardy to his mission, that was not expected. And it was wrong, an error, but it was the nature of the error that provoked Khristo's curiosity. The man's component parts, compassion interwoven with aggression, reminded him of Fay Burns, who could be sentimental one moment and entirely practical the next. He had thought her personality to be singular, but he now understood that she was one of a class. To which add Winnie Beale, who had, on the spur of the moment, committed an entirely altruistic act and could have died for her trouble. A wealthy bitch suddenly swept away by unselfish courage in the face of a machine gun. The combination was attractive, very appealing, but in the case of Lucien, he had to wonder how it managed to resolve itself to the crueler exigencies of intelligence work. The French aristocrat, in Khristo's experienced eyes, seemed to be Lucien's superior. But that was not so very unusual. His own experience of being a non-national in another country's service supported that observation. During the 3 days the man stayed at the village, he spent most of his time soothing one or another of the Bonnet family, explaining to them the facts of life in regard to revenge killings. But he also sought Khristo out, chatted with him now and again in the most general sort of way, and finally invited him to have a brandy at Gilbert's house. When Khristo arrived, after a turnip supper, he discovered that Gilbert and his family were absent, as was Lucien. The brandy was a gift from heaven. He'd spent most of his nights in the mountains as close to a fire as he could get, but it was the first time in many weeks that both sides of him were warm at the same moment. It was private at Gilbert's house. There was only the light of the fire, a big one, Gilbert was liberal with his wood, reflected in the frost flowers that covered the small window-panes. As Khristo sipped at the aristocrat's brandy and relished the warmth that crept through his body, the Frenchman took a pouch of tobacco from his pocket and rolled 2 cigarettes. The smell reached Khristo all the way from the man's lap. Majorca. Dark tobacco, strong, and there was no mistaking the aroma. Silently, the man handed him a cigarette, then extended a gold lighter. "Do you like it?" the man said. "Oh, yes. Just like home, eh?" Khristo sat for a time and stared into the fire. There'd been no doubt in his mind that this would happen eventually, that he would be challenged to explain who he was. He would never be considered French, perhaps by the villagers, but never by someone who knew the world. And you had to be somebody, you had to belong somewhere. You had to have a nationality of some sort. Even in heaven, he thought, where St. Peter is the border guard. He discovered that he was angry, not so much at the Frenchman as at the circumstances of his own existence. He looked into the aristocrat's eyes for a moment, and realized suddenly that the man was in Coimbra not to gentle the Bonnet clan, but to find out about him. "Very well," he thought, "you shall find out." "I'm not Russian," he said, holding the Majorca cigarette in the air between them to show the man that his tactics were well understood. "No? No. I am from Bulgaria. A possession of Turkey for centuries, now an ally of the Germans, soon to belong to someone else. It is the bulwark of southeastern Europe, Christian Europe, against Islam. It is a neighbor and often an enemy of Greece, your conquered ally. It has always been greatly desired by Russia, your unconquered ally. Romania, its northern neighbor and sometime enemy, was most recently the domain of British interests, even though the Romanian ruling class looks to France for their culture and has sided with Germany in this war. It is also part of the Balkans, and the southwestern area of the country has tended to be sympathetic to the interests of Macedonia, divided between Greece and Yugoslavia, a country presently occupied by Germany, with willing assistance from the Croatian minority, except for those Croats who are communist and fight with Tito, whose father was a Serb and mother a Croat. And yes, I like the tobacco quite well." The aristocrat nodded to himself for a moment. Something or other had been confirmed. "You are, sir, something of a politician." "I am, sir, a lot of things. But that, thank God, is not one of them." The man across from him laughed appreciatively, then leaned forward. "I am not here to interrogate you, and I am not accusing you. I am only concerned with the politics at hand, not the politics of the Balkans. You must understand that in France there are several resistance movements, Catholic, Communist, Gaullist, even those who would restore the Bourbon monarchy. We make common cause against the Germans, but the day is coming when the future of this country will be decided, and it will be decided by those who come out of the conflict with the greatest strength. The Combrin Marquis is something of a Gaullist unit, as much as it's anything, and if you would be happier in a different political setting, well, that can be arranged for you, and no hard feelings. Well, what about it?" "My war is right here," Khristo said. A connoisseur of traps, he felt that this was surely the softest one ever laid for him. "Good. You'll be of assistance, no question about it. On that basis, another brandy?" "Thank you, yes." "Some day you must tell me your story." "I think you would find it interesting," Khristo said. They busied themselves with the brandy for a moment. For Khristo the room grew deliciously warm. "This war," the aristocrat said, "in some sense it makes you happy." "That's true," Khristo said. "Why?" "The world turned me upside down a long time ago. Now the world itself is turned upside down. For the moment, we, the world and I, are congenial. But it must end some day. And then, I don't know. I don't think about it. For now, a man with a gun can be whoever he likes. With any luck, I'll be dead before the world turns right side up again." The aristocrat looked into his eyes for a moment, calculating. "I don't think you really mean that." Khristo sighed. "No, you're right. I don't mean it." "Don't give up hope," the aristocrat said. "Everything may be put right in the long run." He handed Khristo the remaining tobacco, then rose from the chair and tossed a small log onto the fire. Khristo accepted that as a signal, chatted for a few moments more, and left soon after. He walked across the tiny mud square of Combrin, back to the house where he slept and ate. The night was clear, the ground frozen rock-hard. He looked up at the stars, sharp as diamonds in the black sky, and wondered what the Frenchman had meant by saying everything may be put right in the long run. Because he had meant something by it. The thaw came in late February, and everything turned to mud as sheets of water ran across the mountain roads. In Épinal, a student named Lobec was caught writing slogans on a wall. He was detained by the Gestapo and tortured. To make his comrades believe he had confessed, and thus get them running out in the open, he was almost immediately released. He went home to his family, but was unable to speak. The following day he walked up to a Gestapo sedan parked in the main square and drove a boning knife, all the blade and half the handle, into the driver's chest. The other officer leaned across the seat and shot him several times. But he had the strength of a madman and managed to walk several blocks to the doctor's office, where he collapsed and died on the front step. Immediately a number of prominent citizens were rounded up, and 10 men and women were hanged from plane trees on the main street of the city. The doctor who had attended Daniel and La Brebis was one of them, as was the prostitute's customer who had chanced to be in the Hôtel de la Gare. On the first day of March, friends of Lebec stretched a wire across the road that passed below Coimbra and decapitated, more or less, a motorcycle dispatch rider who had neglected to lie low over his handlebars. This action produced, in turn, a platoon of garrison troops and some SD officers snooping about at the foot of the mountain trails that led up to Coimbra. Nobody would have been foolish enough to commit such a murder virtually on his own doorstep. The Coimbra Maquis suspected a rival resistance group jealous of their armaments. Airplanes didn't come for just anybody. But counterinsurgency investigation is given to a kind of plodding momentum, a lead-footedness that will in fact not dismiss out of hand the owner of said doorstep. Vichy, posted across the road, watched the SD officers in conference at the foot of the Coimbra trail and began to mistrust his ability to outflank and outdistance them, to warn the village before the troops arrived, so set his fire selector on single shot and popped off a round over their heads. This produced frantic radio calls and intense ratissage, but Vichy melted through the woods like a fawn, and the only result of the sweep was a few turned German ankles and a good deal of ammunition expended on swaying tree limbs. The fuss was, as well, more than enough to send the Coimbra Maquis scuttling up the mountain with weapons in hand. Ulysse heard about the business through his own sources, and the final result of Lebec's wall writing was that Lucien was pulled out of Coimbra. The Kit Fox mission was about to move into a new phase, and Ulysse smelled lots of trouble in the air around Épinal. It was, he thought, the thaw itself, which had melted self-control as well as snowbanks, and let loose passions that had remained too tightly wound throughout the winter. Kit Fox was, after all, not a guerrilla campaign. It was a sabotage mission, and there was a feeling in the general staffs that all-out partisan operations, such as the Russians applied to the invading Germans, would lead to the sort of bloodbath that would eliminate a lot of German non-coms, but at the cost of much of the Maquis leadership. It was not entirely put aside, but was reserved for the week of the grand invasion itself, if it was going to happen at all. At Ulysses' direction, Lucien became the wandering pedagogue of the Belfort Gap, an ancient and traditional attack route up the valley of the Rhine River between the French Vosges and the German Schwarzwald. Two cities, Belfort and Basel, the Swiss border point for France, sit athwart this opening between mountain ranges like stone lions guarding a palace. In the early spring of 1944, the intelligence planners had one objective that led all others. The German High Command was now to be exquisitely sensitized to every soft point in Europe that might serve as an Allied invasion route. There was the Balkan route, the Italian route, the beaches of southern France, which led to the Belfort Gap, and the beaches of northern France. Each area had to show heightened levels of sabotage. Strategic assets damaged, repaired, then damaged again. Just the sort of thing that goes on before a fleet looms on the horizon. The Lucien team included Khristo, Fusari, and Vichy, each chosen by Ulysse for a different reason. Khristo, at first, because Ulysse wanted to keep an eye on him. Later it became apparent that he had a considerable knowledge of the craft in his own right and shared instructional chores with Lucien. Fusari was appointed security chief and bodyguard, their official thug. Dark and suspicious, he looked the part and in fact had Union Corps' connection in his background. He was forever cutting an X into the nose of each 9mm round, dum-dumming it so that what went in the size of a fingernail flattened out by the time it exited to the diameter of the circle made by thumb and forefinger. He was, like many professional criminals, violently patriotic, and focused all his attention on giving the Germans a proper screwing. On the other hand, he made it clear that should Ulysse require the abduction of a bank manager or the interdiction of a payroll, he would be only too pleased to lend his wisdom and experience to the cause. As for Vichy, Ulysse had recognized his special value early on. He looked younger than his 16 years and had the scrubbed innocence of an altar boy. He could go anywhere, seemed always a natural part of the environment, and a lie in his mouth was like a hymn. In short, a born lookout. He had also an uncanny knack with women. What they did with Vichy didn't really count as infidelity, for some reason, and he returned from his nightly tomcatting with various morsels of pillow talk. These never particularly served the Allied intelligence effort, but they might have, and they did function to keep everybody's spirits up. So Vichy retained a permanent dispensation denied the other three, from Ulysse. They bitched about that, referring to their leader as Mother Superior, but the point of it was later to be driven home in an extremely ugly way. Like itinerant scholars of an earlier time, the unit crisscrossed the back roads of the Belfort countryside. It was hard, boring work, completely without glamour and very dangerous. There were young Frenchmen who served the Germans as militia, and they maintained loose networks of spies and informants who might not themselves wish to be seen collaborating with the enemy. People had their own reasons, sometimes, alas, very good ones, for making back-channel arrangements with La Geste, thus the possibility of betrayal was constant. But the mission of the Lucien team was of critical importance. The knowledge they provided turned plain men and women into sharp weapons against the occupation infrastructure. If you knew enough to cut an electrical plug off its cord, perhaps stuff a piece of rag in the end so the flash wouldn't burn your hand, you could use any convenient wall socket to blow all the power in a building. It could take half an hour to replace the fuses, a long time if, for instance, the building housed ground controllers for the German air defense system. They taught railroad workers how to spike a plaque tournant. They taught teenagers that cutting a telephone line makes it easy to find the break, but that pushing a thumbtack into a signals cable makes it very difficult and time-consuming. They taught the disruption of rail signals. They taught that a single cube of sugar in a gas tank would caramelize on the pistons and freeze the engine solid. If you didn't have a sugar cube, a potato wedged in the tailpipe of a vehicle would choke the exhaust system, blow a hole in the muffler, and could cause carbon monoxide to leak into the driver's compartment. They taught the use of cyclonite explosive, round pellets of plastique invented by Julian Huxley, the biologist, that looked like innocent goat droppings and would blow out a truck tire. They taught villagers that if they buried a soup tureen upside down, with the silhouette showing up through the dirt, it looked exactly like an inexpertly laid landmine and could stop a column of tanks while a mine disposal unit was brought up. They taught switchboard operators how to disable a teleprinter by wedging a feather in the armature. They taught road workers how to blow up a bridge using simple construction dynamite. Every strategic entity, communications, rails, roads, bridges, power, had its weak points, and the French people were taught how to attack them. But you must wait for the code words on the radio, they were told. Grimly they obeyed. Watched the foreign troops marching up and down the streets where their grandmothers had been born, kept their eyes on the ground when La Geste came by, held on tight to their new and special secrets, and listened every night to the BBC, and waited. During this period, Ulysse took on the aspect of an omniscient ghost. He would appear at unlikely times in unexpected places, so far above ground as to be virtually hidden by prominence. He moved about the Belfort area in a grand, pre-war Bugatti, with Albert in a grey chauffeur's uniform behind the wheel. The Germans could only assume him to be a Vichy fascist, favored by some very high personage within their own ranks. He had the car and the gas to make it run, and his hawk-like face was the epitome of Gallic aristocracy. If challenged, he radiated the superficial sweetness of the powerful, being so acutely helpful and decent that German officers saluted from the spine. They knew such people, or rather knew of them, and one was well advised to keep out of their path, or, if noticed, to make a good impression. They had spent their lives in submission to the gods of authority, and Ulysse was very godlike indeed. They approached the village of Cabejac just before midnight, and paused at the edge of town. Vichy rode in on his bicycle to check things out. The other three sat by the side of the road and smoked and talked in low voices. They had bicycled up from the town of Abonne, some 18 miles away, and they were tired and sweaty from the ride. It was late April, one of those warmish, unsettling nights when sleep, if it comes, is beset by restless dreams. Staring up at the town, Khristo found himself jittery. Something in the air, the sort of intuition that will cause animals drinking at waterholes to look up suddenly. Lucien, in his bleu de travail worker's jacket and trousers, old sweater and beret, the very image of a small-town garage owner, was slowly assembling his Sten gun, patiently screwing the pipe-like parts together. The weapon's use in clandestine operations was in part attributable to the fact that it could be carried in a knapsack and assembled quickly. From the north, the drone of a bomber flight reached them. All three looked up, but there was only a night sky lit by a quarter moon. "Good hunting," Fusari said. "Amen to that," Lucien answered, giving the Sten barrel its final quarter turn. For the last 2 weeks, the sky above them had been at war. With improving weather, Allied air sorties intensified, American by day and British by night. B-24s and Lancasters flying deep into Germany to bomb factories and rail yards. At night, the Lancasters' flight path often took them over the Belfort area, and the sky came alive with probing searchlights and the white flash of anti-aircraft burst that illuminated for one instant its own halo of smoke. Sometimes German squadrons rose to attack, and there were arcs of orange-red tracer like spark showers from a bonfire, and once there had been an enormous explosion that lit up the clouds. A fully armed bomber had been hit. The following night they had seen the white of a parachute, and had watched in silence as it drifted below the horizon. Vichy appeared from the darkness, coasting downhill on his bicycle, standing with his left foot on the right-hand pedal and coming to an acrobatic skid in front of Lucien. "Bravo," Fusari said sourly. Vichy said something in incomprehensible mountain slang. "Yes?" Lucien said. Vichy shrugged. "Cabejac," he said, and spat on the road. Khristo looked up at the dark town, but there was little to see, only an irregular roofline of square silhouettes. Cabejac was an ancient village, chiseled into the limestone cliffs that rose above the Leul, a swift, narrow mountain river that ultimately emptied into the Doubs. The road curved along a cut in the cliff, then switched back suddenly and rose steeply into the town. Fusari had told him on the ride up that the place had a bad reputation, blood feuds, marriage in the old tradition, abduction, rape, and then the priest to put things right. People carried shotguns, and there were too many dogs about. From time to time a clan of gypsies had made the village a temporary encampment, but the reputation of the place had nothing to do with them. No matter, Khristo thought. They have a desire to fight, and they have been approved by Ulysse. And all the sayings about strange friends in time of war were true. Still, he thought. "Lucien," Fusari said, "we can go back to Abon." Lucien did not answer, stood pensively while the others finished assembling their Stens. Khristo had hidden the gepistole at Combras. It was a weapon for partisans in the forest, not suited to this work at all. He watched Lucien as the American tried to come to a decision. He could abort an operation any time he felt the wind was blowing wrong, but he was also clearly under pressure not to do so. "Vichy," Lucien said quietly, "was there anything at all up there? Anything out of place?" "No," Vichy answered, "nothing." He slung the Sten on his shoulder and stood on the pedals of his bike, trying to make it stand in place by wiggling the front wheel back and forth. He kept falling over onto one foot, then trying the trick again. "I am not in love with this place," Khristo said. Lucien walked his bicycle forward. "Nice and slow," he said. Vichy sighed, hopped off his bike, and began pushing. "The women of Cabejac are said to be hairy, like beasts," he confided to Khristo. Lucien had overheard him. "You stay close while we are here, copain." "Phut," Vichy said, contemptuous of any suggestion that he could not take care of himself. They headed into the town, looking for the gendarmerie, the post of the military police who traditionally patrolled the countryside and the smaller roads. They had met the résistance in cafés, schoolrooms, church sacristies, dining rooms, soccer stadiums. Tonight it was to be a police station, not all that unusual. But they could not find it in the lower town. Unseen dogs barked at them, passing them along from one to the next, and all the houses were dark and shuttered. The April night was warm, yet it seemed that spring had not yet been acknowledged there. Normal, Khristo thought. All is normal. He pushed his bicycle with one hand and steadied the weapon with his other, just making sure it was there. Looking to his right, he noticed a narrow, stone-paved alley set between high walls. There was some sort of truck parked down there, only the snubbed-off front end visible. The street dead-ended at a high wall. They turned left up a long flight of white stairs, the center of each step worn to a sloping valley by centuries of use. Fusari, bumping his bicycle upward, swore under his breath. When they reached the upper town, they were high above the road, and the river appeared as a winding ribbon a long way down, its banks suggested by white curls of moving foam. Fusari touched Khristo above the elbow and nodded up the street to a dim spill of light from a partly open shutter. A metal sign, Gendarmerie, hung from a stanchion above the door, and the windows were barred. "There must be another road down," Khristo said. "Why? Who puts a gendarmerie at the top of a flight of steps? Don't they drive cars?" Fusari responded with a dismissive grunt. He made a point of being Corsican, claiming often to be puzzled by the French and their logically illogical way of doing things. The door of the station opened, and a man stood in the smoky light from within. "Come along, then," he said. "We've been waiting." He wore a military uniform, red flashes on khaki, and the circular crowned hat often associated with the French Foreign Legion. Broad-shouldered and big-bellied, he had deep anger lines around his mouth and stood with hands on hips, impatient, out of temper. Down below, the dogs started up again. The French officer had his right hand close by a holstered sidearm. Khristo could hear another sound that lay beneath the excited barking, a muted rumble of some sort. He pushed his bicycle forward until he could see inside the partly open door. There were several men in the room, faces indistinct in the dim light, behind a high wooden counter, standing, apparently, waiting to greet them. The rumbling, he thought. What was that? The narrow alley, the snubbed-off front end of the truck. The truck? No, not a truck. Kummelwagen, the open command car used by the Wehrmacht. No French truck ever idled like that. That was a military engine, tuned, powerful. And this was a trap. He turned his back to the waiting officer and clapped Lucien on the shoulder and spoke through a laugh in English, with the intonation of a casual joke between friends. "We are in trouble," he said. All the little wrong things. The counter was what you found in a police station, not a gendarmerie. Police rode bicycles. Gendarmes drove cars. Someone had converted a homie poste de police, a place where you filled out forms, to a trap. Perhaps there had been a résistance cell among the gendarmes of Cabéjac, at one time made known to Ulysse, but no more. Lucien was very quick. The gendarme kept his eyes on the sten. He was surprised when Lucien's left hand came up from his pocket with a small automatic and shot him twice in the heart. He held his breast with both hands and made the face of a man with indigestion as he knelt down. Vigie leaped for the door and slammed it shut, moving his body to one side of the portal and hanging on to the door handle. Something very fast went off inside the station and chewed a line of holes in the wood of the door. Fusari ran toward the building, got one foot against the rough stone surface, and sprang upward, snatching the rain gutter that ran below the eaves, then throwing one leg over the edge of the sloping roof and hauling himself the rest of the way. A second burst came through the barred window. One round struck an iron bar and went singing away into the night. Khristo and Lucien backed up. Khristo put a short burst in the door, aiming well away from the clinging Vigie. Lucien fired at an angle through the window shutter. The sound of an engine changing gears cut through the noise of the dogs, which had changed from barking to howling when the gunfire started. Fusari's dark outline appeared on the rooftop. He pulled the pin from a grenade and short-armed it down the chimney. There was an explosion in the shaft, most of its force directed upward. A muffled bang, then the chimney turned into a cloud of smoke and bricks, and, a long second later, Fusari's body rolled off the roof and hit the street like a bag. As brick shards rained down on the street, somebody inside kicked the door open, sending Vigie flying backward. Khristo fired into the press of bodies that appeared within a rolling cloud of black smoke and soot, mouths wide open, hands pressed to ears, faces squeezed with agony, eardrums apparently punctured by compression from the explosion in the chimney. The door was pulled shut just as the Sten jammed on a dud round. No blowback, no next shot. Khristo swore. Lucien ran past, squatted briefly by Fusari, then stood up and grabbed his bicycle. Khristo got his own bike up and moving. He could hear a man screaming inside the building. All three of them took off like furies, pedaling wildly as they reached the stairway. Khristo hung on for the first two bounces, then the handlebars tore away from his hands and he was in the air. He landed on shoulder and hip. The impact knocked him senseless, and the bike clattered the rest of the way down the steps, landing with a metallic jangle in the street below. Immediately, a high-power beam probed the dead-end wall until it found the bike, then went dark. Lucien and Vigie somehow got themselves stopped before they reached the street. The next thing Khristo knew, he was being helped up. Someone yelled in German at the top of the stairway. Vigie pointed at a roof level with the stairs midway up, and they ran to it, climbing over an iron railing. It was just a step up to the next roof, and as they reached it, the light came back on, and all three went flat. Khristo's chest heaved against the chalky stone as he fought for breath. From below they could hear a whispered conversation in German, only 10 feet away. Vigie slithered across the roof, peered over the edge for a bare instant, then scrabbled backward until he lay next to them again. He held all his fingers in the air, opening and closing his hands, too many to count. Khristo did not think. He cleared the jam on his stand, snapped in a fresh magazine from his jacket pocket, and made sure the safety was off. He pointed Lucien and Vigie toward the next roof down, then moved toward the edge of the roof to create the necessary diversion. It was simple training, a lifetime of it. One fires, others escape. Just before he reached the edge, a hand caught his ankle and stopped him. He pulled as hard as he could, then, in a rage, turned to see Lucien hanging on to him. He fought to suppress the curses rising to his lips, made a low, angry sound instead. Lucien pulled on his ankle with such force that it moved him back a foot. Suddenly, a trapdoor in the roof opened. Khristo swung the Sten around and tensed on the trigger. A small face appeared, a boy, perhaps 10, beckoned to them urgently, then touched his lips for silence. They moved quickly. The face disappeared. There was a rough ladder below the door, and they found themselves in the front room of a house. In the darkness they could see a young woman in a nightdress, standing terrified in one corner, hands and mouth. The boy materialized from another room, wearing a thin shirt and shorts, with an old French infantryman's helmet on his head. He had to hold it on with one hand. He snatched Khristo by the sleeve and pulled him toward a back door. Then he turned suddenly and whispered, "Anglais?" "Non," Khristo answered. "Américain." "Bon Dieu!" the boy exclaimed softly, eyes widening with excitement. Then he turned and dragged Khristo through the door into a tiny garden plot in back of the house. The garden butted up against a stone wall, topped by a sagging fence of rusted wire. There was a wooden barrel positioned at the base of the wall. The boy let go of Khristo, reached the top of the barrel with a practiced leap, then stepped up onto the wall and waved for them to follow. The wall was 12 inches wide, with broken bottles cemented down the middle, but there was just enough room to get a foot on either side of the jagged glass, and the boy scuttled along quickly, crouched low, hanging on to his helmet with one hand. The German troops seemed to be all around them. They heard shouted commands, boots pounding on the street, the sound of a truck shifting between reverse and first gears as the driver attempted to get it turned around in the narrow street. They ran along the wall, past 4 or 5 houses, then the boy jumped off onto another barrel, no doubt in the backyard of his war-game companion, and onto the ground. The moment Khristo landed, The boy took hold of his sleeve again. They ran forward a few feet, then stopped abruptly. They were at the twin of the alley that Khristo had seen earlier, and the soldier game clearly called for scooting down the narrow space and crossing the street. But as they turned the corner, the boy's hand quivered and a small cry of fright escaped him. A German officer stood in profile at the end of the alley, waving both hands toward himself as though directing traffic. They flattened back against the wall while the boy thought it over. For a moment Khristo knew the thing was finished, but the boy peered around the corner, then darted across the alley, and one by one they followed him. On the other side they found him straining at a cast-iron grating set level with the ground. Khristo bent to help him, and together they pushed it to one side. The boy lowered himself down, then moved forward head first, sliding on his stomach. Khristo followed, listened to make sure Vigie could pull the grating back over by himself, then continued ahead. The stone beneath him was covered with slime, which eased progress, though the reek of long stagnant water was nearly overpowering. A storm drain, he thought, with its other end somewhere well east of the Germans, if they had any luck at all. He heard the scamper and the tiny squeaking somewhere up the sewer ahead of him. He knew what that meant, but forced himself not to think about it. Suddenly, the stone moved beneath him, and something roared above his head. He stopped, then realized they were under the street, and a truck had just passed over him. He closed his eyes in order to concentrate, and resumed crawling, slowly and in rhythm, elbow, knee, and he could now begin to hear the sound of breathing, his own, and the others, as the motion became an effort. His elbow touched the boy's foot twice, before he figured out that the boy was tiring and slowing down. "Maman," he whispered, and lay still. He reached above him, found the ceiling just over his head. The drain had narrowed. He cinched the strap of the sten tighter, and tried to recover his strength. Behind him, Lucien's voice was barely audible. "How far? Ask him." Khristo did. The boy answered that he didn't know. Khristo passed the word back to Lucien. Lucien asked Vigie if he'd heard. Vigie did not answer. Lucien, in a stage whisper, called out, "Vigie!" No answer. Lucien doubled his knees up to his chin and managed to get himself turned around. Khristo heard him belly-crawling down the pipe, his breath hoarse with effort. He was gone, it seemed to Khristo, a very long time. Finally, the sound of his progress returned, and Lucien arrived a minute later. He moved as close to Khristo as he could and spoke by his ear. "He's not here. I heard him. He closed the grating. Closed it behind us." "What?" "Perhaps he was afraid. Closed spaces. Rats. I don't know." "God damn him," Khristo said. "He'll get out," Lucien said. Khristo whispered to the boy, "Are you all right?" "Oui, capitaine," came the answer, but the voice told a different story. "C'est le tunnel interdit," the boy explained. The forbidden tunnel, Khristo thought. Because you will get dirty? Because you will get lost or frightened? Or why? "You have been before?" Khristo asked. "Yes," the boy said, "once. For a few feet only. Never this far." Khristo thought it over for a moment, but there was no alternative. Unless to stay here until the following night, then try to escape through the streets. But Vigie's absence made even that impossible. If he were caught, he would be made to show the Germans where they'd gone. For he had been seen by those in the police station, would not be able to talk his way out of trouble. On command from Lucien, they continued forward. For a long time there seemed to be no end to it. His adrenaline from the attack was long dissipated, and when they stopped to rest he could feel that the skin on his knees and elbows was ripped and bleeding. The dead, oily water attacked the open skin like quicklime. How could the water be so stagnant, he wondered. If water still ran through the storm drain, it should renew itself every few days in the spring rains. Unless a diverter pipe had been removed from the entry and a grating fixed in its place. And the tunnel forbidden, because its other end was sealed. An hour later, They came to a grating fixed over the end of the pipe, but the tunnel had widened, and the stone was soft and rotted, and both he and Lucien had knives, so they were able to dig the rusted staples out of the crumbled masonry. Khristo doubled his body back and kicked the grating out. They heard it crashing down a hill. Crawling out into the tangled underbrush of a hillside, they could hear the sound of the river just below them. For a time, Khristo sat with his head in his hands, breathing deeply, wanting more sweet air each time he exhaled. He was filthy. His trousers soaked with watery slime, and where the cloth had worn away, the skin of his knees showed through, bright red and beaded with blood. Lucien sat down beside him and beckoned the boy to join them. In the faint moonlight, Khristo could see tear tracks that ran through the dirt on the boy's face, but he'd made not a sound in the tunnel. "Where are we?" Lucien asked the boy. "Below the road," he said, "on the hill in back of the barn of Madame Rousseau." "Do you have someone to go to?" Lucien asked. "Someone who will clean you up and take you home so the Germans don't see you?" The boy pondered that for a moment, then shook his head vigorously beneath the helmet. "Madame Rousseau," he said, "though she becomes very angry if we go behind her barn." "Are you sure?" Lucien said. "The Schluck killed her husband in the Great War." "You are very brave," Lucien said. He stood and searched in his pockets. Khristo thought at first he was looking for money, then realized he wanted something to give the boy, something he could keep. Khristo knew the very thing and fished about for it in his pocket. His good luck charm, that he had kept with him in Spain, that had been stored in Santé prison with his civilian clothes. He stood, then waved the boy to his feet. "I decorate you for bravery," he said, giving the boy what he'd taken from his pocket. He extended his hand, and the boy shook it formally, very much like a soldier receiving a medal, then looked in the palm of his other hand at the white pawn resting there. "Merci, monsieur," he said. "You are dismissed," Lucien said. "Now be careful, will you?" The boy moved off along a trail through the brush, and then he was gone. They rested for an hour. Then, as dawn approached, worked their way cross-country to their emergency fallback position, a downed maple tree a mile short of Cabajac on the road to Arbonne. They waited the rest of the day for Vigie, eating a chocolate bar from Lucien's pocket, and, once darkness fell, cleaning themselves by the river. They hid out that night and all the next day. But Vigie did not appear. He was never seen again. In the town of Arbonne, there were 3 small pulp mills that processed wood fiber from the forests of the Vosges into newsprint and inexpensive papers of all kinds. It smelled dreadful, like all the wood pulp towns of the world, and life there was lived amid a sulphurous haze of rotten eggs. Such conditions the Germans found sharply discordant with their vision of La Belle France, and they tended to stay away from the place. Occupying armies have a habit of discovering strategic value in towns where life is comfortable and pleasant, and the Germans were no exception to the rule. Left to themselves, the townspeople had organized a particularly predatory and efficient maquis, concentrated among the mill workers and led by the local union boss, a tough old bastard called Vidocq. When the remnants of the Lucien team walked back into Arbonne, hollow-eyed and exhausted, they were taken immediately to Vidocq's house. His wife and sister cleaned out the larder to feed them, while Vidocq himself provided an ample supply of that year's basement wine, aged all of 8 months and considered pretty good for what it was. The one called Lucien was too quiet, too much inside himself, so Vidocq, who had seen this sort of thing before, kept him reasonably drunk and sent an old lady off on a series of local trains to Belfort. The Bugatti pulled up in front of Vidocq's house a week later. Ulysse, shadowed as always by the cold-eyed Albert, was his usual elegant self, calm, aloof, an island of Gallic sanity in the stormy seas. Winter was gone, and the pearl-colored topcoat with it. A stylish raincoat now served as cape. Only Khristo, perhaps, noted a tiny razor nick to one side of his Adam's apple and inferred that Ulysse himself was having to withstand a storm or two. They were debriefed at length, first separately, then together, on the trap at Cabejac. Ulysse showed them a series of photographs, which Albert then carefully burned in the fireplace. They could identify only the gendarme, and he was, they both believed, likely dead. They talked for hours over a 2-day period, while the room turned blue with smoke. They told the story again and again. Ulysse listened with infinite patience. Albert took notes in some private code of his own. During this time, Khristo gained some understanding of the aristocrat's character. He was obviously an acute observer of human beings, their strengths and weaknesses, what they could take and what they couldn't. It was as though he had long ago ceased to judge behavior and had instead given himself over to the pure study of it. Further, it became clear to Khristo that war was this man's time, that war ran in his blood, heritage of an aristocracy that had led men in battle for centuries and continued to do so, and that it was precisely this comprehension, this set of instincts, that Ulysse had put at the disposal of the American intelligence services in order to defeat his traditional enemy. Thus he was not at all surprised when Ulysse suggested a walk in the woods behind Vidocq's house on an afternoon when the weather was cold and grey. Lucien had been sent off on a small errand. Albert, shotgun in hand, waited at the edge of the trees. Ulysse strolled slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and his mood was soft and tentative. With a rather arch apology for the lack of Majorca, "My tobacconist stocks it only once in a great while." He offered Khristo a jetin and lit it with a snap of his gold lighter. "Of course I must not ask you about Lucien," he said as they walked. "No," Khristo responded. "Loyalty to a comrade in arms is everything." "Naturally, that is so." Americans, he said, despair in his voice. "They do not accept casualties at all well, do they? They take it to heart and they blame themselves. A kind of false pride, surely, yet one must admire them for it. Do you?" "Yes," Khristo said, "I do." "Yet a man of your experience must also see that it is their weakness." "Perhaps a weakness, or a strength, or both at once, perhaps." "Yes," Ulysse mused. "Still, not an ideal trait for an officer class. You'll admit that." "I suppose not," Khristo said. "Lucien has done very well, you know, in the way these things are judged. Quite a number of trains, and one must add what other groups have been able to do with his assistance, and what they will do in the future. Considered altogether, a most gratifying boil on Hitler's backside. But we ask ourselves, can he continue? I've not told Lucien, by the way, but the village of Coimbra has been entirely decimated." Khristo winced and shook his head in sorrow. "Yes, I'm afraid so. A servant girl betrayed them to the Gestapo, and they were taken by surprise. She had been made pregnant by Gilbert, poor thing, and was terrified she would be cast out of the village to live in the woods. And in her state of mind the Germans seemed like saviors who could rescue her from her predicament. I don't look forward, I must tell you, to the moment when Lucien learns of this." "He has no lack of courage," Khristo said. "Not remotely in question," Ulysse said. "But do you suppose he would be willing to sacrifice the lives of others, should it become necessary?" Khristo was silent. "Please forgive me," Ulysse said, "for having to ask you that." "The world will go on," Khristo said. "It will." He paused to light another cigarette. "And then Where will you be?" "God may know that," Khristo answered honestly. "I do not." "In your homeland, perhaps? To marry and make a life? It is what most of us will do in time." "No," Khristo said, "I do not think so. Though there are times when I would give anything to be back where I was born, even for 1 hour. But I have seen the world, and whoever runs that country will want to start fresh. They won't have much use for people who have seen the world. It will be under the Russians, I think, and there won't be anything we can do about it. Our history is a sharp lesson on the subject of borders." Elise nodded in sympathy. "We're going to exfiltrate Lucien to Switzerland in a day or two. Would you like to come along?" They walked along the path through the mist. The sound of dripping trees filled the silence. "Yes," Khristo said. "You'll be interned in a sort of way so that our understandings with the Swiss will be at least nominally observed. But your circumstances can be most comfortable, and who knows? You may just make some new friends. American friends. Would you like that?" "Yes," Khristo said. "I would." Long before dawn, the horse-drawn carts began lining up on the French side of the Wilhelmstrasse Bridge. There wasn't all that much produce to take into the Saturday market. You got little variety in early May, but the farmers brought what they could: cabbage, broccoli, spinach, wintered-over carrots, and early greens of every sort. Across the bridge, in the well-swept squares of the city, the housewives of Basel awaited their French vegetables. One more Swiss cauliflower might well have driven them mad. The border guards came in 2 versions: the Vichy French, theoretically still in charge of their own boundaries, and the Germans, Gestapo or military, who considered the Swiss border far too sensitive to entrust to French authorities. In any event, there were far more Germans than French at this particular crossing, and they milled about ceaselessly, sharp-eyed and suspicious. There was always some wretched idiot hidden away under the produce, and fishing him out meant extra leave. So they took their time, while the horses stood patiently, and checked the farmers' well-worn passports long before the wagons actually reached the bridge. Khristo held the reins loosely in his hand, while Lucien appeared to doze at his side. Behind them, the old wooden cart was piled high with cabbages. The German corporal who approached them was no more than 18, a country boy with red cheeks and a stiff shock of blonde hair, who licked his calloused thumb to turn each passport page. He looked from faces to photographs, up and down, a dozen times before he was satisfied. But he could find nothing amiss, because the French passports were in every way perfect, legitimately issued to real French citizens and full of exit stamps from previous market Saturdays. He next turned his attention to the 2 farmers, forcing them to empty their pockets onto the seat of the cart and pawing through a collection of string, wire, horseshoe nails, a few strands of pipe tobacco, half-used ration cards, and a miscellany of French and Swiss coins, all gloriously redolent of horse manure. But the corporal was a farm boy and did not mind at all. At last he turned his attention to the huge whitish-green mound of cabbages piled in the cart. He lifted them up, rolled them aside, peered down among them, and seemed intent on spending the rest of his days in contemplation of a pile of cabbages. Finally, the driver turned halfway round in his seat and called out to the corporal in a loud voice, his market German cut by a strong French accent, "Hey, back there, what are you doing? Counting the farts?" The Germans roared with laughter and waved him ahead. Any mention of such matters hit them hard in the funny bone. And somebody knew that, too. In December of 1944, Robert Eidenbaugh was transferred to administrative duty in the United States, with a 30-day furlough to precede his appearance at the OSS offices in Washington, D.C. He flew from Croydon Airfield on a Matz C-47, landed at a military air base on the eastern seaboard, and made his way to Boston to see his family. It was a happy, emotional reunion, lacking only his younger brother, who was serving as a gunnery officer on a destroyer in the Pacific. The family had devoted themselves to the war, his father's firm now entirely taken up with designs for a new battlecruiser, his mother managing blood donor drives for the Boston Red Cross, various cousins and uncles spread across the globe in a variety of uniforms. One of his mother's Wiscasset nephews had died in New Guinea, but they were thankful that otherwise the casualty lists had not touched them, and the grace said before meals was no longer the casual mumble it had once been. The family found Robert leaner, stronger, and a good deal older than when he left, and they made a considerable fuss over him. Privately, Arthur and Elva Eidenbaugh thought their son had changed. He seemed lonely, edgy, isolated, and sometimes angry for no discernible reason. They decided that what he needed was to raise a little hell, and, to that end, slipped 10 $10 bills in a new wallet and shoot him off to New York. Before he was even out of Grand Central Station, he'd treated himself to an elaborate dinner at the Oyster Bar. He managed to promote a special serviceman's room at the Biltmore and was given, a privilege of uniform, a ticket to a Broadway show. For 2 days he wandered around Midtown Manhattan, bought a few Christmas presents, and enjoyed the anonymity of being part of a busy city, looking at faces, listening to conversations, trying to pick up the thread of American life. Walking down the street, he was only one uniform among many. Yet now and again he did sense the quiet approval of strangers. He called some old friends, but most were not around. Dropped in at the OSS office on Madison Avenue, where Agatha Hamilton, the genteel lady who had been involved in his recruitment, treated him to the lunch at Lu Chow's he was supposed to have had 3 years earlier. Walking back up to the Biltmore, it was a sunny, cold day. He ran into one of the J. Walter Thompson telephone operators, and she invited him to the big Christmas party that Thompson was throwing late that afternoon. When Eidenbaugh arrived, just after 5, there were already more than 100 people milling about. The Thompson staff had made a major effort for the party. By marshalling their considerable design resources, they had managed to make the rather utilitarian space seem festive and seasonal. There were no balloons. Latex had been declared a strategic material for the duration, but there was everything else: streamers of colored crepe paper, red and green Santas driving paper bag cut-out reindeer across the walls, and a huge Norfolk pine tree cut from the Stamford property of one of the senior partners, so fulsomely decorated its lower boughs touched the linoleum floor. There was every sort of liquor, and large trays of sandwiches, cookies, and fruitcake. The entire office had pooled sugar rations for the party. The opaque green glass that divided the cubicles was decorated with posters done by Thompson for various wartime campaigns: recruiting, blood donation, war bonds, aluminum collection, and the cautionary ones advising defense plant workers not to talk about what they did. When Eidenbaugh arrived, they made him very welcome indeed. He felt like a hero. He was kissed and hugged and slapped on the back. A triple-strength Scotch and soda appeared in his left hand, a giant Christmas cookie in his right. Looking about, he could see several uniforms moving through the crowd. He was in the midst of earnest conversation with a young woman from Barnard, who did something in the production department, when Mr. Drown, his old boss, stood on a desk at the center of the room and banged on a drinking glass with a knife. "Oh, God," his new friend said. "Here goes Drowny." Mr. Drown cleared his throat. "On behalf of the J. Walter Thompson Company, I want to take special notice of some of our fighting men and women who are here with us tonight. Some of them are former employees, their friends, whoever you may be. All are welcome. We think it would be fitting if each of you would step up and say a little something, and give us folks on the home front a chance to express our appreciation." This announcement was received with cheering, and the parade began. Marine Captain Bruce Johnson from the billing department, who had lost a leg at Tarawa. Army Lieutenant Lee Golden, former account executive, now instructing pilots in Oklahoma. Naval Lieutenant Howard Bister, from the copywriting department, who had participated in the D-Day landings the previous June. Bister, looking sharp in his dark blue officer's uniform, faced the crowd and waited that brief moment which usually signals that the speaker has something significant to say. As prelude, he thanked Mr. Drown and the Thompson management for one hell of a fine party, as well as for their hard work in bond drive and recruiting campaigns. Then he placed his drink on the desk next to him and took off his glasses. "On D-Day," he said, "I found myself aboard the USS Bigelow, an APA, which, for the uninitiated, is an attack transport that loads assault troops into landing craft for their final run to the beach. We were carrying several hundred reserves, whose job it would be to replace casualties taken in the first day of the attack. My job, it sounds important, but let me tell you people that every job is important in an operation like this, from the mess stewards all the way to the admirals. My job was flag signals officer to Rear Admiral Orville G. Brantz. At dawn, the 6th of June, I brought the Admiral his coffee on the bridge where he was standing with the ship's captain as we circled out in the channel. Just as I reached the bridge, we were bracketed by 2 shells from a shore battery. I won't say it was close, but I did get some spray on me. 'Careful, Lieutenant,' Admiral Brantz said to me. 'Don't spill that Java.' Not a word, you understand, about the shore batteries. Well, I spent most of the day up on that bridge while the battle raged ashore, and I just want to say that I've never been so proud to be an American. Thank you." Applause thundered out for Bister's speech. The young woman from production, standing next to Eidenbaugh, squeezed a cocktail napkin tightly in her fist, and her eyes followed Bister as he walked away from the table. Mr. Drown cleared his throat before he was able to speak again. "Thank you, Howard," he said. "We are all very proud of you. Next," he peered out over the crowd, "I think I see Bob Eidenbaugh. Bob?" Eidenbaugh moved slowly to the front of the room, then turned and looked into the expectant faces before him. "I'm Captain Robert F. Eidenbaugh," he said. "I used to work in the copy department, and I want to thank the Thompson people for a terrific party. As for my war, well, I was involved in staff work in London. Lots of details, nothing very glamorous, I'm afraid. Anyhow, I do want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas." There was a scattering of polite applause as he made his way through the crowded room, and Mr. Drown stepped in quickly to fill the gathering silence. "And I'm sure that work was important," he said firmly, as his eyes sought the next speaker. Eidenbaugh returned to his new friend as the Marine corporal described the landing at Okinawa. "Well," she said, much too cheerfully, sensing his mood, "someone's got to do the paperwork." Robert Eidenbaugh stayed at the party for a half-hour. Then he went back to the Biltmore. In Basel, Khristo Stoianev lived in a rooming house on the Burgenstrasse and walked to work every morning on little streets shaded by lime trees. Legally, he had been interned in neutral Switzerland for the duration of the war. In fact, he read Bulgarian newspapers and transcripts of radio broadcasts and fought the Germans with scissors and paste. His task involved abstracting the truth from the Nazi-controlled Bulgarian press and radio. If they said a certain fact was true, he was to comment on the degree of falsity in the claim. Would the Bulgarians believe it? Which ones would know it to be false? Did he think it true? His English improved as he wrote copious longhand answers to these questions, and he became adept at working through systems of lies. The shades and tones, the subtleties, the tiny crumb of truth that sweetened the digestion of a falsehood. He dealt also with the hammers, designed to bash the population on the head with information until some of them at least believed that 2 and 2 made 7, and weren't they the lucky ones to have so much. This particular approach, studying newspapers and transcripts, had been severely maligned by the NKVD instructors at Arbat Street, at the direction of Comrade Stalin himself. All worthwhile intelligence, razvedka, had come from secret channels, undercover agents, and suborned informants. The rest, the use of open sources, was deemed mere research, women's work not befitting the heroic Soviet intelligence apparat. The dictum, as put by Western intelligence services, ran, "We only believe what we steal." For Khristo, the work was boring and repetitive. A long, difficult test, he rather thought. He worked for a former college professor from Leipzig, a gentle soul who watered his plants every day, and neither praised nor criticized, simply accepted his work as though it were, each day, each time, a happy surprise, saying, "Ah!" when he appeared in the doorway to hand in a thick batch of reports. But it was clean where he lived and where he worked. Quiet, Swiss, and it would be warm, he knew, in the winter-time. He had a casual woman friend who entertained him on Thursday nights. He had become entirely addicted to rösti, a crisp pancake of fried potatoes and onions. He lived in a room of his own, and he had a radio. When the people he worked for asked him questions about his former life and work, he answered them. As the summer turned hot and silent, he burrowed to the center of his circumscribed life and nested safe and sound. He thought about Alexandra only now and then, when the summer nights were too quiet for sleep. In late August, communist partisans rose in Bulgaria and threw the Germans out. Bulgarian fascists were executed. The Bulgarian Communist Party immediately allied itself with the Soviet Union, and the newspapers and radio transcripts took an entirely different line. The propaganda remained much as it had under the Germans, but was, Khristo felt, more artfully developed. The massed children's choirs who had spontaneously sung carols in Hitler's honor the previous Christmas now sang anthems dedicated to Joseph Stalin. By the 9th of September 1944, the change of government had been completed. Parades were held. A news photograph from Vidin came across Khristo's desk. The old Turkish post office, on the same street where his brother had been murdered by fascists, was hung with 2-story banners, portraits of Lenin, Stalin, and Dimitrov. Then, as the summer ended and the German armies of occupation fled east from Paris, a curious thing happened. A coincidence. He opened a folder of news clippings and saw that a mistake had been made. This folder contained news items not from the Balkans but from the United States. He glanced at the clipping on top of the pile and saw a photograph of Faye Burns. The article was taken from the business page of a newspaper in Manhattan, and it said that Miss Faye Burns had been appointed fundraising director of the New York office of the World Aid Committee, which would seek to assist displaced persons in returning to their homelands once the war ended. The article was brief, but it did give the address of the World Aid Committee, and he copied it out on a piece of paper. In the photograph, a 3/4 angle, he could see the changes. Her hair was shorter. There was a line to her jaw that hadn't been there before, and she had smiled for the photographer in a way that he didn't recognize. It was an artificial smile, posed and official. For a long time he stared at the photograph, shocked by the degree to which memory had betrayed him, deceived him. Because he had always remembered her as she was in Paris on the afternoon they had met by accident in the bookstore. He had, unwittingly, frozen her in time, kept her as she had been on a June day in 1937. He remembered her as she cried for Andres, remembered her as someone who would dare to love a man like Andres, who did not desert him, who paid the price of that love and then survived. He remembered her as a girl who had flung herself against the world without caution, without a care for her safety. Now she was a woman who had grown up to accept the artifice of a smile, poised and confident for a newspaper. He remembered particularly both times they had touched. When she had slept on his shoulder in the car parked at the Bilbao docks, and when she had held his hands while they waited for the train to depart at the Gare du Nord. Did men and women ordinarily remember the times when they'd touched each other? He did not know. Once again his eye ran over the article. Miss Fay Burns. So she had not married the man she had mentioned in the letter that had reached him in prison. He decided to write to her, and spent the better part of an hour at his desk, composing in English. But it was not to be. The letter seemed to him, when he drew back from it, strange and wrong. A man she had once known, briefly, writing poorly in a language not his own, and apologizing for it. He tore it up. The girl he had known in Paris might respond to such a letter, but the fundraising director of the World Aid Committee would, he feared, find it awkward, even pathetic. He took the folder into the professor's office. "This is not for me," he said in explanation, setting the folder on one corner of the desk. "Ah," the professor said, surprised that such a thing could happen. "And why," he wondered, returning down the hall to his little room, "are they toying with me?" The misdelivered news clipping was no coincidence. It was a provocation. It was their way of letting him know that they were aware of his relationship with Fay Burns. What could that matter to them? What could they mean by it? And how had they known about it? More important, what did they expect of him now that he'd seen the clipping? He didn't know, and decided to ignore the incident. If this were something truly significant, they'd press him further. He turned his attention to other matters, determined to put the entire episode out of mind. He bore down on his work for the rest of the afternoon, then, since it was Thursday, went off to visit his woman friend. She was, as usual, responsive, falling in with his mood, and treating him with a certain casual tenderness that he'd always found very comforting. Yet he was not his best self, distracted by the image of a woman with a professional smile in a grainy photograph. He imagined himself a great realist, and that passion without sentiment suited him perfectly. But at work on Friday morning he experienced a surge of emotion, more gratitude than love, and sent his friend a bouquet of flowers, for which she thanked him with a certain casual tenderness the following Thursday. In Basel, the autumn came on quickly, and by October the mornings were frosty and clear. One such morning he arrived punctually for work, and, on opening the vestibule door, came upon Ulysse and Albert and two other men he did not know. They were rolling down their sleeves and putting on their jackets and yawning. He had the impression they had been up all night and working hard. Ulysses' eyes lit up when he saw Khristo, and he smiled broadly. "Well, well," he said in perfect American English, "look what the cat dragged in." Khristo grinned sheepishly, a little taken aback, and they shook hands warmly. Ulysse turned to leave, his overcoat as always worn cape-like over his shoulders, and his bodyguard followed. As Albert moved past, he winked at Khristo and banged him affectionately on the shoulder with his fist. "Hey, buddy," he said. Bessarabia. In December of 1944, at the Utini gold fields on the Kolyma River, in a far southeastern corner of the Siberian USSR, Captain Ilya Goldman sat before a table of unpeeled birch logs in one of the interrogation rooms of Camp 782. Alone for the moment, he held his head in his hands, closed his eyes to shut out the world, and listened to the timbers creak and snap in the frozen air. A light wind blew in off the East Siberian Sea, sighing in the eaves, rising and falling. Otherwise, there was nothing. On the table before him were 2 stacks of files, which represented prisoners already processed and those yet to be seen. A bare bulb dangled from the ceiling on a long cord. At his feet, a malevolent cold flowed up through the floorboards, seeping through his boots and socks, a kind of icy fire that caused the skin to itch and burn simultaneously. This he accepted. Traveling the Utini camps, he had come to admire the cold, a cunning predator that used the human body as a wick, crawling upward in search of the center of warmth. The heart, that was what it wanted. And welcome to it, he thought. He took a deep breath, closed his mind to anger, and tried to concentrate on the notes he had just completed. They were scratched on the stiff, waxy paper native to Soviet bureaucracy, wood-flecked, pale brown stuff meant to last for 1,000 years. The millennium, therefore, would know that at least one inmate of Camp 782 had claimed that the bread ration was more than adequate, perhaps excessive, and gone on to suggest that food allocations be reduced so that the heroic men and women of the patriotic Red Army might better strengthen themselves for the fight against the fascist invader. So said prisoner 389062, a nameless yellow skull that had sat nodding and trembling before him, twisting a cap in his hands in the ancient gesture of the peasant, and attempting, toothless mouth stretched to its limits, what could have been taken for a smile. The statement had been dutifully recorded and signed by Captain I.J. Goldman, Office of the Inspector General, Bureau of Labor Camps, 4th Division, 6th Directorate, NKVD. Thus, in bureaucratic terms, he had been buried alive. Since the inception of his service in Spain, Ilya Goldman had moved exclusively in the upper echelons of the NKVD. First Chief Directorate, 5th Department, the prized Western Europe posting. Ideologically, he was trusted. Professionally, he was considered clever and sharp-witted, a man who played the game and avoided the pitfalls, protecting his friends and protected by them, gaining influence, banking favors every day. Words of thanks were casually waved away. Some day, he would tell his newfound friends, you can help me out. But when the great day came, a punitive transfer to the office responsible for the labor camps, his friends did not answer their telephones, and down he went. Into an abyss where grace and wit counted for nothing. Here you needed only a steel fist and an iron stomach, though it helped to be blind and deaf. He despised himself for allowing such a thing to happen, for not comprehending that it could happen. He had stood so high in his own opinion, brilliant, deft, an intelligence officer who belonged in Madrid, in Paris, in Geneva. A smart little Jew boy from Bucharest, he mocked himself. Sophisticated and urbane, in NKVD argot a cosmopolite, deserved no less. The service would never send such a fine fellow off to the Gulag to listen to memorized speeches from a parade of exhausted skeletons. Oh, no, they'd never do that. But he had failed them, had tried to deceive them, and they'd found out and punished him. His downfall had come about in Romania, of all places, the homeland he had not seen for 10 years. sad, wretched place, backwater of southeastern Europe with its ridiculous decayed nobility and peasants who had believed, truly believed, Iron Guard leader Codreanu to be the reincarnation of Christ. Their leaders had sided with Hitler, and the Romanian divisions had fought bravely enough in the Crimean Peninsula and elsewhere before the massive Russian counterattacks had inevitably rolled them back. The country had surrendered early in September to the United States, Great Britain, and the USSR, theoretically, but the Russians were little interested in the diplomatic niceties of shared power and, within days, had presented their bill to the Romanians. Then sent NKVD personnel, Ilya Goldman among them, to make sure it was paid, in full, and on time. It was, for a country that had just finished fighting 4 years of war, a bill of some considerable magnitude. 700 million lei, about $50 million, easily exceeding the contents of the Romanian treasury. But this was merely the first item on the bill. The government had to provide, in addition, the following: all privately owned radios, 2,500,000 tons of grain, 1,700,000 head of cattle, 13,000 horses, and vast tonnages of vegetables, potatoes, and cigarettes. All telephone and telegraph lines are to be torn down and shipped east in boxcars, once the latter had been refitted to accept the Russian rail gauge. 12 divisions to be formed immediately to fight the Germans and the Hungarians. The list went on: ambulances, doctors, gold, silver, watches, timber, whatever they had, the entire national wealth. Further, the USSR would now control all means of communication: the merchant marine, all utilities and industries, all factories and storage depots, and all radio stations. If the Romanian population couldn't listen to them with all the radios shipped east, foreign monitors could. The directives went out, and the peasants, by and large, obeyed. Ilya saw them shuffling into the villages and market towns with their livestock and the contents of their granaries and root cellars, even next spring's seed grain. God had directed their leaders, they seemed to feel. Now God had forsaken them. Ilya watched their faces, and the sight broke his heart. To his superiors, of course, he was not a Romanian, he was a Jew. That was a nationality, a race, and they saw no reason he should feel allegiance to a country adopted in the distant past by some wandering peddler and his family. He was supposed to know these people, their little tricks and deceits, and he was supposed to squeeze them. Not that his bosses meant him to do any of the rough stuff himself. No, they had special personnel for that. Many of them former Iron Guardsmen who had now seen the light of progressive socialism. No more than thugs in uniforms, but they served a purpose. When there was shooting to be done, they did it. But Ilya heard it, and saw the bodies sagged lifeless on the posts behind the barracks. Sometimes one didn't have to shoot, a simple beating would suffice. When the peasants were beaten, they cried out for mercy from the lord of the manor, an old tradition. Clearly, they did not understand what was happening to them, protested their innocence, swore it before God. Most of them, however, did as they were told. Brought in everything they had, garlanded their beasts before they were led away so that they might make a good impression on their new masters and be treated with kindness. One old man, parting with his plough horse, slipped a carrot in Ilya's pocket. "He's a stubborn old thing," he'd whispered, believing Ilya to be the new owner, "but he'll work like the devil for a treat." For the first few weeks, as the Carpathians turned gold in early autumn, he had steeled himself to it, took it as a test of courage, inner strength. But his superiors had not been entirely wrong about him. He did know these people, their little tricks and deceits. In fact, he knew them much too well. He knew the look in the eyes of a man who sees a lifetime's labor flicked away in an instant. So he cheated. Just a little, here and there, principally sins of omission, a matter of not reporting what he saw. But as the weeks went by, the accounting was turned in, and the numbers rose up through the apparatus to those whose job it was to compare, to set unit beside unit in order to judge production. And the showing of his group grew poorer and poorer until somebody caught on and sent somebody else down there to see what the hell was going on, and it only took a little while before they got on to him. The transfer followed immediately. He tried making certain telephone calls, but they'd marked him, and his friends knew enough to leave him alone, lest the virus touch them as well. At Camp 782, the procession of inmates continued all through the winter afternoon as the wind sang in the eaves. One left, another entered. Each prisoner had been judiciously selected by the camp commandant, so their statements were well rehearsed. It was all to do with self-sacrifice, patriotism, hard work, shock brigades that labored through the night to meet a production norm, and, of course, undying faith in the great leader. Ilya Goldman wrote it all down and signed it, an automaton, playing his assigned role in the ritual. The mute agony of these places, themselves lost in the silence of the endless frozen land, would finish him if he permitted himself to feel it, so he had by self-direction grown numb, and now felt nothing about anything. There was no other defense. By early evening, only one file remained to be processed. 503775. Admitted, 20 December 1936. Labor classification, clerk. Present function, office of task assignment. Security notation, reliable. Charge, Articles 40, 42, 42A, 45, and 70 of the Judicial Code. Release date, 20 December 1966. There was no name on the file, no age, nothing of 503775's life before admission to the camp system. Such information was classified and held elsewhere, no doubt in the files of the resident NKVD officer. But Ilya could tell by a glance down the page that this had at one time been somebody. Somebody snaffled up in the purges of 1936, too important or favored to kill, thus consigned to the Utini, a non-person. The man was a trustee, with a good deal of power, clerk's power, but power nonetheless. So had apparently contrived to ingratiate himself with the camp administration. When he entered the room, Ilya felt a slight prickle of recognition. To look at, he was no different from the others, hesitant, nervous, with humility suggested in every motion. He dragged a foot as he walked, a soft scrape on the floorboards. His head was shaven against the lice, camp rations had shrunken his features, and his eyes were slitted from years of the Kolyma weather, sun glaring off the ice fields. His shoulders were stooped, his beard long and lank, a man perhaps in his late 50s, though one could never be sure about age in a camp. Ilya nodded him to the chair. He sat down, then launched himself into a speech of such patriotic frenzy that it became clear to Ilya why the commandant had placed him last on the day's schedule. A theatrical flourish to send the Inspector General's little man off happy to his next camp. The phrases flowed like oil. Let it be remembered, and hour of the nation's need, and strayed from the true course, and dedicated more than ever to sacrifice. All that year's favorites. The man was something of a poet, working in the genre of political cliché. My God, Ilya thought, I'm talking to Sasha Vonets. He lurched forward, face lit by recognition, opened his mouth to speak. Sasha's hand shot across the table, and Ilya felt a rough finger pressed briefly against his lips in a plea for silence. Ilya was caught with admiration. Sasha didn't miss a beat. Inspired by the great leader. as he pointed back and forth to the far wall and his right ear. Ilya nodded his complicity. The camp commandant was evidently making sure that nobody said the wrong thing. The interrogation room had been cleverly constructed within a maze of administrative offices, essentially 3 partitions built against an exterior wall. It was windowless, as all interrogation facilities were supposed to be. One wanted to avoid even the implicit suggestion that the prisoner had any way out of the difficulties in which he found himself. The camp commandant, Ilya realized, would likely have some flunky sitting next to one of the walls and taking verbatim notes in shorthand. Sasha, having wound up his introductory remarks, now began the recitation of a poem entitled Red Banners, a reference to the NKVD Medal of Honor that could never be worn in public. This poem was, apparently, a personal contribution to the war effort. From the first stanza it became clear to Ilya that it was to be a kind of modern epic, an inspirational hymn of praise to the security services. Arise, O patriots of the shadows, who do not see the flight of cranes, whose red banners fly in darkness only, we salute you. It went on for quite some time. Stern images of struggle and heroism marching forward in a grand parade. Then, as he ended the recitation, Sasha came around the table and thrust 2 slips of paper into the front of Ilya's uniform jacket. When he moved away and sat down again, Ilya slowly exhaled the breath he'd been holding. Up close, the smell of mildew and stale sweat had nearly gagged him. "Might one ask, comrade captain, your opinion of my humble poem?" "Laudable," Ilya said. "I will certainly inform the appropriate agencies of the existence of this work. You may depend on it." "Thank you, Comrade Major." "Thank you, 503775. You are dismissed." Sasha stood. For one instant, his eyes were naked, and Ilya saw the truth of the 8 years he had spent in the camps. Then the man drew back inside himself, his eyes dulled, and he became again a clerk in a Kolyma gold-mining facility. Ilya found himself wanting desperately to reassure him, to offer at least a gesture of human fellowship, and so patted the place where the slips of paper rested over his heart. Sasha closed his eyes in a silent gesture of gratitude and bowed his head, then turned and left the room, his dragged leg scraping softly over the floorboards. Before Ilya could be alone to read the letters, there was a great deal to be gotten through, a formal meeting with the camp NKVD officer, followed by a painfully formal exchange of confidences with the camp commandant's principal assistant, during which Ilya made sure to communicate his great satisfaction with all he'd found. Followed in turn by an endless vodka-sodden dinner given in his honor by the commandant and attended by senior staff and their wives. He was seated next to a fat, red-faced woman with merry eyes, stuffed into a gown from the 1920s, who rested a hand on his thigh beneath the table and leaned against his shoulder. "You are eating breast of wolf," she giggled in his ear. "Is it not delectable?" At long last, late at night, he was returned to the 2-car train that sat chuffing idly on the rail spur that serviced Camp 782 and took its gold away. He entered his private compartment in an old boxcar that rode high over its cast-iron wheels and told his adjutant he did not wish to be disturbed, then turned up the flame on an oil lamp that lit the rough wooden interior of the car. He felt the first shudder of motion a few minutes later when, as the couplings clanged, the train slowly began to make way. Outside, the endless snowfields shone white and empty in the darkness, and the slow, steam-driven rhythm of the engine sharpened the sense of being lost in vastness. The first letter was scrawled, apparently written in great haste. Yulia Goldman. I observed you entering the camp this morning and realized that we have known one another. If I have not been able to approach you, I will identify myself as Colonel A.Y. Vonitz, Sasha. We met briefly while serving in Spain in 1936. In March of 1943, a man named Semmers came to this camp, sentenced under Article 38, anti-Soviet statement. He told me of a conspiracy known as BF 825 that existed among the Brotherhood Front of 1934 in the training facility on Arbat Street. He claimed to have been approached by Drazen Kulik, and that others were involved, including Josef Voluta, Khristo Stoianev, and yourself. Semmers attempted to escape in March of this year, was discovered, and shot. I will inform no one of your complicity in this conspiracy as long as you undertake 2 actions on my behalf. 1. The accompanying letter is for Josef Voluta. I believe that you are able to transmit it to him. 2. Within the next 60 days, I must be transferred to Camp 209 in Bielgorod-Dniestrovsky, at the mouth of the Dniester, on the Black Sea. I know you have the ability to do this within the labor camp administration. If you choose not to do it, or to reveal these communications, I will inform local NKVD of the existence of BF 825 and your participation within it. Forgive me, Ilya. I will not live out another year in this place. The second letter did not have a heading and was printed in tiny letters crammed together on a small slip of brown paper. On 12 April, I will be in the Romanian village at Sfântu Gheorghe, on the southern arm of the Dunăre, where it empties into the Black Sea. I have extraordinarily valuable information for Western intelligence services. The information is recorded in a document I will carry, but it is usable only with my personal assistance. For example, the agent known as Andres, Avram Rubenis, was murdered in Paris in 1937, with a slow-acting poison clandestinely administered in a café at the direction of Colonel V.I. Kolodny of the Paris Rezidentura. The above is one item among many hundred. I will remain in Sfântu Gheorghe from April 12 on, until I am discovered or betrayed. I will then confess to the BF 825 plot and all else I know. Signed, an NKVD colonel. Ilya sat back and stared at his reflection in the dark window. He saw a taut, colorless face above the green NKVD uniform. By inference, he pieced together what he took to be Sasha's intentions. The mouth of the Dniester was less than 100 miles from the Romanian delta of the Dunăre, the Danube. Since the surrender, converted ore steamers moved constantly back and forth between the two areas, sailing empty into Romania, returning with wheat, vegetables, horses, and God knew what else. Sasha intended to escape from the camp. Then he meant to stow away on a Black Sea steamer that left from Odessa and called at Belgorod, where a chemical works was being built by Gulag labor. He would hide aboard the ship at Belgorod, then disembark secretly at Ismail, the Soviet port on the Danube, after which he would make his way to Sfântu Gheorghe, nominally in the nation of Romania, but in fact a part of the ancient region known as Bessarabia, a remote corner of the world so lost as to be nearly unknown. If the letter were delivered to Voluta, he would use the NOV apparatus to move the letter to a Western intelligence service, and Sasha believed he would be exfiltrated from the little fishing village of Sfântu Gheorghe. The letter had to go to Voluta because Sasha was aware that Voluta knew him personally and that he, as well as other members of the BF 825 conspiracy, were in a position to confirm his value to the Western services. It was, in its own way, a reasonably clever plan. Escape from a camp in the Kolyma was nearly impossible. The land itself was a prison. and no Allied intelligence service would want to attempt this sort of covert action in the country of a nominal ally. Thus Sasha had placed responsibility on himself for leaving Russian soil. Romania, on the other hand, was in a condition of political flux that might facilitate an operation to remove a desirable asset. But, Ilya realized, years of training and practical experience said no. The scheme had virtually no chance of success. Too many steps, too many assumptions, a blind thrust from a doomed man. In effect, it sentenced Sasha to death, and once he escaped from Belgorod and someone checked on how he came to be transferred there in the first place, sentenced Ilya Goldman to death as well. Unless, by April 12, Ilya thought, listening to the slow beat of the wheels, I am somewhere else. But if the exfiltration scheme was wishful thinking, the part of the plot that touched him was close to perfect. Considered objectively, Sasha Vonets had built a fine trap. In it, Ilya realized, he could move in only one direction. There were no exits along the way, and at the end, it sent him where he wanted to go. The white face in the window smiled ruefully. Truly, you couldn't ask for a better trap than that. Christmas, Rождество, was no longer a holy day in the Soviet Union. Yet somehow on the night of December 24th, the duty roster at the 4th Division of the 6th Directorate was seriously depleted. The Inspector General's Central Bureau in Moscow was on Ulyanovskaya Street, in a turn-of-the-century building with vast marble hallways that had once housed the Tsar's corn tax apparat. Ilya Goldman was very nearly alone in the building on Christmas Eve. Most of the senior officers seemed to be down with the flu or engaged in important business outside the office. Perhaps, Ilya thought, they were engaged in the surveillance of Dedushka Moroz, Father Frost, as he visited children on the night before Christmas. In any event, Captain Ilya Goldman was a Jew, and as such, found it productive not to have the flu or important business elsewhere on Christmas Eve, and had volunteered to work a double shift and assume the responsibility of night duty officer. He dug away at his paperwork until a little after midnight, then strolled down the corridor to the office of Major General Yuzhenko, whose chief responsibility was the suppression of the occasional uprising within the camp populations. He'd chosen Yuzhenko, a particularly nasty brute with a savage temper, rather carefully, for the man was, in Ilya's scheme of things, about to commit the single honorable act of his life. One could, when the fat was in the fire, hear him all over the 7th floor, screaming on the telephone, cursing, almost weeping with rage. Yuzhenko had locked his office door, but to Captain Goldman, trained as he was by the NKVD, that did not present a serious problem. Ilya turned on the office lights and rummaged through the files until he found a packet of transfer forms. He put one in Yuzhenko's secretary's typewriter and filled it out, making all the proper marks in the appropriate boxes. Under the heading Reason for Transfer, he wrote, By order of Major General Yuzhenko. That had been reason enough in the past. It would be now. He found a letter signed by the general, slid it beneath the transfer, and traced out the signature, using a pen from the desk drawer. He turned off the lights, locked up the office, and proceeded down the hall, collecting 3 countersignatures in precisely the same manner in 3 other offices. He then deposited the transfer in the action box on the desk of the commanding officer's secretary, and Sasha Vonets was on his way to Belgorod-Dnestrovsky. How quickly, Ilya thought, the Soviet bureaucracy could move when it wanted to. He left the building, walking along Ulyanovskaya Street for several blocks, then turning north toward one of the buildings given over to the Ministries of Transport, internal. The door guard, seeing his NKVD uniform, let him in without question. Who knew what business these people might be about, even on what used to be Christmas Eve? The hallways of this particular ministry were even grander than his own, and each floor had its own cleaning lady, traditional Russian babas in kerchiefs, who spent the long night down on their knees with buckets of soapy water and hard brushes, rubbing away at the heel marks of the previous day's boots. On the third floor, Ilya walked carefully along the wet marble, his footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. He found the third-floor cleaning lady just outside an office door marked Bureau of Streetcar Maintenance, assistant to the deputy director. She was all in black, large breasts swaying within an old cotton dress as she scrubbed, humming to herself, absorbed in this work that would go on night after night, apparently forever. She saw him approach and stand before her, but took no notice of him. He was just another pair of boots. When he handed her a slip of brown paper with tiny printing crammed on one side and the coded name of an addressee on the other, she took no notice of that either, simply tucked it away somewhere inside her dress with one hand, while scrubbing away with the other. Back on Ulyanovskaya Street, Ilya walked slowly toward his office. The night was icy cold and clear, a million stars overhead. At 6:30 on the morning of December 25th, Natalia Fedorova, a cleaner at the offices of the Ministries of Transport, waited at the Usacheva tram station for the number 26 trolley, which would take her back to the flat she shared with her daughter and son-in-law and their children. By coincidence, her sister's husband, Pavel, took this same route, and 6 days a week they greeted each other as she got on the trolley to go home, and he got off to go to his job. It was snowing lightly, a fine, dry snow of the sort that often went on for days. The trolley was 20 minutes late, but Natalia waited patiently with the other night workers heading home, all of them standing quietly in the falling snow. When the trolley finally did arrive, Pavel was among the last to get off, so they kissed hurriedly, and he murmured a salutation, Shrozydyes Rom Christovim, Christ is born, by her ear as their cheeks brushed. He clasped her hand warmly for a moment, then tucked the slip of brown paper away in the pocket of his infantryman's coat. He had lost an eye in the fighting at Stalingrad, and wore 3 ranks of medals on his chest. The brief greeting kept her from being early on the tram, so she had to stand for the hour-and-a-half ride back to her flat. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other and gazed pensively out the windows at the passing city, looking forward to the dinner she would have with her sister and Pavel that night. She planned to bake a Christmas bread for the occasion. It would have to be made without eggs, sadly, and raisins were out of the question. But Pavel had received a little packet of powdered sugar at his job, so there would be something sweet for the Christmas meal. A few minutes before 7, Pavel arrived at the Usacheva Street offices of the temporary Belgian mission where he worked as a porter. Humming to himself, he took out the garbage cans. The big dented one with food scraps and other wet materials would be picked up by a garbage truck. The small wooden one, dry materials, was mostly office waste, paper trash of all sorts, generated by the night shift of communications clerks at the mission, and it was picked up by 2 men in a black car, who never spoke to him. Next, he made a round of the mission offices, making sure the ashtrays were clean and emptying the pencil sharpener shavings into a piece of newspaper. The tiny office at the end of the hall was used by a junior diplomat, a devout Catholic, the grandson of Polish immigrants to Belgium. And after Pavel emptied his pencil shavings on the paper, he left him a little something in return. A slip of brown paper, folded once, inserted in the barrel of the pencil sharpener before the canister was wiggled back into place and left upside down, a signal that the mailman had visited. On January 10th, a Canadian war correspondent was driven west from Moscow to the suburbs of Warsaw, to be on hand when Marshal Zhukov's first White Russian front, accompanied by units of the Lublin Polish Army, marched in to take official control of the city. Zhukov's divisions had been waiting across the Vistula since August of 1944, while the Polish Home Army, under General Bohr, fought it out in the streets and sewers of Warsaw with Hitler's Totenkopf Death's Head Division. Some 250,000 Polish partisans had died in the fighting, only occasionally supplied by the Russians. Thus, there would be no resistance from the Poles when the Lublin army, representing the Polish Communist Party, took over the administration of the country. The Canadian reporter was entertained on the night of January 15th by a group of Zhukov's aides. There was great good fellowship, and many toasts were drunk. As a cold sun rose on the morning of the 16th, the correspondent walked down to the Vistula and stared out at the haze of grey smoke hanging over the burnt-out city. When he returned to the old manor house that served as Zhukov's headquarters, the little slip of brown paper had been removed from the bottom of his sleeping bag. He was glad to see it go. The tiny Cyrillic printing had been beyond his ability to read, but he'd taken special care of the thing while it was in his possession. These little favors he did for his Belgian friend made him nervous. But in return, he was sometimes permitted to send solid background material off to Canada in the Belgian diplomatic pouch, thus evading the heavy-handed Russian censorship. The newspaper was delighted with these transmissions, spread the material about to protect their source, and had advanced him 3 pay grades since August. He was glad of that, for he was very much a man who wanted to do well at his work. Josef Voluta had returned to occupied Poland in the summer of 1944, along with 2 other members of NOV, the Polish nationalist group made up of loosely affiliated army officers and Roman Catholic priests. They had been ordered to Warsaw to be on hand when their country returned to life, but instead had witnessed its death. By the end of July, the Poles could virtually taste freedom. July or August, that was the prevailing view. Pessimists spoke in favor of October. The German troops were giving ground, retreating from occupied territory throughout Eastern Europe, leaving behind terrified colonies of German settlers put in place by Hitler to bring civilization to the barbarian lands he had conquered. By July 31st, even the pessimists were heard whistling on the streets. The first Belarusian front under Rokossovsky was 10 miles from Warsaw, but Hitler could not seem to bear the thought of losing his beloved Poland, his first conquest by force of arms, his first amour. NOV intelligence nets photographed the arrival of the SS Viking and Totenkopf divisions, the Hermann Göring division, and the 19th Panzer Brigade. They were the best, the worst, that Hitler could bring to bear. But this did not deter the Polish Home Army under General Komorowski, known then by his nom de guerre, General Bohr, from rising against the Germans. The Poles had known the Russians for centuries and were indifferent to the distinctions between Tsars and Bolsheviks. Thus, when Rokossovsky took the city, the Poles had planned to greet their Russian allies as saviors and liberators, but not conquerors, and not occupation forces. It went quite well in the first weeks. Panzer tanks, induced to enter the narrow alleyways of the old city, discovered themselves unable to maneuver, and were then set alight by gasoline and soap bombs with potassium permanganate wicks. When the crews ran from the burning armor, Polish snipers knocked them down. Moscow radio celebrated the uprising, calling out in a September 5th broadcast for all patriotic Poles to join battle with the Germans, this time for decisive action. Throughout the city of Warsaw, partisan units attacked German positions, often at night. Lively, sudden, short-range ambushes by running shadows who melted away into the darkness as German reinforcements arrived. By the middle of September, however, the Poles were running out of supplies, food, ammunition, weapons, and especially anesthetics for the wounded. The Russians, still 10 miles away across the Vistula, gave permission for British and American supply drops using Russian airfields for refueling. Thus, for 4 days, beginning on September 14th, supplies reached the Polish fighters. But on September 18th, Russian permission was withdrawn. In the next 3 days, SS units inflicted terrible casualties on virtually disarmed partisan groups. Then, on September 21st, a massive resupply effort was initiated, more than 2,000 missions flown in a 7-day period. But on September 30th, with Polish units fully engaged, the Russians withdrew permission for a second time, and at that point, the supply effort ended permanently. By then, 250,000 Poles had died in the fighting. The Polish Home Army ceased to exist as a unified fighting force, and on October 19th, Hitler determined to destroy that which he could not possess. Under his specific orders, German engineers methodically blew the city to pieces. The Lublin Committee, the Soviet-sponsored government in exile, condemned the uprising, calling it futile. On the first day of 1945, the Lublin Committee declared itself the legitimate government of Poland. On January 17th, the Russians finally crossed the Vistula, and the first White Russian front under Zhukov marched triumphant into the city. Voluta had stayed on in Warsaw long after it became clear that the city was doomed. There was always one more thing that had to be done. Wounded to be cared for, German positions observed, gasoline bombs to be manufactured, last rites offered. The partisans lived like rats in a city of ghosts, a city that burned for 3 months and immolated its own dead. Voluta picked wheat grains from the mud to keep from starving, loaded machine gun belts, performed an operation on a wounded man with a tailor's needle and thread, using wood alcohol as an anesthetic because there simply wasn't anything else. On January 3rd, Voluta had been able to re-establish contact with his base in Vatican City, sending a coded radio message to the NOV Communication Center. A commercial frequency was used with a letter code based on Chapter 12 of the Book of Daniel. The German radio reparage had almost caught up with him, because he was exhausted and slow on the keys of the transmitter, and the sending had taken him much too long. But the driver of the German radio truck had become disoriented in the dense pall of smoke that lay over the city, and a few teenagers had come up out of a sewer and turned the truck over, lighting off the gasoline with a strip of shirt tail run into the tank. Voluta's contact was answered on January 9th. A 50-second transmission in Book of Daniel code, ordering him to wait for an urgent letter that was moving toward him via the NOV courier system and telling him where and when he could receive it. The latter half of the transmission ordered him to forward this message to KS and informed Voluta of his whereabouts. Thus, on the morning of January 17th, he made his way to a shattered tenement on the edge of what had once been the Jewish ghetto, where a group of youngsters was busily breaking down, emptying sandbags, tearing apart a wall built of paving stones, a machine gun emplacement that had somehow survived the destruction of the city. A girl of 13 greeted him and handed over a small slip of brown paper. They stood together at the edge of an enormous hole that had been blown in the street by a German 88 round. Voluta could see down into a sewer where black water flowed sluggishly past, sometimes carrying a body in its current. From the distance, the sound of a Russian marching band could be heard, brassy and discordant. Voluta read the slip of paper quickly, then put it in his pocket. "Thank you," he said to the girl, then nodded toward the blare of the music and added, "You must be careful now, you know." She smiled at him, face gray with soot and ash, hands wound with rags against barrel burns from the machine gun, feet lost in a preposterously large pair of Wehrmacht tanker's boots. "I shall be, father," she said to him. "You may be sure of that." "You had no trouble across the river?" "No, father, no trouble. They were all snoring like crocodile. And anyhow, I have learned to be invisible." He nodded, said goodbye, then touched her face for a moment. His heart swelled with things to be said, but he could say none of them. At nightfall he left the city, dressed as a laborer. The following morning, dressed as a priest, he crossed through rear-guard elements of the retreating German divisions, giving his blessing to those soldiers who requested it. After that he headed south and a little west, meaning to deliver the slip of brown paper to the KS named by the NOV officers in Rome. The message could have been moved unobtrusively into diplomatic channels, far more efficient than a priest walking by daylight through the battered and frozen countryside, but the NOV officers knew the ways of bureaucrats, knew the fate of paper that sat on desks. So he walked, sometimes riding a little way with a farmer who still had a horse and cart, day after day, often through snow, moving all ways southwest, along one of the many escape routes, some so old and well used that they were marked by fugitives' huts, that led out of Poland. They had come to Khristo Stoianev in December of 1944 and asked him to undertake the Feldspar mission. They had not threatened him. They were the OSS, not the NKVD. But neither had they relieved him of any obligation he might place upon himself. They were all very well dressed, these people, and they spent money like water, taking him to lunch or dinner over a 3-week period and sliding Swiss franc notes from leather wallets and dropping them atop the check on its little plate and not waiting for change. "We don't want you to feel we're putting pressure on you," one of them said in the grand dining room of the Hotel Schwarzwald in Bern, putting extraordinary pressure on him at precisely that moment. "It would," the man said ruefully, knocking cold ash from the bowl of his pipe by smacking it against his palm, "be very dangerous work." "Where is it?" he'd asked. The man put the pipe in his mouth and made a whistling sound by blowing into it a few times, making sure the stem was clear. "Prague," he said. "I cannot speak native Czech," Khristo answered. "No, you can't," the man said, "but you'll do for a Yugoslav. Perhaps a machinist, forced labor, you know, the sort of thing." He began to pack tobacco into his pipe from a leather pouch as a waiter came gliding to the table like a swan and began the exquisitely laborious process, silver urn, gleaming hotel china, silver cream pitcher, sugar bowl and tongs, of serving coffee. Who could say no? Who could bear the subsequent weight of Episcopalian disappointment, unvoiced but not uncommunicated, the dreadful undercurrent of icy sympathy extended to those who have proven themselves at last cowards and failures? "We don't blame you, of course. It's just not in your nature to accept danger," they would say. Or rather, much worse, they wouldn't say. Yet the approach could be resisted, and often enough was, by those to whom survival really was paramount, but Khristo was not among them. His dining companion's eyes twinkled as he sipped his coffee and looked over the rim of his cup. "I'm proud of you, I really am," he said as he set the cup down. "Once this Nazi business is done with—" He lit the pipe at last, and the table was wreathed with drifts of sweet-smelling smoke. "Well, there's always the future to consider." It was said as an afterthought, almost. "We know you don't require an inducement, but here's one anyhow." The man's expression in that moment had something of the philosopher about it, suggesting he knew all too well that people accepted such missions for reasons of the heart, and that material rewards were of no consequence once the real danger was considered. Thus Khristo found himself bribed and flattered in the same moment. "Wily old bastard," he thought, enjoying the performance for the pure virtuosity of it. "Someone has to do it," the man said, shaking his head in wonder at what the world seemed to demand of both of them. And the restaurant bills were nothing compared to what they spent on him after the operation got under way. The NKVD, he thought, would have woven an elaborate conspiracy to achieve the same results, using coercion, ideology, whatever human pressure point could be laid bare. The Americans, on the other hand, fought with money and technology, and they were extravagant with both. They flew Khristo down to OSS headquarters in Bari, Italy, and trained him in the use of the new JE radio. The Joan Eleanor communication system had been the brainchild of Lieutenant Commander Steve Simpson, an engineer from RCA, who named the invention after a certain Joan, a WAC major he quite liked, and Eleanor, the wife of his associate, DeWitt Goddard. Clandestine communications to that point had depended on the self-descriptive suitcase radio. The JE radio was 6 inches long, had an aerial that unfolded to 1 foot in length, and transmitted to a receiver in a British de Havilland Mosquito, a fast little 2-man fighter-bomber with a range of 1,800 miles, circling above the transmission point. And the German radio repérage could not locate a JE radio. On a quarter-moon night in early January, Khristo Stoianev was parachuted into the Czech countryside south of Prague, the insertion achieved by a B-24 Liberator specially modified for agent drops behind enemy lines. The bomber was painted matte black, making it nearly invisible even when tracked by German searchlights. The exhaust flame was shielded, the ball turret normally found on the belly of the plane had been removed, altering its silhouette, and a hinged plywood panel installed in its place to serve as exit hatch for the parachutist. The navigator's compartment in the nose of the airplane was sealed off in such a way as to create the total darkness required for visual navigation at night. On a normal bombing run, great numbers of planes flew over a target at 20,000 feet, protected by fighter squadrons. Agent insertion technology demanded that the plane fly alone, 500 feet above the ground, at the slowest possible speed, sometimes less than 120 miles per hour, the sort of contour aviation that demanded some moonlight and a cloud-free night. The navigator followed roads or moonlight reflected from rivers or lakes. Some of the runs used German concentration camps as beacons, since they were lit brightly all night long to discourage escapes. Khristo landed without difficulty in the proper location. His papers were excellent forgeries, typed on German typewriters, stamped properly with German inks, and the legend created for him, a fictitious life cycle from birth to present, was indeed, as the man with the pipe had suggested it might be. He was a Yugoslav conscript worker of Croatian origin, a machine tool expert and drill press operator, a valuable asset to the Reich. He carried a thick wad of German Reichsmarks and Czech crowns and an additional sum in gold coins. His map was perfect, guiding him into Prague along the Vltava River in something under 6 hours once he had stolen a bicycle. He made his way to a safe house, owned by a mathematics teacher, where he was received with cheese dumplings and eggs. The objectives of the Feldspar mission were not complicated. He was to collect and transmit data on bombing effectiveness and war factory production in Bohemia, the region of Prague, and prepare for the reception of additional agents. The JE radio would work very nicely from a roof, and the Mosquito would be circling 35,000 feet above him at certain prearranged hours of the night, unseen by German anti-aircraft crews. There had been no arrangement made for exfiltration. General Patton's Third Army was headed that way at a good clip, and they would come to him. If he got into trouble, the Czech underground could move him to the protection of units fighting in the Tatra Mountains to the south. Hundreds of man-hours had clearly been spent on this mission, and, to the extent possible, the nature of the operation shielded him from excessive peril. That gave him a certain confidence, reinforced by his NKVD schooling and experience, which trained one to rely on guile and ruthlessness because there was no JE radio and not enough aviation gasoline for an airplane to fly in circles over the communicating agent. "Concentrate," the briefers told him. "Know where you are and whom you are with every second of every day, and if you experience fatigue, treat it as you would a dangerous sickness. Keep incriminating evidence as far away from you as possible. Hide everything. When you are out in the streets of Prague, you must be a Yugoslavian conscript worker." They used chemicals to remove the nicotine stain from his index finger because cigarettes were sufficiently scarce in occupied Europe that the yellowish discoloration was now rarely seen. "The Czechs you'll be working with," they told him, "are very good. Espionage has been a high art in Central Europe for hundreds of years." Feldspar certainly was, he thought, a mission guaranteed for success as much as any operation of that type could ever be. Perhaps his nerve slipped. He accused himself of that more than once, as January became February and Prague lay under a blanket of dirty ice in the coldest winter in Europe for 40 years. He'd left the teacher's house after 3 days. He had no objective reason to do so. It was simply that the neighborhood felt wrong. He moved to a burned-out warehouse on the eastern edge of the industrial district, a place where barrels of cooking oil had been stored. The building stood 3 stories high. Scorch patterns flared out on the plaster walls above and below the broken windows, and when the rains came in early March, oil that had leached into the cinder loading yard over the years returned to the surface, and the smell of it, singed and rancid, hung in the wet air. He lived in what had once been the warehouse office, where a small stove still functioned, bought black-market coal at an exorbitant price, and lugged it back to his hideout in a metal bucket. And any time he went anywhere, he carried a small, snub-nosed VZ-27 he'd picked up from his coal supplier. That was something no Yugoslav conscript worker would dare to have, but he had no intention of being taken alive here. Not by these occupation troops, not by this Gestapo. It was a cheap, shoddy weapon, a 7.65 automatic with a miserly 8-round magazine and a plastic grip, produced under occupation with Böhmische Waffenfabrik Prag, replacing the usual Czech manufacturer's mark. This pistol was made in German Bohemia. The inscription implied there is no such thing as Czechoslovakia. But there was. The Czechs had insisted on that. And the well-dressed people in Bern and Bari who had paid for the lunches hadn't told him about Prague. Oh, they'd told him in so many words, in rather cool, unemotional language, what the situation was, describing the political climate, analyzing the cultural and economic conditions, characterizing weather, food, religion, local customs, all the empirical data you could want. But Prague, in the winter and early spring of 1945, would have required a chorus of the damned to do it true justice. Khristo, when he was out among the people, believed he could actually feel it, like a sickness, a cold, gestating rage that swelled toward the moment of its birth. And the harder the Germans bore down, the more they whipped and tortured and executed, the more it grew. "The day will come," one of his agents had told him, "when we will hang them up by the feet and soak them with gasoline and set them alight. Upside down, you see, so that they do not die too quickly from breathing the smoke. You will be here," the man said. "You will see it." Khristo believed him. It was not a fantasy of the oppressed. It was a plan, a lucid, thought-out ritual of justice, and the day of its reality was not far off. In the Staromiestski Square, in the old part of the city, there was a medieval clock high on the facade of the town hall. When the hour struck, a painted Christ and 12 apostles would appear one by one in a little window below the clock, followed by the figure of hooded death, whose bell sounded for the passing of time. Then the Turk, the miser, the vain fool, and at last the cock. The Germans found it fascinating, Bohemian folklore displayed for their pleasure, and they would gather below the clock when it struck the hour, and point and smile and take photographs. They seemed able to ignore the faces of the Czechs who surrounded them, taut, watchful faces, pale amid the dark clothing that everyone seemed to wear, pale in the perpetual dusk of cloudy days and coal smoke that hung above the city. His principal contact with the Czech underground was named Hlava, a stolid, heavy man who wore eyeglasses with clear plastic frames, a man whose hoarse, measured breathing seemed to Khristo a kind of audible melancholia. They sat one seat apart in movie theaters, bumped shoulders in the street as they made brush passes, a scrap of paper moving invisibly from one to the other, urinated side by side in metal troughs and railway stations, shook hands like old friends in shopping streets just after dark. In 1 week in February, they saw the same German newsreel 3 times. Hermann Göring, having just shot a bison in his private game preserve, distributed the meat to refugees on the road as they streamed in from Soviet-conquered territories in East Prussia. Hlava was employed as chief bookkeeper in a factory that repaired shot-up Messerschmitt fighter planes. Now and then they were able to meet in a situation where actual conversation was possible, and Hlava revealed himself to be a man who told a certain kind of joke. 3 Czechs, a Bohemian, a Slovakian, and a Moravian, meet in heaven. The first one says... He never laughed at the jokes, simply gazed at Khristo, awaiting a reaction, his breath rasping in and out in a slow, methodical tempo. There were at any given time about a dozen other agents. Khristo spent his days bicycling around the city, hard-pressed to make his treffs, as the Russians called clandestine meetings. There was a violin teacher whose pupils were mostly the children of German officers, and she had a way with papers, letters, reports left lying atop desks in studies. There was a police detective, apparently enough trusted by the Germans to see marginal intelligence distributions, 4 or 5 factory workers, a factory physician, a clerk in the electrical utility who fed him data on the daily rise and fall of power usage in certain industrial facilities critical to the German war effort. But then, on March 20th, he was offered information of a very different sort. It reached him in bed, amid a jumble of sweaty blankets in a hotel room that rented by the hour, reached him as he smoked a cigarette and stared at the water-stained ceiling above him, numb and mindless for the moment, in a blank daze that passed for tranquility. Magda, she was called, buxom and fat-hipped and exceptionally pink, with a thick yellow braid that fell to the small of her back. Had his controllers known about her, they would have told him he was signing his own death warrant. And she was not the only one. There were others who drifted into his life, then disappeared. One was dark and looked like a gypsy. Another was very young and brought him small gifts. There was a seamstress who scented herself with lilac water, and a soldier's widow who dressed all in black. Together they constituted yet another step into the forbidden zone. Like the burned-out factory where he slept, like the pistol beneath the horsehair pillow on the hotel bed. He'd been driven to it somehow. He did not understand why, but something had its fist in his back and forced him into acts which, in his particular circumstances, amounted to dancing blindfolded at the edge of a cliff. The women he knew were not prostitutes. They simply needed money and needed to make love, and weren't averse to going to bed with a generous man. And he was generous. "Here," he'd say, "make sure and eat a good dinner tonight. You look worn out." He knew that he was calling attention to himself, easily the worst thing he could do, but he couldn't stop. Maybe, he thought, his nerve really had slipped, or was it perhaps some premonition about the future that compelled him to a kind of greed, compelled him to take from life anything it might give him? "Christ," he thought, "you are acting like Sasha Vonets." "Hey, you dreamer," said Magda, rolling onto her ample stomach and propping her chin on her hands. "I met an old friend of yours. He said, 'That black-haired fellow you see, we used to be pals.'" Magda was much given to fancy. He didn't take it too seriously. "Oh?" he said. "What did he look like, then?" Like death in a play." She was evidently going to spin a tale. Amused, he turned on his side to see her face. "How strange. He carried a scythe, perhaps?" "No, you stupid man. He was thin as a skeleton, with staring eyes and long, bony fingers. A scythe, indeed. I was at the Novi Bor restaurant at the buffet. He just came right up to my table and spoke to me. 'Say hello to him for me,' he said." She moved her face close to his. "Now, give me a great big kiss," she said. The truth of it began to reach him, and his body tensed. "What are you saying?" he asked, eyes searching her placid face. She made popping noises with her lips. "Kissy," she said, running a fingernail down his flank. "Is this true? What else did he say?" His voice was quite different now. She pouted for a moment and rolled her eyes. She'd gotten his attention, but it wasn't the sort of attention she'd wanted. "Some silliness about a postal box, BF, 8 something, I don't remember, but there is no such address in Prague. We don't use the alphabet, just numbers. One of your black market friends, no doubt. "Now, ungrateful man." "That's it? All of it?" he said, every nerve in his body humming. "Yes, my little king," she sighed, sorry now that she'd bothered to bring it up. "That's all of it." She snuggled against him and cooed on his chest, her hand walking on 2 fingers down his belly. He made himself respond, and the cooing became mock-surprised, then appreciative. "Witch," he said softly by her ear, "you turn a man into a tomcat." He reached across her shoulder, pressed a cigarette out in an ashtray on the bedside table, stroked her back. Novi Bor restaurant, he thought. At the buffet. "Meow," she said. Lunch and dinner at the Novi Bor on March 21st. A long, narrow room, windows white with steam so that people in the street passed like ghosts, black and white tiles of the floor awash with water from muddy boots, over 100 people talking in low voices, the clatter of trays, a portrait of Hitler on the yellow wall above the bubbling tea urn. And again on March 22nd, this time aborting a pass from Hlava scheduled for noon. A pass successfully managed at the fallback location on the morning of March 23rd, a page torn from a copybook pressed into his hand. 1. New plant directives specify that workers absenting themselves from the factory for any reason shall be charged with economic sabotage against the Reich and hung without trial, such hangings to take place directly outside the factory as example to all workers. 2. 2 N40 milling machines down after gears sabotaged with emery grit. 3. Repair of 6 Me-109 fuselages delayed by oxyacetylene shortage. Resupply promised for week of 9 April. Old-fashioned metal brazing techniques used instead of welding and parts shipped. 4. Me-110 wing trucked in on 18 March appears to have taken intensive ground fire from small-bore weapons, number 7705-12 on wing. Lunch on March 23rd at Novi Bor. Khristo sat against the wall opposite the buffet counter. As he was stalling through the last of his beer, Josef Voluta appeared at the table, with a bowl of soup on a tray. Almost immediately after he sat down, 2 old men joined them at the table. "Salt, please," Voluta said, handing him a slip of paper beneath the table. Khristo passed him the salt. "Thank you," Voluta said. Khristo waited a few minutes and sipped his beer in silence, then rose from the table and went into the toilet, locked the door, and read the small slip of brown paper. When he emerged, Voluta was gone. He sat back down at the table and finished the beer before leaving. Could this be the man, he wondered, that he had known at Arbat Street? His face was grey and lean, features sharpened, eyes too bright. The backs of his hands showed patches of glossy red skin, the mark of recently healed burns. He had eaten his soup hunched over, face close to the bowl, holding the spoon in his fist, moving with a steady, constant motion, a man servicing a machine. Khristo fought the sudden urge, nearly a compulsion, to find a mirror and look at his face. On one edge of the message from an NKVD colonel, a different hand had written the word Sasha. In writing that Khristo took to be Voluta's, a message had been penciled on the back of the paper. Yarashkov Bridge, March 24th, 8:05 p.m., then 9:15, then 10:20. If not, good luck. The message was written in Russian. My God, Khristo thought. Sasha. On the night of March 24th, 1945, a de Havilland Mosquito circled at 35,000 feet above the city of Prague. All armament had been removed from the airplane, marginally increasing its range. Even so, the plane would land at the OSS field at Bari, with its fuel tank nearly empty, the round trip between the two cities barely within its capacity. The pilot and navigator wore fur gloves and sheepskin jackets, and breathed from an oxygen tank. Their problem was altitude, not hostile anti-aircraft fire. Even if the Germans could hear them, they couldn't see them that high up. A 4-minute message from the feldspar operative, crouching somewhere on a roof down below, was recorded on a wire spool machine and flown back to OSS headquarters in Bari. The feldspar committee, responsible for oversight of the operation, was waiting anxiously for the recording. They spent 15 minutes discussing the information, then sent it on to the typists and clerks. Data on German war production capabilities in occupied Czechoslovakia was immediately prepared for distribution to various analysis groups. A rather peculiar addition to the message, concerning an NKVD colonel offering material on Soviet intelligence operations in exchange for exfiltration from someplace in Romania, was only briefly discussed. Someone said it sounded like a provocation. Somebody else wondered what the hell the feldspar operative was doing with stuff like that. Who was he talking to? The Soviet contact was something of a sore subject because the OSS had had its problems with the NKVD. In 1943, they had made attempts to cooperate with their Allied service, sending them cryptographic materials, miniature cameras, miniature microdot manufacturing devices, microfilm cameras and projectors, as a gesture of goodwill. But the goodwill was not returned. On a trip to Moscow in 1944, General Donovan, head of OSS, had been prevented from leaving the USSR for 10 days. In the first months of 1945, reports from intelligence officers in Bucharest, Sofia, Warsaw, and other territories recently occupied by Soviet armies indicated that the NKVD was hard at work against its Western allies. Then, in response to a broad pattern of Soviet actions, Donovan had proposed to the Roosevelt administration that the United States continue to maintain an intelligence agency after the war. But J. Edgar Hoover, Donovan's mortal bureaucratic enemy in Washington, D.C., had learned of this proposal and leaked word of it to several newspapers that shared his views, and the American people had been informed in banner headlines that a post-war American Gestapo was under consideration. There were those in the OSS who now believed, correctly it turned out, that the agency had received a mortal wound, and the time of its dismantling was only months away. Information relevant to Soviet intelligence operations was therefore handled by a special committee, so the feldspar product was duly forwarded amid the daily traffic of memoranda, reports, personnel actions, requests for clarification of policy, and proposals for new operations originated by the Bari station. As for the feldspar operative himself, the March 24 message was his final transmission. Mosquito missions were flown above Prague on March 29th and on April 4th, 5th, and 6th. But he was not heard from on those dates, and the mission was therefore terminated with the notation that the agent had been neutralized, believed killed or captured by the enemy. The Feldspar Committee ceased to meet, its members assigned to oversee new operations. It was considered a lousy break. The Feldspar operative had been erratic at times, but during his active period he had furnished significant product to the intelligence effort, and those who had known him personally had generally liked him. In Prague, the night of March 24th was cloudy and overcast, and there was no wind to stir the dead air. Moving through the blacked-out city, Khristo found it difficult to breathe. Coal smoke poured from the chimneys of the ceaselessly operating factories and hung in the streets like a fog. There was other burning as well. 200 miles to the north, the Russian armies were massed for an assault on the eastern borders of Germany, firing 22,000 field guns in barrages that lit up the evening sky and set whole cities on fire. The distant rumble could be heard all night long, and a haze of acrid smoke drifted south, covering Central Europe and blackening the roofs of Prague with a fine, sooty layer of ash. People scrubbed themselves with lye soap, but the grime was stubborn and would not leave them, so they tried to live with it, spitting incessantly when the taste of the war in their mouths grew too strong to bear. The 7:50 p.m. radio transmission from the roof of the warehouse had cost Khristo his first opportunity to meet with Voluta. But there was nothing to be done about that. He just barely managed to make the 9:15, trudging along the winding streets like a tired man on his way to work. But Voluta did not appear. Khristo moved away from the bridge, found an unlocked door, and settled down to wait in the narrow hallway of an old tenement, listening to a loud argument in the apartment on the other side of the wall. It was a mother-daughter fight, something to do with money, punctuated by banging and bumping as the two women cleaned the house while they fought. Heading toward the 10:20 meeting, he found the streets nearly empty. Occupation rules of curfew specified that only those with stamped permits could be on the street after 9 p.m. As he walked, a Tatra automobile slowed to have a look at him. Gestapo, he thought. He came almost to a halt and stared apprehensively at the car like a man about to have his papers checked. This tentative act of submission apparently satisfied the Germans because the Tatra accelerated and drove off toward the river. At the edge of the small square that faced the Yaraskov Bridge, he heard running footsteps and moved quickly against the wall of a building, fingers touching the outline of the pistol in his belt. A heavy man, panting hard, came jogging around the corner and stopped dead when he saw Khristo, his eyes lit with fear. "Run!" he whispered, waving him away with both hands. "There's been a shooting!" Khristo ran forward into the square, peering into the darkness. There was something midway across the bridge, a dim shape wedged between the roadway and the sidewalk. A man, he realized, sprawled face down in the gutter, the soles of his shoes resting together at an angle, one arm flung forward, the hand white against the gray pavement. Across the river, a car without lights raced south on Dvorakovo Street, its engine noise rising as it gained speed. He took a deep breath, then sprinted across the open square, the pounding of his boots echoing against the building facades. Suddenly, a pair of headlights turned a corner at the other end of the bridge, the beams narrowed and intensified by blackout slits. Light fell on the man lying in the street, and Khristo knew it was Voluta. The vehicle, he could see it was a Wehrmacht armored car, rolled to a stop, and a searchlight mounted atop the roof probed at the body. Khristo heard himself make a wordless exclamation, a small sound of disappointment. He simply stood there for a moment, frozen, unable to think. The shape on the bridge lay still in the spotlight. Finally, he turned his back and walked away, not bothering to run until a static-laden voice crackled from a loudspeaker on the armored car across the bridge, and a white beam swept across the deserted square. As master sergeants, SS Sturmscharführers Geiske and Helst did the work while the officers took the credit. That was generally the way of the world, and certainly the way of the Gestapo, so you lived with it and kept your mouth shut. There were compensations. In 1934, when they joined the Nazi Party, they'd been poor men. Now they had a little put by. There were ample opportunities in counterintelligence work. It only remained to have the courage to take advantage of them. The war, they acknowledged, was the best thing that ever happened to either of them. Sturmscharführer Geiske had been a prison guard in Leibnitz when he got the call, while his partner Helst had worked on the Hamburg docks. They'd both risen quite a way up in the world since then. They were heavy, well-fed men, dark and stolid, and they both smoked cigars, so that when they sat side by side in the black Borgward, the car sank low on its springs, and the interior turned blue-gray with smoke. Their particular war, interrogation cellars, executions, tended to smell bad, and the cigars were a common man's way of dealing with that. The worst corpse in the world hadn't a chance when Geiske and Helst lit up. The battle between the Gestapo and the Czech resistance had been a savage one, and they'd both played a role in its major actions. In 1942, Geiske had taken part in the pursuit of the assassins Gabčík and Kubis, parachuted in by British MI6, who had murdered Reinhard Heydrich, the chief of the Gestapo intelligence service, by rolling a hand grenade under his car. Heydrich had survived the initial wounds, fragments of leather upholstery and uniform buried in his spleen, then died of gangrene. Gaiske had helped to organize payment of the $600,000 bounty to the Czech who had betrayed the assassination ring, while Helst had assisted in the interrogation of the young man whose confession had ultimately led to its capture, the boy's collapse under questioning having been facilitated by the presentation of his mother's severed head. The Gestapo had staged a strong reprisal for Heydrich's murder, arresting 10,000 people, executing the entire population of Lidice, then leveling the town with explosives. From their Burgfahrt, parked discreetly just off Yaraskov Square, Helst and Gaiske had observed with interest the unfolding of events on the night of March 24th. A man had loitered briefly on the bridge just before the 9 p.m. curfew, then melted away quickly into a side street. A second man had walked into the square at 9:15, looked about, then retreated much as the first one did. "Better and better," Gaiske remarked. Patiently they waited for the fallback meeting. Entirely unprofessional to have it at the same location. But the two sergeants had seen stranger things in their time. Perhaps a poorly contrived black market exchange, perhaps a situation where extreme necessity had outdistanced caution. Either way, a plus for them. Gaiske grunted with satisfaction when the first one showed up again at 10:10. This time he walked onto the bridge with great determination, ignoring the fact that he was alone and there were no crowds to protect him, carrying it off as best he could. Then the Tatra appeared, moving slowly into the square. Gaiske and Helst sat forward expectantly. The chemistry of the situation had altered with the addition of the car. "Ah," Helst said, "he gets in." But he did not. The Tatra slowed to a crawl as it reached the man on the bridge. Someone in the back seat rolled a window down an inch or two. The man on the bridge glanced at the Tatra, and there was a muffled report inside the car, and he collapsed, falling forward. He made no move to shield himself as he fell. The marksman had been perfect. The Tatra accelerated, then turned right at the end of the bridge. Helst snatched the radio handset from beneath the dashboard and reached another unit almost immediately. "For you, my friend," he said in a low voice. "A Tatra, headed south on Dvorkovo." "I'll go see to the other one," Gaiske said, hauling himself out of the car. He trotted toward one of the side streets, and sure enough, here came the second one, right on schedule. Gaiske didn't want him in the square. The Wehrmacht clods in their armored car at the other end of the bridge would likely shoot him. And he didn't want him shot, not just yet. "Run!" he called out. "There's been a shooting!" But the second man was as much of a fool as the first, for he went charging off into the square without hesitation. Gaiske shrugged and let him go, stepping back into a shadowed doorway and waiting to see what would happen. But the Wehrmacht boys held their fire, simply squawked at him over their loudspeaker and tried to pin him down with a searchlight. Lately, he had noticed, they were all teenage recruits, green as grass and barely trained. He breathed a sigh of relief as the man came back out of the square in a hurry. Perhaps not such a fool after all. Gaiske counted slowly to 60, then sauntered on after him. He had little hope of being able to follow the man for very long, not alone, not in a city where the streets veered and twisted in a devil's maze, but his professional instincts were challenged, and he decided to give it his best effort. Helst would understand. You had to take chances now and then, and he was extremely curious about this one, about where he might be headed. He could have arrested him on the spot, but these bastards worked on a certain principle. If I don't come back on time, they've got me. That made it damn difficult to find their friends, no matter how hard you worked in the cellar. But Gaiske was lucky. The man ahead of him appeared to be in some sort of daze. He just went slogging along for a time, street after street, taking no elusive action at all. There was one bad moment when he climbed down a ladder onto a disused spur of railroad track that headed out into the factory district. But Gaiske counted again and climbed down after him, then followed at a distance, picking his way along the track among the weed-choked ties. The man in front of him never stopped dead, never turned around, seemed to believe he was alone in the world. Gaiske gave himself a bit of credit for that. He could walk like a cat when he had to. But it was the man himself who made the pursuit possible. When Gaiske halted for a moment to listen, the sound of his footsteps never faltered. Gaiske the sergeant was delighted by such stupidity, though Geiske the hunter, he admitted to himself, was perhaps a little disappointed. As he entered the factory district at the eastern edge of the city, the smoke and fog seemed especially thick, and at the point where the man ahead of him suddenly left the tracks, the smell of burning was particularly bad. They were really catching it tonight, Geiske thought, up north on the Oder, where the Russians were working their massed artillery. The entire eastern border was likely on fire, judging from what drifted south. Worse yet, he was below a loading dock that served some sort of warehouse, and the stench of rancid oil in the burnt air very nearly made him gag. He patted a row of cigars in his breast pocket, but of course that was out of the question. The sound of footsteps had disappeared, subject having entered said warehouse. The warehouse part was very encouraging, however, so Geiske tried to take shallow breaths and concentrated on great caches of Czech hams and automobile tires. That would make the whole business quite worthwhile. He stood at the base of the loading dock for a time and listened carefully to the silence. Now he missed his partner. He was going to have to go groping around in there alone, and he didn't look forward to it. He took a moment to steady his nerve. He'd done this sort of thing many times before. If you kept your wits about you, nothing much could go wrong. He unholstered a Walther automatic and worked the slide, made sure of the pen flashlight in the pocket of his coat, then vaulted up onto the dock. Getting in quietly turned out to be easy. A sliding door had been left partly open, and once inside he realized that finding the man wasn't going to be a problem either. The first floor of the warehouse was empty. Apparently the place was no longer in use, and a faint glow at the far end indicated a candle burning behind a windowed partition in what must have once been the shipping office. But candle or not, a sea of darkness lay between him and his quarry, and he would have to cross it blind. A flashlight in this black hellhole would shine out like a beacon. He decided to have done with the whole nasty business and walked forward across the warped floorboards at a normal pace. The man in the office might come out at any moment. He too might have a flashlight and a weapon, and Geiske could move quickly as well as silently. There was no warning. One moment he was walking, the next he was in space, falling head first, arms flailing. At the basement level his head struck a charred beam end that before the fire had been part of the flooring. The blow reversed his rotation so that when he hit the concrete sub-basement, he landed full on his back. He never screamed, though it took a long second to fall 30 feet, but when he hit the concrete, the force of landing blew the breath from his lungs and made a sound like the roar of an animal in an empty cavern. He understood what had happened, understood that a fire had caused the warehouse to be abandoned, had burned through the first floor and the basement, and he called himself several kinds of fool just before he died. "And did you think perhaps that just because I let you play between my legs, that I was not a patriot?" Magda did not look at him. Her eyes never left the mirror as she prepared to go to war. She had arrayed on the dressing-table every weapon in her armory: paints, powders, creams, brushes, pencils, tweezers, miniature bottles of scent, and a frightful device that curled her eyelashes upward. Hands darting here and there, she worked like an artist in a frenzy of creation. "That I might refuse you this? That I even could?" She went on. She pressed the end of her finger against the mouth of one of the scent bottles, made a dot on her wrist, shook her arm in the air, sniffed herself, waved some more, sniffed again, made a face, then went on to the next bottle and began the process all over again. "Whatever else you may be, you are a thorough idiot about women," she said, pausing to color an eyelid blue. "About Czech women, certainly." He had stood outside Magda's flat in the early hours of the morning. Her husband, she had once told him, was a postman. When he saw a postman, a strutting little man with a cavalry moustache, something of the old Austro-Hungarian bureaucrat about him, march off to work, he'd taken the chance and knocked on her door. Explained to her what needed to be done, telling her as little as possible about himself, but insisting on the danger of it. "You could regret it," he had said. She was affronted that he did not know she would do what he asked of her, as would her friends. A neighbor boy had been dispatched with what amounted to a queen's message to her most favored ladies-in-waiting. When the boy returned to accept a half-crown piece and a kiss that widened his eyes, the answer was yes in every case. At which news she turned to him triumphantly and said, "So!" Gimlet-eyed, cheeks rouged in circles, lips carmine, something like a witch in a pageant, he thought, she announced, "Now you see what we are made of." When her hair was brushed out in a wild blonde spray, she began the lengthy process of pinning it up, driving each hairpin home with a determined thrust of her index finger. Next, she ran about in her underwear, rummaging through her wardrobe, a final show for him before he left Prague. No matter what else might be going on, she wanted him to suffer a little for giving her up. They gathered at mid-afternoon on March 25th. A strange exfiltration team indeed, he thought. Uta and Irma and Marie and Bibi, he never knew which one was which, in a staggering variety of feathers and scarves and little hats and tail-biting fox furs slung carelessly around their powdered necks, and the little balding cab driver called Rudy, who was already drunk and lurched between hysterical lust, surrounded by so much delicious flesh, and quaking terror in contemplation of what he was about to do. His taxicab was a modified Skoda, a barrel of kerosene mounted on struts where the trunk had once been, a pungent black cloud boiling from the exhaust pipe when he started the thing up. Because the taxi had no trunk, they put Khristo on the floor in front of the back seat, covered their laps and him with a giant eiderdown quilt, and rested their feet on his back. Thus he went to Bratislava. They had told him in Bari that he should get out if he thought the Germans were onto him. "You might last a week," they told him, "on the roofs and in the alleys, but it's just a matter of time." They had told him if he was betrayed or identified or under suspicion to go south to the Tatra Mountains to join a partisan group and wait for Patton's Third Army. Well, Bratislava was south, at the foot of the Little Carpathians, and Voluta had died because there was more to the message than could be written on a slip of paper. So he had to ask himself what it might have been that could not be committed to writing. A request, he thought. Please do this. And doing this did not just mean passing the information on to an intelligence service. Voluta, he believed, had been in Poland. When the Russians took over, people in Prague had spoken of it with fear in their eyes, he'd had to run. There was no plan, no technical arrangement for him to go from Warsaw to Prague, the old escape route for Protestants fleeing religious persecution, across the Krkonoša Mountains in northern Czechoslovakia. He had just set out to walk it, and the Russians had got on to him. It was not the Gestapo in the automobile he had seen driving away from the bridge, of that he was sure. Then there were the mechanics of the meeting itself, poorly planned, the work of a sick, exhausted man. He realized that Voluta, a lifelong craftsman of clandestine practice, had acted in his last hours like an amateur. No matter. Voluta, through his friends, had contrived to give him his freedom from prison, and years later had died trying to tell him in human words and not in secret notes, that Sasha Vonets had to be collected. He could, perhaps, defend the decision to terminate Feldspar. The man who had fallen into the sub-basement had been an SS Sturmscharführer, a Gestapo sergeant. He would do, as a reason, if reasons were sometime to matter. And somewhere, well back in the chain, was Ilya Goldman. For who else could have reached down into the Gulag system? BF 825 had finally become real, had taken on a life of its own, and he was now a prisoner of its obligations. That did not much worry him. What did was that Voluta had known where he was. The system that had contrived and supported the Feldspar mission had been somehow penetrated. By a friendly service, it was true, but who, in turn, might have a view of their operations? They were brave, the Americans, and ingenious to a fault, but they neither liked nor understood security. That took an iron fist. and they and their forefathers had fled the iron fists of the world since the beginning of their country. He did not know what the OSS would think about it, would think about some colonel who said he would be in Sfântu Gheorghe on 12 April with what he claimed to be depth intelligence on NKVD personnel and actions. There were a million pieces of information every day in a war, like fish in the sea. Which one is the right fish? Someone, somewhere, would make a decision, a practical decision, a logistical decision, a political decision, finally, based on who had what power at any given moment, based, because the USSR was an ally, on the Levantine politics of alliance, based on the positions of the planets and the stars. If it were one sort of a decision, they would be at Sfântu Gheorghe. If not, not. In the mad taxi, the first bottle of plum brandy was long gone by the time they got to Vlachim, the second well down before they reached Brno. German roadblocks stopped them every few miles because they were headed east, headed straight into the war, headed into Maranovsky's second Ukrainian front that had swept up from the Danube and fought its way across the Dukla Pass in the Carpathians to attack the town of Nitra, only 40 miles north and east of Bratislava. Magda, in the front seat next to Rudy, took charge at the roadblocks. "We are on our way to a party to see our Wehrmacht friends in Bratislava." One last bash, apparently. The Germans saw no good reason to stop them. Khristo lay beneath the eiderdown and listened to the exchanges, his nose full of the mingled aromas of powder, scent, sweat, and the alcoholic fume of the brandy. Driving away from the roadblocks, Rudy's taxi left a pall of kerosene smoke as it went weaving back and forth across the road, making Khristo slightly seasick with unexpected swerves he could not balance against. Time and again, German military trucks and tanks drove them off the pavement, while the women screamed with laughter at all the bouncing and jouncing, and Rudy swore like a little madman. Encountering them, some of the German sentries laughed wildly and shouted their approval in very graphic terms. They knew that Maranovsky was coming. They knew what would happen to them, yet behold these bosomy Czech girls off to ficker their German boyfriends one last time. Twilight of the Gods, spring 1945. It appealed to their sense of doom. Waved through the roadblock, the Skoda sputtered to life, and off they went again, the women screaming at Rudy, insulting or praising his manhood. Rudy drove the taxi, and they drove Rudy, singing dirty songs and working their way through a third bottle, pouring some down the driver to keep his courage afloat as the road began to curve and climb. At one of the last sentry posts, a hand reached in through the back window and lifted the edge of the quilt where it lay over the knees of the woman closest to the door. Khristo froze, stopped breathing, as the upper corner of his hiding place was peeled back. Then came the sound of a hand being slapped 6 inches from his ear, followed by a raucous bedroom chuckle. "Bad Fritzi," said a voice above him. "Trying to look up my dress? Shame on you and your naughty eyes. What would your dear mutter say if she knew?" There was more laughter, both within and without the car. The window was rolled back up, and the taxi rumbled off, swerving back and forth across the road to Bratislava. In Bratislava they had boys strung up on the lamppost standards. These were not the old-timers, the ones who'd been in Russia and learned to survive anything. These were conscripts, 16 and 17. And they'd faced the Russian guns and realized that Hitler was finished and nobody wanted to be the last one to die in the war, so they'd scampered over the nearest hill, planning to live in the woods like Boy Scouts until all the scary stuff was over and they could go home. The Gestapo caught most of them, bound them hand and foot, and hung them on short ropes from the lamppost standards, their shoes only 6 inches from the ground, each one wearing a hand-lettered paper sign around his neck on a string. Der Überläufer, I am a deserter, in the same way they used to make them wear the I am a dunce sign in school. Their eyes were wide open. What worried Khristo in Bratislava was being dragooned by the Wehrmacht, given a rifle and told to hold a position. His papers might be good here if he talked fast and convinced somebody that he didn't need a travel pass outside Prague, but he wasn't willing to chance it. They were getting ready to die in Bratislava, and it had made them very serious. The city was much too quiet. He found an alley behind a bombed-out house, crawled down a hole into a watery basement, and waited until after midnight to move any farther. The city was blacked out and deserted. Now and then he could hear the whine and rumble of tanks changing positions. The Second Ukrainian Front was shelling Nitra 40 miles away, coloring the night clouds with a reddish cast, but that was all. Even the insects were silent here. He worked his way through the darkness, past German street patrols, and discovered an abandoned shed at the western edge of the docks, where he had a clear view of the river. By a slight shimmer of moonlight he could see the slow eddies and whirls the river made when the current ran full in the spring. This was the Czech Dunaj. It would be the Hungarian Duna in a few miles, then the Dunav in Yugoslavia and Serbia, the Dunaria in Romania, then the Dunaj again in Bulgaria, but it was all the same river, the Danube. He recognized this water, the rhythm of its slow, heavy course, the way it gathered the night's darkness and ran black. For a long time he leaned against a wooden beam in the shed and watched it flow past him. He was isolated. For the first time in a very long time, he realized. The JE radio he had destroyed according to specifications, smashed to bits and distributed piecemeal along a mile of canal in Prague. For the moment, Magda and her friends knew where he was, but he would leave here soon, and then no one would know. He needed a boat. The low shapes of hulls along the dock were just visible in the quarter moon. Almost anything would do. He would make it, he told himself. He knew the river, and if he survived the initial part of the journey, he would know people along the river. He was 1,000 miles from Svintu Gheorghe. He had 17 days to get there. He checked the current again, watched the white curl of water at the foot of a pier stanchion. A spring current. He could do it. He would have to cross the Russian lines, would have to go through the white water at the Iron Gate, where the Duna came crashing down onto the Wallachian plain to form the border between Romania and Bulgaria. He would have to negotiate the delta, up in Bessarabian Romania, 1,000 square miles of meandering, reed-choked channels. He would have to go past Vidin, past his mother and father and sister, if they were alive, without seeing them. For their own safety he would have to do that. But from the river he would send his spirit to see them. It was something, better than nothing. Probably, he thought, I should not permit myself to feel this way, to feel this hope. There were German soldiers hanging from lampposts in the streets of Bratislava, and the outlines of the riverport cranes were broken, twisted skeletons from the American bombing. But he knew this river. He had left a part of himself with it all these years, and he was surprised to find that it was still there, waiting for him. He must have dozed, for he snapped into consciousness as a drone rose higher and higher until it became a full-throttle roar. The hour was barely dawn. The river ran silver in the grayish light, and just east of his vantage point a tug was pulling a barge upstream. It was a heavy barge, and the tug was only just making headway against the current. The two planes flew side by side up the river, the gun ports on their wings twinkling briefly as they passed over the barge, then broke off the attack, climbed steeply as their engines screamed, banked into tight ascending turns, and headed back for another pass. He knew the silhouette. They were P-39 Aerocobras, fighter planes of American manufacture with the red stars of the Soviet Air Force on their wings. To see what they were shooting at, he narrowed his eyes and stared into the faint light. Gray bundles, tight ranks of them pressed together on every available foot of barge space. As the Russian pilots made their second strafing run, one of the bundles rolled over the side and vanished in the river. They were German wounded, he realized. Probably casualties of the fighting in Nitra barged down the river Nitra into the Danube, now headed west to Austrian field hospitals. The fighter planes' guns mowed from the stern of the barge to the foredeck of the tug as he watched. Just as they broke off the second attack, a fountain of ack-ack tracer flowed upward from the dock area, falling far short of the climbing planes, and a figure in black ran from the pilot-house of the tug and began swinging something at the towing bit on the aft deck. His motions were frantic, and Khristo realized he was chopping at the tow line with an axe. As the Aerocobras came around the third time, the barge broke free and began floating backward, downstream in the current, and the tug headed toward the bank, attempting to crawl in under the protection of the anti-aircraft fire. He broke from the shed in a dead run as the planes harried the tugboat headed for the river. The cold of it exploded in his head as he dove in, and the shock caused him to take a sickening mouthful of oily water. The iridescent sheen was all around him. Keeping his face out of the river, he struggled toward the tugboat, the weight of clothing and shoes dragging him down. The roar of the incoming planes rang in his ears. Then they were gone. He had tried to calculate a safe angle of intersection, heading well upstream of the tugboat when he entered the water, but the river was taking him. He dug his arms in as hard as he could, told himself he was getting it done, slicing through the current. A look at the boat showed him he was wrong. He was losing ground with every stroke. He ducked his head below the surface and kicked like a maniac to keep his body straight, driving the hard water beneath him as he brought his arms through. When his air was gone, he came up gasping and tasted oil in his throat. The tug was near. He'd gained a few feet, but he was sliding past it, and the hammering pulse of the propeller shaft felt as though it was on top of him. He lunged through the water, flailing his arms, then kicked his weight upward and got one hand through the rope lashing that looped along the hull. Dragged against the swell, his body created a wave that almost drowned him. He fought above it, snatching the rope with his other hand and holding on for his life. The motion of the boat drove him against the hull, and he tried to thrust himself farther up the rope by shoving his feet against the wood, but it was slippery as wet ice, and he couldn't do it. "Ah, well," he thought, amused by his predicament, a grand euphoria rising within him. Then he realized that the cold had invaded his mind, that he could die snagged on the hull, the strange, dreamy death that came from immersion in cold water. In terror, he hauled frantically at the rope, and his body sprang loose from the river, and then he had the rope under his arms and was inching his way up the loop, struggling toward its height and getting one hand hooked like a claw on top of the deck bulwark. He looked up, noted casually that blood was welling from beneath his fingernails, running pink as it mixed with water, then hung all his weight on the hand in order to swing one foot up on the bulwark. He pleaded for strength, then rolled himself over, falling 3 feet and landing dead weight on the planking of the deck. He lost himself for a time, then discovered the fading drone of airplane engines and the throbbing of the tug's pistons and returned to the world. The night before, he had studied the river from a distance, finding consolation in its slow, dark motion. A man of the world who had walked the streets of Paris. Now he remembered himself as a little boy, guided by the lore of older kids, throwing a few crumbs of bread in the river, before he would even dare to put a foot in the water. Gun in hand, he crawled along the curve of the bulwark until he reached the pilot's cabin, which was set just forward of the small deck-house that served as the tug's living quarters. Inside, a woman was at the helm, adjusting the large spoked wheel, watching the water ahead of her with unmoving eyes. A bearded man in a black uniform sat against the far wall of the cabin, eyes closed, knees pulled up, hands clasped across his stomach, chest moving slightly as he breathed. An old-fashioned machine gun, a pepicha, with rough wooden stock and pan magazine, lay at his feet, and a trickle of blood ran across the deck from somewhere beneath him. The pilot glanced at Khristo, then returned her attention to the river. She was immense, a solid block of a woman in carpet slippers and black socks, and a flowered print dress that hung down like a tent. Above the socks, her white ankles were webbed with blue veins, the result, he realized, of a lifetime spent standing at the helm. Her face in profile featured an enormous bulb of a nose, a massive square jaw, and salt and pepper hair scissored in a line across the nape of her neck. She was, he guessed, well into her 50s. She spoke to him briefly in a language he did not at first understand, then realized was Hungarian. Next, she tried him in rapid German. He shook his head dumbly and started to shiver in the cool dawn air. "Who is he?" he said in Czech, nodding at the man on the floor. "Hlinka," she said. The Hlinka, he knew, was a Slovakian fascist militia that fought alongside the Germans. "Your guard?" he asked, purposely vague. A guard could protect you or hold you prisoner. She declined the trap. "What do you want?" she said in Czech. "Here it is forbidden to refugees," she added, with authority, just in case he was something the Germans had thought up to test her loyalty. He did not answer immediately. She shrugged, went back to work, changing course a point or two to avoid a whitewater snag some way upriver. "I want to go east, Mother," he said, using a term of respect. "I am not your mother," she said, "and they are fighting east of here, and if you try to shoot that thing, it will piss on your foot." He looked down to see water dripping from the barrel of the Czech automatic. He stuck it back in his belt, then reached into his pocket and brought out the gold coins. There were 16, each a solid ounce, and sprayed them across the metal shelf by the helm so that they made a great ringing clatter. She moved her lips as she counted them, then gave him a good, long look, taking in his worker's clothing, wool jacket and pants, heavy boots, peaked cap stuffed in side pocket, and staring him full in the face before she went back to watching the river. "Who are you, then?" she said. "And spare me the horseshit if you don't mind." Her tone was courteous, but bore the suggestion that she could throw him back overboard any time she felt like it. He looked at her arms. She could do it easily, he realized. "I am from the river, like you." He said it in Bulgarian. She nodded and thought it over. "That is a fortune," she said, switching into Russian, knowing he would understand it. "A lot of gold for a river boy." She paused for a time, ruminating on things, as the tug slid past the snag. She'd given it just enough room for safety, not so much as to waste fuel. "What is your name?" he asked. "My official name you don't need to know," she said. "On the river I am called Annika." "If you turn your boat around, Annika, they will think that you are going back downstream for the barge, and they will not send a patrol boat out from Bratislava." "Smart, too," she said, "for a river boy." He did not press her further. She picked up one of the coins and studied it front and back, then tossed it onto the shelf. She mumbled to herself in Hungarian for a time. Curses, he suspected, from the choppy rhythm of it, aimed at Germans, Russians, gold, rivers, boats, him, and likely herself, and her fate as well, then spun the wheel toward the far bank. The rudder responded, and the tug swung slowly in the direction of the shore, the course change preparatory to coming about and heading east. "My Hlinka watchdog," she said. "He still lives?" Khristo looked at the man. "Yes," he said. "He crawled in here for company while he died," she said. "That much we give him." He nodded his agreement. "When he's gone," she continued, "pitch him overboard. On my boat, you must work." She was a small tug, so wide-beamed in the middle and high in the bow she seemed half-submerged. Her current name, K-24, was just barely visible amid the rust stains and moss-green patches on her hull. She had been designated K-24 in 1940, when Hungary had joined the Axis powers. Aside from a few gunboats and a small fleet of tugs and barges, Hungary had no navy. It had no coastline and no access to the sea, though it was governed by an admiral, Miklos Horthy, throughout the war. The tug had been launched in 1908 at a dockyard near Szeged and christened the Tisza after the river on which the city was located. She was 40 feet long, built low to the water in order to slide beneath the old Danube bridges. Her steam engine was Austrian, a simple boiler that put forth 200 horsepower on a good day and would burn coal or wood, but in its time had run on straw, hay, cotton waste, or anything else that could be set on fire. When the Americans were bombing up and down the river, hitting the Romanian oil transfer points at Gheorghiu and Constanța, finally taking out the oil fields at Ploiești, she had been regularly strafed, something about the slow progress of a tug inciting turret gunners to a frenzy as they passed above her. One fighter pilot, a splendid idiot was the way Annika put it, had spent the better part of a half-hour machine-gunning a barge-load of gravel to no particular point, having first nearly melted his barrels in fruitless attacks on the Tisao's pilot-house, which was covered by a 2-inch sheet of iron plating painted to look like a wooden roof. The Tisao had, in 4 years of war, taken its share of hits at the waterline, in the engine boiler, and the smokestack, but these were easily enough patched. She was, Annika admitted, an old lady and a noisy one. Her pistons hammered relentlessly as she ran, and you could hear her coming a good way off, ticking like a clock gone mad. A dirty old lady, Annika's husband had called her in the days before the war. Her stack, chopped off a few feet above the roof level of the pilot-house because of this or that bridge, trailed sooty clouds of smoke into the sky, black, grey, or white, depending on what they had to burn that day. Leaving Bratislava, the smoke was black as they used up the last of the Czechoslovakian coal. "From here on it's brushwood," Annika told him, casting a meaningful eye toward the double-bitted axe that stood in one corner of the pilot-house. "She'll run on trash if she must." The Danube grew its own fuel, abundant softwoods, alder, willow, big-leaf maple, that lined its banks and drank its water. It was light, fibrous stuff that grew up in a year and burned up in a minute, but it was abundant, and the Tisao had never minded it. "Thank the Lord for the current," Annika said, "and for a load of one river boy rather than a barge of sand." Just south of the Bratislava docks, the river became the north-south boundary between Czechoslovakia and Hungary, passing entirely into Hungarian territory at the town of Sturovo. In mid-afternoon, Khristo hid below decks, behind a coal bin next to the boiler, where he at last dried out while the Hungarian border guards came aboard to joke with Annika and consume several bottles of beer and a tin of jam. When they'd gone, Annika came down the hatchway and showed him how to stoke the boiler and manage the primitive gearing system that changed propeller pitch. "3 speeds," she said, "all slow, and if we have to go backward, I come and show you. You must be a little bit the mechanic." But for most of the day, not much was demanded of him. He stood by Annika's side and watched the shore as they moved through the vast Hungarian plain. It was a March afternoon on the river as he remembered it, cold and grey, with racing clouds above and occasional moments of sunlight passing into sudden rain squalls that roughed up the surface of the water, then disappeared. They went past odd little towns full of bulbous shapes and steeply pitched roofs with storks' nests woven into the eaves. Deserted towns, they seemed. Only a few skinny dogs came down to the water to bark at them. Perhaps the people had fled as the fighting moved toward them, west to the German lines or east to the Russian. He did see the barge of wounded Germans, what was left of them, being towed upriver by another tug with whom Annika exchanged the greeting of whistle blasts. Sometimes the sky cleared, revealing the low Carpathians in the northern distance, sun shafts piercing the cloud and lighting the ridges a pale green. In the late afternoon they pulled into the harbour at Sunje and tied up next to a line of tugs, some of them joined to empty barges. Annika went off, visiting, hopping nimbly in her carpet slippers from deck to deck, stopping at each pilot-house to gossip and exchange news. It was dark by the time she returned. They sat together by a miniature parlour stove in the kitchen area of the crew quarters, 2 hammocks and a battered old wardrobe chest, while Annika added water to flour and rolled up chipitke, tiny dumplings, boiled them in a pot of water, and added some dense tomato sauce from a tin can, then a single clove of garlic, to make it taste like something, squeezed flat between thumb and forefinger before ceremonial addition to the stew. "Oh, for an egg," she said sadly, "or a pinch of rose pepper. You would love me forever." In Prague, Khristo had lived on bread that was part sawdust, and horsemeat stewed with onions to hide the spoiled taste, and he wolfed down his portion of dumplings and sauce. "I am in love with you already," he said. "Well, there's enough of it," she said, referring to a stack of zinc-colored cans of tomato sauce piled up on a shelf. "There used to be fish," she said, "but the bomb concussions have done for them. Big ones, catfish with whiskers, strong, but cooked in milk they were sweet. Ah!" She shut her eyes and grimaced in sorrow. "This stupid war is a curse. It took my husband, both sons, most of the men on the river. The winter of '43 got them, retreating from Moscow in the snow, so cold that when he took their pants down by the side of the road, they froze up back there and died." Her mouth tightened at the thought, and she crossed herself. 1 or 2 came back. Husks. Good for nothing after that. They'd seen too much. She cleaned her bowl with a thumb and licked off the last of the tomato sauce. "They are fighting east of us, just as I warned you, near the prison at Vats, downriver from the bend at Esztergom. The Hungarian Third Army, they say, what's left of it, and the 6th Panzer facing the 3rd Ukrainian. Mongolian troops, river boy, they fight on vodka, and if you're a woman, God help you die quick. They haven't been here for 1,000 years, yet we've never forgotten them. They surrounded 45,000 German troops up by Lake Balaton, and pfft, that was that." "What are people saying?" Khristo asked. "Well, the Russians have got Budapest, so that's the end of the government. No great loss. Some say the thing to do is cross over the lines, surrender to the Red Army. Others want to wait here. The Russians will need us. They'll pay something, at least, to have their supplies move on the river." "And so?" "Some of us are going to try to sneak through tonight. Maybe they stop fighting and have a snooze." "I doubt it." "So do I. How far east are you going?" "I'll tell you when we get there," he said. "So I guessed." "Have you got anything black, like paint?" "Paint? You are crazed. Some tar, maybe." "It will do," he said. They chugged slowly out of Sunya harbor just after midnight. 8 tugboats, moving in single file along the dark river. Since they could expect to be under observation by Hungarian and Wehrmacht rear-guard units, each flew the flag of the collapsed Hungarian regime on the short pole astern. The best navigator of the group, a stooped old man called János, took the lead in his boat, followed by Tiso and the others. The moon was fully risen, but the spring westerly had increased its force, and a low scud of cloud obscured the light, leaving the river in drifting shadows. Difficulty of navigation was increased by a drop in temperature that brought a heavy mist off the water, swirling in the wind as it blew downstream. This made János's job harder, but turned the boats into ghostly, uncertain outlines from the perspective of the shore. Of János, Annika said, "He is half blind, so the darkness will not bother him. He navigates with his feet, he says. By the run of the water under the keel he knows his way." "Is that possible?" Khristo asked. "He is on the river since childhood. Thus he is a good navigator, also a good liar. Take your pick." Standing in the pilot-house, Khristo could feel only the rapid pulse of Tiso's engines. Yet the boat ahead of them moved slowly, back and forth from the center to the starboard bank of the river, as though it were avoiding hazards, and the rush of water passing over a sandbar shoal could be heard to one side of the boat as they moved around it. "A sandbar," Khristo said. "He has taken us away from it." Yeah, Annika said, unimpressed. "A famous sandbar, one that everybody knows. What you and I must worry about are the new ones. Danubio, the god of this river, stirs his mud up every winter and leaves it in different places so that we may find it with our propellers." She made a small correction with the wheel, apparently following some motion of the lead boat's stern that was invisible to him. "Away down from here there are granite blocks under the water, quarried by the Romans as piers for a bridge. The Emperor Trajan desired to build a military road from Spain to the Euphrates River, but he died. He left us his granite to remember him by, and when the water is low and there is sand on both sides of the river, it will peel the bottom of a boat clean off. I have seen it." They were silent for a time, staring ahead of them through the drifting fog. "Do you want me down below?" he asked. "No," she said. "Stay up here with me and keep the pepecha handy. We are going full slow as it is, and if something happens you don't want to be below decks." He thought of steam under pressure and what it could do, and was thankful for the dispensation. What use will the pepecha be against field guns? She shrugged. "Not much." The river meandered north and south at Esztergom, then swung around in a sharp bend by the Vats prison and headed due south toward Budapest and eventually into Serbian Yugoslavia. They could hear the fighting well enough, like an approaching thunderstorm, and the sky flickered a dull orange with artillery and tank barrages, but most of the action seemed to be centered north of the river. Moving along the northward curve toward Esztergom, a searchlight cut through the fog and raced forward from the last boat to the first, then pinned János's tug in its beam. A loud hailer, sounding eerily close over the water, called out a command in Hungarian. As János, shouting in a cracked voice, answered the unseen officer, Annika translated into Russian. "Convoy leader, identify yourself." K-38 and 7K class tugs out of Bratislava. We're bound. Vats prison. Say again, K-38. Vats prison. Have you gone mad? Long ago. The Russians are up there. Are you under orders? Yes, sir, to remove special prisoners to the rear. Written orders? Verbal orders from the SS. A German colonel accompanies us. Would you like to hear it from him? I can wake him up for you. Proceed, K-38. Thank you. God help you. One hopes. The searchlight blinked out, and the running lights of the patrol boat faded away as it returned to station in midstream. The convoy steamed on into the darkness, its slow progress taking them toward the steady beat of artillery exchanges in the hills above Vats. They could now see yellow muzzle flashes on the ridge lines, and a piece of burning debris arced gracefully above them and hissed into the water. At first, the bass thudding of the gunnery was a massive rumble, low and continuous, that rolled and echoed above the river. But as they drew closer, the sound resolved into separate parts. The low thump of field mortars, the whistle of Wehrmacht 88s, and the sigh of Russian field gun rounds, the rhythmic crackle of machine gun fire, and the muffled impacts of exploding shells. As they steamed around a bend in the river, the horizon glowed brighter and brighter, and the sound swelled in volume. Then they were in the middle of it. It was like a nightmare, he thought, because he wanted to run but could not move. His eyes streamed with tears from the billowing smoke. Suddenly every object was blurred and misshapen. The prison on the far bank was burning, towers of flame from the roof and cell windows rolling into the sky as though sucked upward by an immense wind. The air around him buzzed and sang, and he thought he could hear voices from the near bank calling out in a strange language, and a huge shower of sparks rained down on the boat. Then the water exploded, a white wall, and the river rocked backward. The window glass trembled, and water sprayed across it, a prism refracting clouds of tracer, the fiery prison, the shore ahead stuttering from white light to blind darkness and back again. He went deaf, braced himself against the pilot-house wall, and felt the Tissot taking fire, like an animal kicking the hull. The stern of K-38 began to move away from them, and Khristo tore himself from the wall and ran crouched along the deck, throwing the hatch back and jumping 6 feet into the hold. He opened the boiler door with a bare hand, saw the red stripe across his palm, but felt nothing. He piled armloads of brushwood through the opening, kicking it into the roaring furnace as it snagged on the rim, bowed and resisted as though it did not want to burn. The Tissot rocked again. He slammed the door with his boot and leaped up the ladder onto the deck. An enormous yellow flare went off above him, and a wind knocked him flat on his face. He scrambled to his knees, ready to swim, then saw that it was the boat behind them. Its pilot-house was gone, stacked bent over to the deck with white steam spraying from one side. As he watched, the boat yawed out toward mid-river, a line of little flames licking along the bow. He scurried toward the pilot-house, like a rat in a burning barn, he thought, and saw human shapes on shore, running with the boat, their arms raised in supplication. One of them tried to swim out, then vanished. What they did in Budapest 2 days later seemed entirely ingenuous. That was necessary. Had the tracks of planning and calculation showed through, it would have raised questions. But what he contrived was just simple enough, naive, to have about it a taste of the peasant's innocence, and Khristo well understood what the Russians thought about that, especially those Russians whose job it was to think about things. It made them sentimental, for they saw their former selves in it. Budapest was 18 miles downriver from the Vats prison, just far enough behind the front lines to be, by then, choked with apparat of all sorts. The tugboat captains feared that as much as Khristo did, and river gossip confirmed their fears. There would be no sneaking through a web of those proportions. It had to be confronted. Once the fighting was well behind them, János led them into a narrow stream which at first did not appear navigable, then widened suddenly and ran 4 or 5 miles into the empty countryside. What a dark alley was to a criminal, he thought. This byway to nowhere was to the boats. "When we have no customs stamp, we unload here," was how Annika put it. "We are all smugglers, of course," she added offhandedly, "some of the time." The tugs tied off to trees on the bank. Then everyone fell into a sleep of exhaustion. The following morning he joined the crews in chopping brush. Annika had applied lubricating grease to the burn and bound it up with an old engine rag, and the right hand slid up and down the axe handle anyhow, so he was able to manage it. He relished the work, laboring under a pallid sun with his jacket and shirt off, the sweat running down his back. Both blades of the double-bit axe were sharp, and he could take a 2-inch trunk down with 2 or 3 wallops. Softwood was like that, of course, but he fancied himself a great woodsman nonetheless. The darkness of Prague and the terror of the previous night sweating itself out of him as he hacked at the brush. They made a fire and burned the Hungarian flags, then patched the hulls with canvas and tar, which would have to do until they got to a boatyard. There, he was told, fabled craftsmen could saw out a damaged section of wood and then, almost unbelievably, reproduce the precise curve and size of planking to be tamped back into place with mallets. Then, using a long file called a slick, they would bring the new planking to a perfect harmony with the old hull, and it would never leak. At sunset they stood in a circle with caps in hand, and János spoke a short prayer for the lost crew and tugboat. Many of them had been slightly wounded going past Vats, a steam scald, a broken wrist, 2 minor shrapnel injuries, Khristo's burned hand, but they all felt themselves fortunate to see the sun go down that night. They were close to Budapest. There were those who wanted to go on right then and have it over with. But Khristo made a short speech, translated by Annika, and they eventually decided to trust his perception of Soviet bureaucracy, which by nightfall was wobbly at best, and sometimes surly, from a full day's vodka ration, and didn't much like the darkness in the first place. The next morning Annika chose a young, whippy birch, and Khristo felled it and trimmed the branches. About his further preparations she was less than pleased, but admitted glumly that it would be for the best if a strong effect were achieved. "It is hard to know, with that sort of army," he explained. "Maybe they hug you, maybe they squeeze off half a magazine in your belly. They themselves don't know what they're going to do until the mood takes them." Yeah, she said, not really convinced he was right. Khristo's preparations had made a grave dent in her supplies, and she felt she might regret that in the future. But she was proud of him later on that day, as they steamed downriver through the center of Budapest. He could see that. He was standing forward of the pilot-house with a 10-year-old boy borrowed for the occasion from another boat. Tisa was the leader of this convoy, and everybody, Annika included, knew they had to make an impression. Khristo turned at one point and looked in the pilot-house window and saw a sly and appreciative grin on her face. The noise was overwhelming. There must have been 30,000 of them, Mongolian troops with European Russian officers lining the quays of the city as they moved through it. They cheered and waved, raised their pepichas and their old rifles with long bayonets. Some of the officers came to fervent attention. The child next to him, Khristo realized, was meant for the theater. He thrust his little fist into the air with revolutionary passion and scowled patriotically, as though he were about to cry with all the emotion of it. Or perhaps, Khristo thought, he came suddenly to believe it. That was surely possible. It was exciting, thrilling, those tens of thousands of voices roaring in unison as the 7 boats passed, their crews standing atop the cabins and saluting fiercely, their steam whistles hooting in celebration. The roar increased to thunder as they sailed past the elegant old Parliament building that faced the river. The soldiers inside, apparently so excited that desks and chairs and a snowstorm of papers came sailing out of the windows. This was Khristo's finest moment. Annika handed him the pepicha through the pilot-house door, and, in perfect imitation of 1,000 posters, he held it high in one hand, the bandaged one, forearm bulging, shaking the weapon with revolutionary fervor. "Fuck with us, and this is what you'll get." The soldiers on shore, recognizing their very own weapon, the PPSH M1941, cheered even louder. And when he climbed up the iron ladder onto the roof of the pilot-house and repeated the gesture, using the flag for background, the cheering reached a glorious climax. On both banks, voices were raised in spontaneous singing, the Red Army anthem. A real Soviet flag would not have worked, he knew. It would have puzzled them, made them curious. Where did he get it? Who is he? But the huge square of canvas, 4 feet high and 6 feet long, roped to a birch pole nailed into the back wall of the pilot-house, then stretched forward by a rope wound around the smokestack as though it were flying stiff in a fast breeze, that took them past curiosity. That sort of gesture took them in the heart. It was a grand flag, red with tomato sauce, hammer and sickle crudely painted with black tar. On both sides, so that all could see it. Russian press dispatches for March 29, 1945, would include a mention of the incident. In Budapest, elements of the Hungarian Navy overthrew their fascist officers and joined forces with the victorious divisions of Marshal Malinovsky's 3rd Ukrainian Front in a display of patriotic solidarity. They were arrested, of course, but it was the mildest sort of arrest. Around a bend in the river, a Russian patrol boat guided them into a dock, and the military intelligence people were sent for. Papers were produced, examined, held up to the light, but they had already confessed in the most public way imaginable to the worst of their crimes, being part of a supply system that served an enemy fighting force. Thus the intelligence people found little to provoke their interest. They had the crime, which satisfied one of their instincts, and they had the penalty, which satisfied the other. The penalty was a form of conscription. These tugboats and their crews would serve the occupation garrison, which desperately needed a way to get back and forth across the river. The retreating Germans had blown every single bridge in Budapest, whose twin cities, Buda and Pest, were divided by the Danube. In return for faithful service, they would receive Red Army food rations, which amounted to a generous ladle twice daily from a cauldron into which all appropriated food was thrown. The stew boiled 24 hours a day, a fatty broth of onions, roosters, rabbits, dead horse, turnips, whatever they happened on in the course of their collecting forays. The Red Army essentially lived off the countryside. Vodka rations, supplied from the east, might come later, the Russian officers said, if they worked hard and kept their noses clean. The tugboat people found this an excellent arrangement. They had their lives and their boats. They would be fed, and they were keenly aware that captured enemies of the Soviet armies rarely fared that well. After a few hours, they were sent back to their boats and told to await further direction. Khristo was taken to a room. For him they had two captains with the top buttons of their tunics undone. One was tall, with colorless eyes, the other short and not happy about it. So they started in. He was a Yugoslav conscript worker who had escaped from his masters in Prague. A curious tale. How had he done it? Describe a milling machine, please. And what was the lubricating procedure for a lathe? Had he ever used a router plane in his work? Where was the factory? What did it do? Where did he live? What was his mother's maiden name? The street on which the factory was located, what did it look like? What was he paid? Had anyone helped him in his escape? How had he gotten from Prague to Bratislava? Transferred? Who had signed the order? The German supervisor? What was his name? What did he look like? The papers had been destroyed? How convenient. We know you're an American spy, they told him. One of the tugboat crewmen had suspected it, had told him he was carrying gold. Where was it? Where was the radio? Where were the maps? Make a clean breast, they said. All we want is for you to work for us. Surely you see you would be too valuable to be shot. Come on, they said. All three of us are in the same profession. If we don't stick together, the higher-ups will shaft us all. We know it. You know it. Let's make an arrangement. Let's make each other comfortable. Some of these bastards would poke your eyes out if we weren't protecting you. Mongolians, you're lucky it's us and not them. We understand your problems. No, he told them. You've got it all upside down. He was a member of the Yugoslavian Communist Party. He'd destroyed the card 10 minutes before the Germans got him, or it would have been lights out for him. He was a worker. All he wanted was to go home, eat some real food if he could find it, see what his old girlfriend was up to. He'd repaired German aircraft at a factory in Prague. The production schedules were set weekly, based on an anticipated workload known to 3 foremen. The day before he left, an Me-110 wing had been trucked in with damage from small arms fire. The number on the wing was something like 7705-12. The German security officer in the factory was called Beau. Production norms were not being met. He had committed several acts of sabotage, using emery grit and other materials. The name of the Communist Party secretary in Kraljevo, his hometown, was Webak, but he believed it to be an alias. German casualties were being barged down the river Nitra, then up the Danube to Austria. Flies for Yasheritsa, he thought. He spooned it into their mouths as they slapped him and kicked his shins. Something to write down, names, numbers, addresses. He never met their eyes and made them work for every bit of it. Dried up several times, was driven back to the subject. At last he began to bore them. He'd taken the edge off their appetites and seemed to them less and less like anything resembling a banquet. Would he, they wanted to know, just in case he should someday be allowed to return to Yugoslavia, keep in touch? Nothing formal, just the odd observation on life and circumstance in his homeland. Such a request caught him entirely unaware. He blinked stupidly, paused for some time, mulling it over like a machinist's problem. Well, he told them, this was not anything he'd ever considered, but he could find little wrong with it. The fascists in Yugoslavia had nearly destroyed the country. They must in future be resisted. If he could help in such an effort, be of some value, he saw nothing wrong with it. Any patriotic Yugoslav would do no less. He was sure of that. Well, they said, they would see him again. And they let him go. He returned to the Tisza and told Annika the sad facts of life. "Too bad," she said sorrowfully, staring off into the darkness as though she could see her lucky gods heading downriver. "I am sorry," he said. They stood at the rail together. From the streets of the city they could hear drunken singing and shouting and the occasional shot fired. "Be grateful that you are alive, Annika," she said to herself sternly, pulling her sweater tight against the night chill rising off the river. "What now?" she asked him. He nodded east and said, "One way or another." "You are a funny sort of an American, river boy, that speaks Bulgarian and Russian, and God knows what else. American? You run from the Germans and fool the Russians. What else could you be? Just a man going home. Very well, she said. I shall remember you so. They were together in silence for a time. He was reluctant to leave her. She patted him twice on the shoulder and went below decks. When she returned, she handed him the Czech automatic that she had hidden for him. 2 tins of jam, a clasp knife, and a few 10-florin Hungarian coins. "You are kind, Annika," he said. "For luck," she said. "You cannot give a knife without a coin." She leaned out over the bulwark and unknotted a kerchief that held the small fortune he had given her. They both knew she dared not keep it. "Farewell, my little friends," she said sadly. "Once upon a time you were a rich man's pride. You have made a great journey, but now you stink like old cheese, and the Russians will smell you out." One by one, at first, then all together, she let them fall from her open hand. Gold coins, lost in a river. He walked up a ramp onto the quay and made quickly for the side streets. He had intended to steal a rowboat and drift silently away from the city, but there wasn't an unguarded craft of any description that he could see. Not with all the bridges down, there wasn't, so he walked south, making his way to within sight of the river from time to time to be sure he wasn't wandering off course. The city had apparently seen many weeks of street fighting. A few blocks were mounds of stone and dirt and splintered wood, but it took bombs or artillery to do that. Where he walked it was mostly building facades, pocked with mortar shells and sprinkled with the whitish chip marks of small arms fire. There was hardly an unshattered window pane to be seen. Glass crunched continually beneath his boots, and the clouds of flies and the smell of unburied bodies nauseated him. He clamped a hand over his mouth and nose, and breathed against his own skin, and that seemed to help a little. There were no Russian officers to be seen, just a few drunken troopers trying to make their way back to wherever they thought their units might be. At one point, a Mongolian corporal rushed out of a doorway and, embracing him with a clasp like iron, lifted him completely off the ground, put him down, and began singing wildly and dancing him around in a bear hug. The man was only an inch or two above 5 feet tall, and his breath reeked of turpentine. Khristo danced along and sang at the top of his lungs. He knew that when you are that drunk, everyone else had better be too, whooping and yowling like a lunatic. After they had sworn friendship for life, and Khristo had gravely accepted the hand of his sister in marriage, the man went staggering away and disappeared into an alley. He spent the better part of the night reaching the outskirts of the city. When first dawn began to lighten the road, he wandered into a neighborhood of little shacks, crawled under a piece of tin sheeting at the back of a roofless house, and fell asleep. It took him 4 days to reach Yugoslavia. There was nothing moving downstream. No opportunity for stowaway or expropriation presented itself. So he walked on a road that meandered down the eastern bank of the river for some 110 miles. He had to guess the distance. Only a few mile markers remained, and some of those had been altered to deceive invading armies. But it was at least that far. He was not alone on the road. Small knots of refugees, old people, women and children, walked along with him or past him going the other way, their possessions rolled in blankets on their backs or pushed along in hand carts or baby carriages. There seemed to be equal numbers of them headed in each direction, and this puzzled him. In his experience, refugees moved only in one direction, away from war. But this was different, he thought. This was something he had never seen before. In 1940, when he'd fled from the German armies down clogged French roads, the air had been filled with wild rumors and the electricity of unfolding events. That had been a terrible time. But despite its sorrow and confusion, there'd been a perverse ecstasy to it. the struggle of ordinary people, caught in the open by a moment of history, to survive. This was far worse. These people were the defeated, the uprooted. Hopelessness and despair hung about them like smoke. They walked slowly, hypnotized by exhaustion, and their eyes never left the ground. He began to suspect, after a time, that the refugees on the road might not have a destination. Perhaps they had no papers or permits. Perhaps when they tried to stay somewhere they were chased away. He did not know the reason, but the people walked without purpose, as though walking itself was now all they could do. And they meant to walk until they dropped, or until some authority appeared and told them what was required of them. On the first day he caught himself walking too quickly, with too much purpose. He cut a stick from an exploded tree, and after that fell naturally into the appropriate limp. By the second day he was covered with a fine, gritty soil that blew in the wind, and he was tiring, and there was no longer any difficulty at all about blending in. He walked past empty villages where open shutters banged in the wind, past burnt-out farmhouses seen at a distance across fields of unplowed mud, past blackened tanks with guns pointing at the sky. At night he slept on the ground, waking damp and sore, and the brief flurries of rain meant that he never really dried out. He had started out in reasonably good shape. In Prague he had spent so much time on the move, hurrying from meeting to meeting, always behind schedule, that the walking of the first 2 days did not bother him overmuch. His shins ached where the Russians had kicked him, but that would pass, he knew, and he had unwrapped his hand to let the air heal the long white blister that had formed on it. But he now began to comprehend what had happened to Voluta, how he had come to make the critical error that had nearly killed them both. To meet after curfew, in the open, at a guarded bridge, was a reasonable definition of suicide, an extraordinarily stupid mistake for a man who had spent his adult life in the shadows, for a man who crossed borders like the wind. Yet it had happened, and Khristo finally understood how it had happened. Moving across the countryside made one prey, over time, to a series of small mishaps, none of them serious in and of itself, but cumulative over time. A few hours of sleep when one could manage it, a meal now and then, the insidious chill of the early spring, the constant forcing of the mind into a state of vigilance when all one craved was numbness, when not to think about anything seemed the most exquisite luxury the world had to offer. He woke on the morning of the third day to find that he was soaked to the skin and the back of his throat was on fire. In panic, he forced himself to a sitting position, then swallowed obsessively until the burning subsided. He was thirsty, dry as dust. The only water available collected in shell holes or farmers' ponds, or, in extremity, there was the river. But each time he had to drink, he was in fear of cholera, so permitted himself only a few sips, imagining that his body would fight the bacteria better if it was limited to small doses. An old wives' tale, he told himself. Yet something primitive within him insisted that it be done that way, even if he knew better. The body runs on liquid, he thought. I must have it. No, said another voice, only a little. Out on the road a small group of old people in black clothing was already on the move, though it was barely light. What did they eat, he wondered. He'd had a tin of jam the previous day, had slid down an embankment onto the shore of the river where he could hide in order to eat it. Like an animal with its kill, he thought. Plum jam, the most delicious thing there could possibly be. He'd sawn the tin open with his knife and spooned the jam up with his fingers. Walk, he told himself to stop the reverie. Walk and you will feel better. And there would be more jam tomorrow. Maybe the sun would come out and dry him off. Maybe the Americans would swoop down in one of their special planes, they seemed to have no end of them, and whisk him off to Switzerland, to Basel, to the Gasthaus Kogelmann, where they served a thick pancake of fried potatoes and onions, and for those who took full board, Frau Kogelmann would make sure there was a second pancake for you if you were still hungry. When you drank some water in the little dining area set off from the parlor, a boy came with a yellow pitcher and refilled your glass. You didn't have to ask. Of the fourth day, he remembered little. The villages of Erchi and Odunyu and Dunafoldvar seemed deserted. He would wait at the outskirts for a group of refugees and walk through with them so as to pass unnoticed. But he was not challenged. Russian military police sat in American jeeps and smoked cigarettes, watching him limp past. At Faiss, a woman came out of a house and gave him a cup of water. Her face beneath the black shawl was seamed and windburned. Yet she was young and seemed very beautiful, because there was pity for him in her eyes. He drank the water and handed the cup back. "Cursin him," he said, his voice a dry whisper. She nodded in acknowledgment, then a voice called from a house, and she went away. Some miles before the town of Mohacs, he left the great plain and entered the swampland of southern Hungary. Now it was not so far to Yugoslavia. Soviet troops had been there longer. River traffic would be closer to normal. It was a guess, information abstracted from Czech newspapers by Hlava and reported to him twice a week, but a reasonable guess. The German censors did not want the population to know where the lines were, but they could not resist reporting Russian atrocities against civilians, an attempt to stiffen public resistance as the time of invasion approached. Good guess or not, he would have to find a way to get back on the river. He could not walk much farther. The hunger had stopped gnawing at him, but his mind was running in odd channels, wandering through images of the past. There was no sense to them. They were simply moments of other days, things heard or seen with no reason to be remembered. He would from time to time snap awake, recall who he was and what he was doing, but then he would drift away once more. A woman in Faiss had given him a cup of water. Or had she? Had that happened? At one point, somewhere south of Mohacs, he came to his senses to discover that he was on his knees by the river, water cupped in his hands. There were black specks floating on the surface. He bent his head and sipped at it, but it was foul with dead fish and the taste of metal, and he spit it out. "It serves you right." Startled, he scrambled to his feet. The voice came from a small skiff not 20 feet away, its bow partly grounded on the sand. A man in the uniform of a Russian enlisted soldier was watching him intently. Then he realized, through a mist, that the man had spoken in Serbian, a Yugoslav language close enough to Bulgarian that he understood it easily. Had he left Hungary? Contrived to walk blindly through a frontier post? "Here," the man said. "Try this." He held out a canteen, the flat kind used by the Red Army, its canvas cover dripping from being hung over the stern of the boat in order to keep the water cool. He waded over to the boat, accepted the canteen, and took a brief drink. The water was cold and sweet. Handing it back, he saw that the man was wearing several ranks of medals on his jacket. He was young, 19 or 20, with service cap pushed back on his head to reveal hair chopped short in military fashion. The bottoms of his trousers were tied in knots just below the knees, and a pair of homemade crutches was resting on the bow seat, their tops cushioned with folded rags. The man waved off the canteen. "Go ahead," he said. Khristo drank more water, rubbed his lips with his fingers, and returned the canteen. "Thank you," he said, using the Bulgarian expression. "Bulgarian?" "Yes," he said. "Where are you going?" "Home," Khristo said. "Downriver from here, near Silistra." "Can you row a boat?" He nodded that he could. "Come on, then," the man said. Khristo climbed carefully over the side, balancing his weight so he would not rock the boat. The soldier changed seats, moving to the bow by using his hands to shift himself along the gunwales. Khristo took the oars, facing the wrong way, downstream, a river tradition that allowed the oarsman to keep an eye out for obstacles, and rowed out to mid-river, his hands rolling over each other, oar blades chopping up and down in the water. "Good," the soldier said appreciatively. "I see you've done this before." "Oh, yes," Khristo said. "Just as well. It's a bastard out here. You'll break your back trying to keep this bugger pointed downstream. We have the current, Khristo said, thankful he didn't have to put his back into it. "More like it has us. You'll see." He twisted around and watched the river for a few moments, then turned back to Khristo. "I'm Andrei," he said. They shook hands. "I'm called Nico." He rode for several hours as the rain sprinkled on and off. Andrei spoke casually of his time in the army. His father had been a great admirer of the Bolsheviks and had sent him off to enlist with the Russians in 1940. He had fought at Stalingrad as a machine gunner, then come west with the Second Ukrainian Front, seeing action at the forcing of the River Prut and fighting through the Oituz Pass in the Carpathians. Wounded in the back by mortar shrapnel, he had served with a second-rank unit as far as the town of Sorvos in eastern Hungary, where he'd stepped on a German landmine and lost the lower parts of both legs. He was philosophical about it. "At least they didn't get anything important," he said with a wink. After a time in a field hospital, he'd taken off on night leave and caught a ride to Budapest. Nobody there wanted to hear about his problems. A harassed clerk took a moment to stamp his mustering-out papers, so he borrowed a skiff from a drunken guard and headed toward home, a little town to the east of Belgrade. They crossed into Yugoslavia late in the afternoon, and a Yugoslav patrol boat came alongside to take a look at them. Andrei tossed a salute, then waved his crutches. A sailor returned the salute from the foredeck, while Khristo waved and smiled. "Home," Andrei said. "Your Russian uniform," Khristo said. "They don't seem to mind." "Why should they? We are allies. Tito will be running things down here and will be much better off. You'll see when you get home to Bulgaria. The Russians bring us peace." Khristo nodded polite agreement. No more politics and feuding. "That's it," Andrei said vigorously. "Everything nice and quiet. A man will be able to get on with his life." The tempo of the river was steady and constant, and after a time Andrei's head lowered to his chest, his body rocking gently with the motion of the skiff as he dozed. Khristo rowed on, riding the current, working the oars as rudders to keep the prow pointed east. It required all his attention, and the repetition of effort soon crept into the muscles between his shoulders and resolved into a sharp, persistent ache. It was hard labor. Andrei had been right about that. The spring flood toyed with the skiff, tried to spin it in eddies or knock it sideways with a quartering swell, but Khristo used the force of the water to his advantage. He knew the techniques in his bones, having learnt the job as a child, and he had gained strength when Andrei had shared white cheese and bread with him. He was astonished at what a little food could do for a man. In the skiff he was much closer to the water than he had been on the Tiso, and he could see the war coming down the river. A grey sludge that floated on the surface, smashed tree trunks, dead birds, the tangled remnants of a feather mattress, a strip of German camouflage cloth wound around the end of a stick. What could that have been, he wondered. The barge was close to the point where the Drava entered the Danube, near the town of Osijek, on the inside of a tight curve to the north. In the fading light he could see that it was a very old barge, half sunk in the water, half settled into the mud of the shoreline. There were white gouges in the wood at the stern. It was obviously something of a hazard to navigation, abandoned there long ago and never removed. An old man was sitting on the stern, fishing with a line on a pole and smoking a pipe. The barge's former markings were still visible, whitewashed numerals that appeared to have faded into the rotted hull over time. BF 825. He closed his eyes for a moment, but when he opened them again it was still there. Someone had reached out for him. He took a deep breath and let it out very slowly, resisted the urge to leap out of the boat then and there and swim wildly toward the barge. In the bow, Andrei dozed on. He should be killed, Khristo thought, because whatever cover story might be contrived at this point was going to be so thin that a light would shine through it. This close, the Czech automatic would do the job, and one more pistol shot on this river wasn't going to make a difference to anybody. But he hadn't the heart for it. The soldier's life had been spared in battle. He did not deserve to be shot dead in his sleep a few score miles from home. Khristo waited until the barge was out of sight, scooped some water onto his face, then shipped oars. Andrei woke up immediately. They were rotating slowly in the current, drifting toward the rocky profile of the near bank. "Can't do it," Khristo said sorrowfully, breathing hard, wiping his face. "Just can't do it." The soldier rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "What?" he said. "I tried," Khristo said, and by way of explanation extended his blistered hand. "You can manage," Andrei said. "I saw you." Khristo shook his head apologetically. "Very well," the soldier said, his expression resolute and cheerful. "I shall take over the oars for an hour. Then we'll pull in for the night. That will fix you up, you'll see. By the morning you'll have your strength back." "No," Khristo said. "It's best that I go on by foot. Out on the roads." "Nonsense! Stand up and we'll trade places. Keep a lookout in the bow for your share of the work." "I cannot allow it," Khristo said, putting the oars back in the water and guiding the skiff into the near bank, making a great show of hauling at the water. "Don't be a proud fool," Andrei said. "We must all work together now, remember, and take up the slack where we are able. I am able. Rowed halfway home by a legless man, not me." The bow skidded into the mud, and Khristo hopped out, then pushed the boat back out into the water. The soldier worked his way down the gunwales to the rowing seat. "To hell with you, then," he said bitterly, rowing the skiff toward the middle of the river, chopping angrily at the water with his oars. By the time Khristo worked his way back through the underbrush along the shore, the old man had lit a lantern. He clambered up on the barge and called out a greeting. The old man nodded in response, not bothering to turn around. "Any luck?" Khristo asked. "No," the old man said. "Not much." "Too bad." "Yes, there used to be pike here." "The markings on this barge. I used to have a friend whose boat had the same numerals. Quite a coincidence, no?" The old man nodded that it was. "I'd like to see him again, this friend," Khristo said. "Then I'll take you there," the old man said. He stood slowly, taking the line from the river and wiping the muck from it with thumb and forefinger, then kicked an old piece of canvas aside and, with his other hand, retrieved a Browning automatic rifle, the American BAR, much battered and obviously well used. "Your friend is my son," he said, shouldering the heavy weapon, gripping it so that his finger was within the trigger guard. "You carry the lantern," he said, "and go on ahead of me so that he may have the pleasure of seeing his old friend arrive." They walked for a long time, climbing into an evergreen forest with a sharp smell of pine pitch hung in the evening air. This was the land called Sirmia, lying between the rivers Danube and Sava, the edge of the Slavonian mountain range that ran north into the Carpathians. The trail reminded Khristo of Coimbra, a steep, winding approach with potential for ambush at every blind turn. His lantern sometimes showed him a gleam of reflected light at the edges of the path. Weapons, he thought. But these sentries did not challenge him or show themselves, simply passed him on silently, one to the next. After an hour of hard climbing, the old man melted away, and Khristo was alone in a clearing. He stood there patiently while somewhere a decision was made. Above him, an ancient fortress of weathered stone was built directly into the face of the mountain. There were hill forts scattered all across northern Yugoslavia. He knew some of the sites already in use at the time of the Greeks and Romans, and, the story went, never vacant for one day in all those centuries. From the top of the hill, the river would be visible for miles in both directions once daylight came. At last, a silhouette moved toward him from the darkness. A man who walked with great difficulty, his weight shifting violently with every step. Khristo raised his lantern so that his face could be seen, and the man advanced into the circle of its light. Perhaps it was Dražen Kulik, he thought, or perhaps not. This man wore the blue jacket of a Yugoslavian army officer over a torn black sweater. He walked with the aid of a stick in his right hand, his left arm dangling useless by his side, the hand cupped and dead. A black patch covered his left eye, and the skin on that side of his face was ridged and puckered all the way to the jawline, pulling the corner of his mouth into an ironic half-smile. The man stared at him for a time, searching his face, then said, "Welcome to my house." "Drazen Kulik," he answered formally. "I am honored to be your guest." They walked together through a pair of massive doors made of logs, cross-braced with iron forgings, into a cave-like room with a fire that vented through a blackened hole in the ceiling. There were some 30 people in the room, half of them sprawled asleep in the shadows, the other half occupied with a variety of chores, loading belts and magazines, cleaning weapons, repairing kit and uniform. They spoke in low voices, merely glanced at him, and ignored him after that. The women had bound their hair in scarves and wore sweaters and heavy skirts, while the men were dressed in remnants of army uniforms. The room smelled of unwashed bodies and charred wood and the fragrant odor of gun oil. The sound of working bolts, metal on metal, formed a rhythmic undertone as the guns were reassembled after cleaning. Kulik took him to a trestle table set against one wall, and an old woman appeared with 2 tin cans made over into cups and filled with home-brewed beer, a bowl of salt cabbage, and a slab of cornmeal bread. Khristo used his knife to put pieces of cabbage on the bread. Kulik raised his beer. "Long life," he said. Khristo drank. The taste was bitter and very good. "Long life," he repeated. "And thanks to God for letting me see the signal on the barge. I could have missed it." The right side of Kulik's mouth twisted up in a brief smile. "You have not changed, I see," he said, "forever fretting over details." He paused to drink. "At that bend in the river there is a cross-current, and if you do not see the barge you will hit it, though I take nothing away from God, as you can see." "How did it happen?" "A mortar shell, in a graveyard in the Guadarrama, the mountains west of Madrid. I'd been a bad boy, and the NKVD arranged for it to happen. They meant for me to die, but I was only... well, you can see for yourself." "I'd heard that you were captured. Also that the Russians got you out." "Who told you that?" Kulik asked. "Ilya Goldman." "Ilya?" "Yes. Years ago, you understand, in Paris before the war." Kulik took 2 cigarettes from the pocket of his uniform jacket, gave one to Khristo, struck a wooden match on the table, and lit them both. "In Paris, before the war," he repeated, a sigh in his voice. He did not speak for a time, then said, "It's true. They did get me out. If I'd died, they wouldn't have cared, but I was alive, and I knew too much, so they couldn't leave me where I was. Then, after they'd sprung me, they tried to send me back to Moscow, but I vanished." "Have you made it right with him?" Kulik shook his head no, exhaling smoke from his nostrils. "Bastards," he said briefly. "Do you know what went on here, in Yugoslavia?" "Some," Khristo said. "Communists fighting Chechnik fascists, centrists, monarchists, the Mikhailovich units, and all of us accepting the Chechniks fighting the Germans. Some groups with OSS support, some with the British MI6, some with the Russians. Believe me, it is beyond imagining. We shot our wounded, Khristo, to keep them from the Gestapo. I did that with my own hand, sometimes to friends I'd played with as a child." "This war," Khristo said, "this war was worth what was done only if we come out of it a nation. Forgive the speech, but it's true. When the Russians got here in force, we'd already taken control. They could not do to us what they did to the Poles. But for that we paid a price." "I know," Khristo said. "I saw it in France." "This was worse," Kulik said simply. They were silent for a time. The sounds of the great room, the hiss of damp wood on fire, the cleaning of weapons, subdued conversation flowed around them. "And now," Kulik said finally, "it begins again. Only this time we are alone, or soon will be, and the NKVD begins to nibble. Assassinations, kidnappings, false rumors, the press manipulated, officials bribed, the destruction of reputations. You know their methods. I'll spare you the bedtime stories. But there is no misreading their intentions. They want Tito for a puppet. If they can't have him, they'll throw him out a window and try someone else. Meanwhile, our American friends are still here, and they help if they can, but they are about to fold up their tents and steal away into the night." "I doubt that," Khristo said. "You'll see." "Drazian," Khristo said after a moment, "the numbers on the barge." "Still a mystery?" Kulik smiled with the right side of his mouth. Khristo waited. "I believe you sent a radio message to the Bari station. Some strange ravings about an NKVD colonel who was supposed to materialize in Sfintu Gheorghe on the 12th of April. Well, you wanted a contact. Now you have it." "You are to help?" Khristo leaned forward, a little amazed. "Help." Kulik repeated the word to himself and laughed. "How is your English?" "Good enough." "I believe it went, 'Find out what that crazy son of bitch does.' You understand?" "Yes." "Well." Khristo took a moment to assemble his thoughts. "What he does is bring Sasha Vonets out of Romania with information. Probably very good information. Ilya got Sasha's message out from the camps. Valuta delivered it to me. It cost him his life. In Spain, Sasha told me what was coming. In the Yezhovshchina purge of the security services, and Ilya warned me when I had to get out. Then in Paris, I was trapped by the British in an émigré operation against the Soviets and sent to prison. For life. Valuta's organization set me free just before the Germans took Paris. So because of these people, because they endangered themselves on my behalf, I sit here drinking beer with you. One could simply walk away from such responsibilities. Is that your suggestion? These friends are all NKVD friends. And you, Drazian? Perhaps someone wonders just what really goes on with you, where your heart is. You walked away from the Russians in 1936. Or maybe not. Horseshit, Khristo said. Yes, could be. All apologies and so forth, but explain to me why you are not the bait in an NKVD trap. You go up into that god-forsaken Bessarabia, some little fishing village, a place beyond the end of the world. Romania now belongs to the Russians. So what you are trying to do is draw OSS operatives onto Soviet-occupied soil, where they will be gobbled up and put on show. Somehow, heaven only knows how, American newspapers learn of this. Oh, they say, this bunch of wild asses in the OSS now spies on our great ally in the war. Off with their heads. Khristo stood up. There was silence in the room. Sit down, Kulik said, making calming motions with his hand. The old woman returned and poured beer into his tin can from a pitcher. Very well, he went on. You are a virgin. Khristo sat down on the bench. His hands were shaking, so he put them between his knees. Kulik leaned forward and spoke very quietly. It is politics. The American government is going to shut down the OSS. The minute the Axis surrender is final. That's the end of it. Some sections will be moved around to other departments. Some of the networks will be salvaged, but... And so, So there is no guarantee, even if you should manage to slip through the Russian nets on this river, that there will be anybody to help you in Romania. Even if you tell them that I am not a traitor? Even then. You could be unknowing, no sort of traitor at all, yet still bait. You've seen such operations. Khristo was silent. It had happened in Paris. He had been drawn into a scheme to stir up the Soviet intelligence apparat in Western Europe, and he had never known about it until too late, until Alexandra was gone. Kulik's expression changed. There was suddenly discomfort in his face, regret, as though he had determined to do something that he did not want to do, but that he knew he had to do. "Khristo Nikolaevich," he said quietly, "you are my old friend. I know your heart. But we are both part of something that is larger than two individuals, and sometimes in war individuals cannot matter. There are times when a sacrifice has to be made. But for one time, maybe we should try to let friendship win. Let us take you south, through the mountains. We'll put you on a boat, give you a passport of some kind, and leave you in Trieste. It's not a bad place. You can live there if you like, or go to Paris and drive a cab. Live your life. Stop fighting. Have your politics over a coffee, if you must have them, but for God's sake do not delude yourself about Americans. They change, Khristo. One minute they are excited, the next cool. What point is there in having two useless corpses in Sfintu Gheorghe instead of one? They may decide to leave you sitting there like a fool, untrusted, a provocateur for the Soviets, and such a thing would be too sad for an old friend to see. I will get you down the river, if you feel you must go. But my heart tells me that tragedy is waiting for you there." Khristo lay on a blanket in the corner of the room, but it was too cold to sleep. From time to time someone got up and fed the fire, and he stared into the flames and wondered what to do. Lying next to him was a girl, perhaps 17, with a blanket pulled over her head like a shawl. Awake, she would be soft and pretty, he knew, but in sleep her face was aged and frightened. Her eyelids flickered, then her lips moved as though she were speaking in a dream. He was so cold. He had lived a cold, wasted life, he thought. Blown about in storms from Vidin to Moscow to Spain and then Paris. Santé prison had put an end to that, a white blank in his life. And what was the point? To end up dead in some little Bessarabian village? Was that why he had been put on this earth? The end of the war was coming. It would be like a dawn. The living would sigh with relief and set about to change the world. He wanted to see it. He wanted to live. It would be the best of times to start a new life. Trieste, a part of Alexandra's fantasy. Something about the place had always intrigued her. Perhaps she had been right. In Trieste, he knew, there were Slavs and Italians living side by side. He would not have to be an émigré, an alien. He could just be a man. Looking into the fire, he could see it. Little streets with radios playing behind shuttered windows, bakeries, dogs napping in the sun. He could walk beside the Adriatic with a newspaper folded beneath his arm. He could stop at a café and read the news about the mayor and his deputies and the scandal over the contract for the repair of the local streets. Out at sea, a freighter would move slowly across the horizon. The girl sleeping beside him mumbled some words, and, for a moment, her face was touched by sorrow. In the morning it was raining, and wisps of fog hung in the tops of the pine trees. Someone gave him a cup of hot water, flavored with tea, and he felt much better after he'd drunk it. Then Kulik took him some way up the mountain. They had to walk very slowly, and Khristo helped him in the difficult places to an open meadow, a sloping field with mist lying above the long grass, and a row of wooden boards set in the ground. One of them was marked Alexandra. 1943. Khristo stood with his hands in his pockets, his face wet in the rain. "She came down here in 37. Kulik said. "When Ilya got her released, he bought her a ticket and put her on a train. He sent along a letter. 'Keep her out of sight,' he said. 'Encourage her to live quietly.' She did just that. Stayed in a village and worked in a shop, kept to herself. She was someone whose fire had gone out, though you could see every now and then how she'd been. But she seemed to have promised herself to be that way no more, to make the world pay for what it had done to her by withholding her light from it. Then we were invaded and went to war. In the strange way of things, it brought her back to life. She fought with us, first as a courier, then with a rifle. We took a German supply column in October of 1943, mules with mortar rounds strapped to them. And when the thing was finished, we found her curled up behind a tree, and she was gone. The magazine of her rifle was empty, Khristo. She bore her share of it and more. While she was with us, she used the cover identity that Goldman had provided for her. But then, as the war went on, she began to call herself Alexandra. So when we brought her up here, we marked her grave with that name only, as we believed she would have wished. From Ilya, I knew her story. But she never spoke of you or of Paris. But neither did she take a lover. "Thank you for bringing me here," Khristo said. "I spoke to you from the heart last night about Trieste, but I could not let you go away without seeing this. It is another side of things, something between you and me, only that." "It's better for me that I found out," he said. "There are meadow flowers this time of year," Kulik said. "I'll wait for you if you like." 3 days later, he went east on the river. Kulik found him a berth on a tug called the Brovno, bound for Belgrade to pick up a barge-load of iron pipe destined for the rebuilding of the transfer station at Galați in Romania, the final staging point for oil going to Soviet Black Sea ports. Obtaining export stamps for the pipe had been, according to the pilot of the Brovno, like a fire in a whorehouse, everybody running around in circles and screaming at everybody else. The city of Belgrade had been virtually leveled by the Wehrmacht, and whatever pipe they did manage to fabricate was, they felt, better used to supply water for Yugoslavian toilets rather than fuel for Soviet tanks. And as for the Romanian State Trading Company, which had to be pounded on the back until it coughed up the import papers, well, that was even worse. A fire in a whorehouse on a Friday night. "All spies up there," the pilot said. "Romanians." For Khristo there was little to do aboard the Brovno. Ivo, the pilot, stayed in the wheelhouse while his brother-in-law Josip ran the engine down below, and his son, called Marek, served as second engineer. The Brovno was a big, powerful river tug built just before the war. They'd run her up an inlet in 1940, built a shack around her, dismantled the diesel engine and hidden the parts in 3 separate attics, then gone off to the hills to fight the Germans. Khristo spent most of his time leaning on a railing and watching the land go by. Kulik had taken him off to the Osijek town hall and obtained, using forged identification papers, a Yugoslav work permit as a deckhand. So he was officially part of the Brovno's crew, but the captain wanted no part of him as a worker. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, as they got under way at dawn. Ivo thought for a time. "Coil a rope," he said. And then Ivo shrugged. "Put it in the rope locker if you like." He did neither. The river was taking him home, and he wanted to stand at the railing and gaze at the countryside. The 120 miles from Osijek down to Belgrade passed quickly, and by nightfall they'd pulled into the river Sava and tied up while Ivo went off to the dockside office of the harbour master. He was gone for a long time. When he returned, he rang for 3/4 power and nosed the Brovno through a forest of tugs and barges with such speed that their wake drew curses all across the harbor. "What did they say?" Khristo asked. "He said he'd throw me in the river. I said I'd throw him in the river. Then he signed over the barge." "That took 3 hours?" "We said it in many different ways." They located the pipe-laden barge and tied up to it, positioning themselves at a point just forward of the stern on the starboard quarter, then, at Ivo's direction, resecured the load, tightening the cables down with a Stilson wrench. It was after midnight by the time they pushed the barge out of the Sava and back onto the Danube, turning east by north into the foothills of the Carpathians. How you came across the Hungarian plain and then into the Serbian mountains on a river that ran downhill, Khristo had never really understood. But the mountain shapes rose bulky and dark on either side of the river, and the air grew sharp as they moved through the night. Ivo navigated by the beam of a powerful searchlight that swept the river ahead of him, revealing shoals and sandbars where the water foamed white. Somewhere past the giant fort at Smederevo, the light fell upon a pair of bodies. A man and a woman, joined together at the wrist by rope or wire, shifting slowly downriver on the current. "Collaborators," Ivo said, his cigarette glowing red in the darkened pilot-house. Khristo slept for a time, after Marek relieved Ivo at the helm, swaying in a hammock in the crew cabin, waking at dawn to a moment of panic as he tried to remember where he was. On deck he saw that the Brovna had tied up to a small dock, for customs and passport stamps, and to take on a Romanian pilot, a small man in a suit and tie. "For the Iron Gate," Marek explained. "Who is this?" the Romanian said, staring at Khristo. "Deckhand," Marek answered, winking at Khristo above the man's head. Taking the hint, he went off and coiled a rope in the stern. Ivo, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, appeared and took the helm, and they were off at slow speed through the Kazan Pass into Romania. It was the strangest piece of river he'd ever seen. Sculptured columns of rock thrust up in midstream, and the mountains closed in like high walls. There were sudden dips and falls in the river, and the Brovna and its barge plunged and bucked past rocky outcrops that looked close enough to touch and echoed back the throb of the pistons above the water. As morning came, the passage filled with strange light. He kneeled in the stern, a piece of tarry rope forgotten in his hands, and watched a line of sunlight crawl up the slope of a mountain, turning the mass of dark shapes into a forest of evergreen trees, their branches hanging with the weight of morning rain, droplets glittering as the sun caught them. The Bulgarian border station was a sagging dock at the mouth of the river Timok. 2 army captains came on board and sat at a table in the crew cabin. Glasses and brandy were produced. One of the captains was dark-skinned and wore a thick mustache. The other was fair-skinned, with black hair and blue eyes. When they had finished their brandy, Khristo and Marek were brought in together to have their papers stamped. The pale captain looked at him curiously. "He's new," he said. "Yes," Ivo said, "a hard worker, my sister's boy." The man glanced down at the Yugoslav papers, then back up at Khristo. "He looks like a Bulgarian," he said. "Who'd your sister marry?" Ivo shook his head. "Do not ask," he said, voice filled with mock sorrow. They laughed together. The captain stamped his papers. "Good luck to you," he said, using an old-fashioned Bulgarian idiom. Khristo smiled uncertainly and nodded his way out of the crew cabin. Under way once more, they drew close to Vidin, and when the river turned south at the chalk cliff hollowed out by curving water, he was home. They chugged past the shacks by the river with grapevines that looped over the reed roofs, the pole-built docks, the minarets, and the Turkish fortress on the beach. He stood like a sailor, leaning on his elbows, 1 foot hooked in the lowest rail, and a woman in black waved from the shore. He waved back. Then the town receded in the distance, a small place lit by a weak April sun. The river turned east again, and it was gone. The days and nights blended together on the river. It was as though the rules of ordinary life were suspended and hours no longer mattered. There were high guard towers on the Romanian shore, sometimes a glint of binoculars, and twice they were boarded from patrol boats and searched. But there was nothing to be discovered, only some Yugoslav river sailors and a load of iron pipe on a barge. Europe was lost behind them. After the Iron Gate they were in a different land, a different time, running along the great plain that reached to the edge of the Black Sea. At Silistra, the Brovno left Bulgarian territory and moved north toward the Romanian delta. A day later they crossed the southern boundary of the strange land known as Bessarabia. Officially it was Romanian territory, called Moldavian Romania, lying south of the Ukrainian SSR, which was part of Russia. But the name Bessarabia was older than the official borders, and it had always been a lost place, home to ancient Russian religious sects expelled from the interior, home to Jews and Turks and Gypsies and Tatars and tribes so lost they no longer had any name at all. It was a place for people that nobody else wanted. The spring wind blew hard from the west, and the sky shifted gray and white and blue above them. Along the shore, birch and poplar groves were leafing out, softening the empty fields that ran to the horizon and vanished in the distant hills. At dawn, herons worked at fishing in the shallows. Khristo felt he was sailing on the edge of the world, east of the Balkans. At dusk, the mountains of Transylvania were silhouettes, backlit by the setting sun, and where the land fell away from the river, he could see lakes that turned violet as night came on, and great clouds of birds that rose from the shore and wheeled across the evening sky. The nights were black, with not a single light to be seen. Late one night they saw a bonfire on an island, with human shapes dancing slowly before it. Ivo shut the engines down, but there was no music to be heard, only the sounds of insects and water sweeping by the hull, and a deep silence. In April of 1945, in Palestine, Jewish refugees arriving by freighter from Cyprus came first to the northern port of Haifa, where they sat on benches in a large shed and waited to be processed. They were called by number, and each held tightly to a worn scrap of paper and waited, patiently or impatiently, to see one of several men and women who sat at old school desks facing the benches. They came from everywhere, from Jelgava in Latvia, from Vilno in Poland, from Strasbourg in France, everywhere. They had survived Hitler in a number of ways. Some had spent years in an attic or a cellar, having never seen the sun for all that time. Others had lived in the forests like animals. Still others had hidden themselves by the use of deception, assuming non-Jewish identities, sometimes resorting to blackmail or bribery of officials to ensure that identity checks confirmed their false papers. It was hot under the metal roof of the shed, and there were flies, and the people waiting on the benches were exhausted. Heschel Zavi tried to be kind, to be patient, but he was not young anymore, and these were difficult people, suspicious, often hostile. They had saved their lives, a miracle. They had reached Palestine, another miracle. They had dreamed of oranges and joyous rabbis. Now they were confronted with Heschel Zavi, an old man with a short temper who had to ask them questions and write things down on paper. To the people on the benches, those who sat behind desks and wrote things on paper, were enemies. Heschel Zavi didn't look much like an enemy. He was a burly old man in an open-neck shirt with a yarmulke set precariously atop stiff, woolly curls. But some of their other enemies had not looked like enemies either. Well, he thought, it's to be expected. He glanced at the chalkboard in the corner and saw that the next number was 183. He called it out in Hebrew. There was no answer. Too much to hope for, he thought. He grumbled to himself and tried it in Yiddish. Again, no answer. What next? Polish? Russian? He tried Russian. Aha! He said to himself. This one was youngish, with a week's growth of stubble on his face. He wore the long overcoat and the traditional hat and shuffled to the desk, shoulders stooped, eyes lowered, much the usual thing. Yet Heschel Zavi was not so sure. This one looked like a yeshiva bocher, a dedicated student of the Torah, yet there was more to him than that. He had small, clever features. There was something of the rat in him. Not quite a bad rat. Heschel Zavi amended his impression. A good rat. A wise rat. A rat in a children's story. But not a mouse. Definitely not a mouse. "Sit down," he said brusquely. "Welcome to Palestine. You will see me, then a doctor if you need one, representatives of the kibbutzim, and so forth. We are here to help you. Please be patient with us. Do you understand?" The man nodded that he understood. "Very well. Your name?" "Yitzchak Gold." "Your name truly?" "Not really." "Never mind, we don't care. Yitzchak Gold it is. From where?" "Kurland." "I'll write Lithuania, if you like." "From a village?" "The city of Kaunas." "Very well, I'll write Kaunas. Next, occupation." "Clerk." Heschel Zavi wrote the word in Hebrew. Another clerk, he thought, just what they needed. He glanced at the man's hands, uncalloused and soft. Well, they would fix that. "You would no doubt like to be a clerk in Palestine." The man shrugged as though to say he knew nothing else. "It's farmers we need," Heschel Zavi said. "Someone who can fix a tractor. Clerks we have." Again the man shrugged. "Perhaps there is a civil service." "Like me, you mean?" Amazing how many of them wanted his job. 2 hours in the country, and they were ready to shove him aside. "No, not exactly like you. You have a small defense force, I believe." "There are several, all with grand names. Night watchmen is what they are." "Ah," said the man, his small, rat-like face lighting up with a smile. "The very thing for me." "You're sure? You can always change your mind. You will change your mind. That's mostly what we do here. We are preoccupied with it. People who have not been able to change their minds for 2,000 years tend to make up for lost time once they have the opportunity. As for being a night watchman, well, there's not much future in that, is there?" "A little, maybe. Where there are night watchmen, there will soon be someone to suggest what they should watch at night." Nimble, Heschel Zavi thought, and ambitious. He found himself liking the man, soft hands or not. He leaned forward across the desk. "Look," he said, "if you can bear waiting a little longer, maybe I have a friend who might help you. But it will take time. I have you to finish and many others." "I don't mind at all," the man said. "I'll wait." The people of Sfintu Gheorghe would never forget the events of April 1945. The stories were told again and again, never the same way twice, of course. Everybody had their own version of it, depending on where they'd been and what they'd seen and what they wished they'd seen. They weren't liars, exactly. They just liked to make a good story better. Who can blame them? After all, Sfintu Gheorghe wasn't much of a place. In the old days, 5 centuries earlier, it had been a port of call for Genoese traders. But now it was just a fishing village, a few hundred souls perched out on an arm of the Dunaria that reached to the sea. They were of Greek origin, descendants of the Phanariot Greeks who had once served as the bureaucracy of Turkish and boyar rule. Those days were gone, of course. Now they were simply fishermen who took their boats out on the Black Sea. The sea was black, a curiosity of nature, teeming with life just below the surface, then, 50 fathoms down, a dead place with a bizarre chemistry of water. The normal oxygen had, in some ancient time, been replaced by poisonous hydrogen sulfide, and nothing could live in it. So whatever died in the surface waters drifted down to the lower depths where, because there was no oxygen, it did not decompose. Think of it, they would tell the rare visitor. Sailors, great fishes, boats, sea monsters. It was all still down there. They had a slightly peculiar vision of life in Sfântu Gheorghe, but that served them well during the second week in April because peculiar things went on. First, there was the madman. There were those who claimed the whole business started right there. Others disagreed. The fortunate one, they'd say. The madman had nothing to do with it. He just happened to be around when the fortunate one made his grandiose gesture. Nobody, however, denied that the madman had been there first, showing up on the 10th of April and hiding in the church. Hiding really wasn't the word for it. Everyone knew he was there. A fellow with a bald head and a scraggy beard, clutching a piece of burlap that held a sheaf of soiled paper. Well, they thought, since the war, some very odd people had shown up in the village. The madman was just one more, and he didn't bother anybody. He spent his days in the tiny loft inside the onion dome atop the church, coming out at night to relieve himself. The priest would leave him a little something to eat, and they all waited to see what he would do. A few of them had hidden up there themselves when some dangerous person from the government came looking for them. It was the official village hiding place, and the madman, for the moment, was welcome to it. Then, on the morning of April 12th, the magnificent gift was made to appear as though by sorcery. A fisherman discovered it on the beach, crossed himself, prayed to God, then ran like the devil to spread the news. He brought with him the note he found, and read it aloud as people gathered to see what was going on. To the good people of Sfântu Gheorghe, greetings and God's blessing. For those who sheltered a man when he was cold, who fed him when he hungered, and who consoled him in the darkest hour of his life, a gift of appreciation. He signed himself, the Fortunate One. Who was that? Many candidates were suggested. The villagers combed their memories for lost travelers or storm-beached sailors that they'd helped, but no one of them was considered a certainty. His gesture, on the other hand, could easily enough be explained. The wicker hampers came from Istanbul, almost due south of them on the Black Sea, and they were clearly marked with an address in Turkish. A certain shop on a certain street, obviously the grandest of places. This man, whoever he might be, had been helped by the village, nursed back to health, some said, then traveled on to Istanbul where he had made his fortune. Now, later in life, he had determined to make peace with his memories and acted lavishly to repay an old kindness. He must be, they decided, a very fortunate one indeed, for there were 20 hampers. Half the village gathered around them as their contents were revealed. Fresh hams, purple grapes, tomatoes, squash, even eggplant, the most treasured vegetable of all Romanians. Pears, peaches, and Spanish champagne, at least 30 cases of it. How, someone asked, could you even have an eggplant in April? Where did these things come from? Not from any farmer they'd ever heard of. Grown in a glass house, others said, shaking their fingers up and down as though they'd been burned. The universal sign language meaning very expensive. It was all perishable, would have to be eaten that very night. So preparations for a great feast were immediately undertaken. There was in the otherwise joyous proceedings one sour note. Sometime on the afternoon of the 12th, a few Bucharest types, tough guys in city clothes, showed up at Sfântu Gheorghe, accompanied by a big, nasty-looking Russian in a leather coat with his hair sheared off so you could see the big, nasty bulge at the back of his skull. They were looking for the madman, though they weren't very specific about it. This threatened to put a severe damper on matters, for if they took the madman, they would also, clearly, take those who had aided him. But the people of Sfântu Gheorghe had not survived the horrendous regimes of their country for nothing. The city types weren't going to be a problem. Their eyes lit up when they saw the bounty, and they immediately went to work on the peaches. The Russian was another matter. He was the sourest thing they'd ever seen, so they determined to sweeten him up in a very traditional way. A couple of dark little girls with black eyes took him off somewhere and fucked him senseless. To begin with, They teased him into drinking a bottle of champagne, which, instead of slamming a lid down on his feelings or making him explode like a bomb, as the vodka tended to do, rendered him giddily light-headed and merry as a goat. He took a little black-haired girl under each arm and vanished in a swirl of giggles and wasn't seen again for 2 days, at which time he was discovered sitting in the mud in his underdrawers, holding his head with one hand and his balls with the other. At 8:30 on the evening of the 12th, the Brovno pulled into Galatz harbor, and Khristo walked up a long ramp onto the quay, Ivo at his side. The docks were lit by dazzling floodlights, and he could see a small army of welders crawling around in the skeletons of newly raised cranes, showers of blue sparks raining down through the girders. "Good luck," Ivo said. He reached into a pocket and handed over a thick packet of Romanian lei. Khristo was a little taken aback. It was a great deal of money. "From your friends," Ivo said. "It's a cold world without friends." "It is from Drazen Kulik?" "Him and others." "You will thank him for me?" "Of course. There is also this. It is suggested that you take a taxi to Sfântu Gheorghe. No need to walk with all that money. Best to show the driver that you have sufficient means for the ride. Then, on your way back, use the same taxi. Lake Murighiol is one place you ought to see, as long as you've come this far. Quite beautiful in the spring, it's said. And you should have it all to yourself. Tourists are not expected." "Is it close to Sfântu Gheorghe?" "Some few kilometers. The man who drives the taxi ought to be able to find it." They shook hands. "Thank you," Khristo said. "My pleasure. Now the work begins. 100 papers to be stamped by idiots. Then we'll have to shove this wretched pipe all the way back to Yugoslavia. Upstream." He grimaced at the thought. "No, really? For God's sake, why?" Ivo shrugged. "We need it more than they do. Let them be satisfied with the fraternal gesture." "A lot of work for a fraternal gesture." "Yes, but there's nothing to be done about it." He nodded back toward the pipe-laden barge, his expression a parody of helplessness. "Wrong gauge," he said. There was a bonfire in Sfântu Gheorghe. 4 men in shirt-sleeves, ties pulled down, were dancing to the music of a violin, each holding the corner of a white handkerchief. The men were very drunk, and it was not a large handkerchief. But the violin was rapturous. The crowd was banging knives and forks and tin pots, and the dancers made up in gravity what they lacked in grace. 2 of the men wearing tinted glasses, and all had holstered pistols beneath their armpits. Khristo Stoianev, still vibrating from a 3-hour taxi ride over a cart track, stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. A heavy woman turned part way toward him and stared uncertainly. He smiled warmly, clapped his hands to the rhythm with broad enthusiasm, and was rewarded with a shy smile in return. He spent some time in this way, letting them notice him, letting them accept him as someone who did not mean them harm. Villagers, he knew, could communicate without speaking, a subtle defense mechanism, and somehow come to a silent decision about the intentions of strangers. You had to let them read your character. When they began to lose interest in him, he looked over the crowd and picked out the village priest. There would be, in such a place, a triumvirate of leadership, a headman or mayor, a queen of wives, and a local priest. Any one of them would know where Sasha was. If they did not know of him, he was not there. When people grow up in a small village, they learn all the hiding places. The priest was not hard to find. He was a young man with hair and beard worn long in the Greek Orthodox manner, and his black cassock fell to the tops of his shoes. Khristo circled the crowd casually until he stood next to him. "Praise God, Father," he said, using very slow French. "My son?" the man acknowledged. He was flooded with relief. He could not speak Romanian, but he knew that most educated people in the country had a second language, German or French. "A feast," he said. "Is there a wedding?" "No, my son," the priest said. "The village has been blessed today. A good deed has returned to us." "And you have guests," he said. The men with the pistols, sweating in the night air, moved with slow dignity as the violin encountered a brief period of melancholy. "We are all countrymen," the priest said. "Praise God." Khristo heard clearly the relief in the latter statement. "Is there one guest missing?" he asked gently. "A man with dark hair? A man who has seen the world?" Now he had put himself at the priest's mercy, and feared what he would do next. One shout would be sufficient, he thought. Yet who would shout at a feast? The priest's eyes sharpened in the firelight, and Khristo knew that Sasha was somewhere in the village. His fingers dawdled for a moment by the pocket where the money nested, but the instinct told him that such an offer would not be well received. The music picked up, and he shouted, "Hey!" and clapped his hands. "Are you a believer?" the priest said. "I am, Father," he answered matter-of-factly, "though I have strayed more than I should these last few years." The priest nodded to himself. He had been forced to make a decision, and he had made it. "You should attend church, my son," he said, and pointedly broke off the conversation, walking forward a pace or two to be near the dancers. Khristo could see the church. Its silver-painted dome reflected light from the bonfire. He moved slowly away from the crowd in the opposite direction, then circled around behind a row of little houses, climbing over garden fences and groping ahead of him for bean poles and twine. The local dogs loved a feast as well as the villagers, for which he was thankful. The last thing he needed was a dog to wear on his ankle, and these yards, he knew, were their sacred territories. The church was dark and silent. He watched it for a time, but it told him nothing. An old mosque, built under Turkish rule, with a cross mounted atop the dome when Christianity returned. He opened the door a few inches, then stepped inside and let it close behind him. It smelled musty, like old straw, and there wasn't a sound to be heard. "Sasha," he whispered. There was no answer. He regretted now leaving his little automatic on the Brovno, but his cover would not allow for it. A Yugoslav river sailor just might turn up in Svintu Gheorghe. An armed Yugoslav river sailor had better not. There was the faintest trace of light in the church, filtering in from a high window. He moved slowly down an aisle between wooden benches until he reached the altar. "Sasha?" There was no answer. To the left of the altar, out of the sight line of the benches, was a pole ladder. He walked to the base of it, slowly, and looked up to see the edge of a loft. "Sasha, it's Khristo Stoianev. I've come to take you away, to take you to freedom," he said in Russian. There was no answer. Had he left the church? Perhaps the meaning of the priest's statement had been innocent, the man simply telling him to go to church more often for the good of his soul. He took a step back from the ladder, his thoughts settling on the taxi that waited for him at the edge of the village. "Sasha Vonets," he said it in a normal voice. "Are you in this church?" There was only silence, the muffled sound of the violin, a shout of laughter, barking dogs. He was going to have to climb the ladder. He put one foot on the bottom rung and bounced to make sure it would take his weight, then moved up a rung at a time. "I'm coming up to talk to you," he whispered into the darkness. A fool's errand, he thought. The man was likely 1,000 miles away, while he whispered nonsense into an empty church loft. Still he kept climbing. He reached the point where he could see over the edge of the loft, but it was very dark, walled off from the high window. He went up another rung, and swung one foot onto the boards of the loft. He kicked something, a plate by the sound of it, which went skittering away across the floor. There was an orange flame and a pop, and he fell backward, landing on his back and taking the ladder down with him. "Oh, no," he said. He got to his hands and knees and crawled past the altar, down the aisle, between the benches, shouldered the door open, and rolled himself down the 3 steps to the dirt street, then wedged himself between the steps and the wall of the church. He tore at his clothes until he found it. He couldn't see very well, but it was midway up his left side, just below the ribs. A small hole, like a nail puncture, with blood just beginning to well from the center. As he watched, the blood made a droplet that swelled until it broke loose and ran slowly down his skin. He covered the wound gently with a cupped hand, as though it embarrassed him. It hurt a little, like a cut, but there was a frightening pain on the left side of his chest, and he realized that he was gasping for air. From within the church there was a crash, then the sound of running footsteps. "Here they come," he thought. But there should have been more of them. In the houses, among the crowd, everywhere, the NKVD used scores of people to set a trap. A man threw open the door and ran down the steps into the street, a pistol in his hand. His hair and beard were wildly disarrayed, his motions frantic and abrupt. "Satans! Where are you? Murderers!" He mumbled, as though to himself. Suddenly he discovered Khristo, ran toward him and peered into his face. "Is it Khristo?" he said, seemingly stunned at finding him crumpled between the steps and the wall of a church. "You killed me," Khristo said, voice sorrowful and tired. The pain in his chest was fierce, and there was no air to breathe. In the distance, the violin began to play a new kind of song. It was a jazz song, one he'd heard before, but he could not remember its name. The man knelt above him. "Oh, God," he said, "it is you." He shrugged. He no longer cared about anything. "Why did you speak Russian? You frightened me." He coughed, spit something on the ground. "Sasha?" "Yes?" "Look what you did." From his kneeling position, Sasha fell backward and sat on the ground, and began to sob, clutching his face in his hands. He began to have a dream. And in this dream, Lake Murgiol was violet, like the lakes he had seen from the deck of the Brovno. Such a place seemed to him remote, difficult to approach. The driver of the taxi would argue and say there was no road, and the rest of the money would have to be given to him, and still he would not go. And finally Sasha would put the gun against the back of his neck, the old place, and call him names in Russian until he turned the key in the ignition. Then later Sasha would remember that the Red Banner's poem had been left in the church, and they would have to go back and then start all over again. Then they would drive across fields on flat tires, with the driver howling and swearing, and Khristo bleeding, and Sasha crying and waving the gun around, and finally they would reach Lake Murgiol. There would be a seaplane, of course, with the usual freckle-faced American pilot, and some gangly fellow in a blue suit and vest and tie and eyeglasses that made him look like an owl, standing there like a diplomat and holding a submachine gun away from his side so the grease wouldn't get on his suit, and he would be tense as the pilot fired up the engines and they began to move across the darkness of the violet lake. And he would ask if the villagers of Svintu Georgi had enjoyed the party which he, fortunate one indeed, had given them. And he would see that Khristo was shot, and he would be concerned, and Khristo would pass out and come to and pass out again and wake to a moment when the plane quivered and roared and made white plumes of the violet surface until they lifted up and just barely over the tops of the trees, and he realized that he was going home now, on a new river, and that only when he got there would he find out where home was, and what it was like, and how that river ran. And the last thing he thought was that he hoped he would like it there. In late September of 1945, in Manhattan, Muriel Friedman walked from her apartment building on West End Avenue up to Cake Master's Bakery on Broadway where she purchased 24 jelly donuts, then hailed a cab and returned to West End Avenue, where Estelle Kleinman was waiting in front of her building on the corner of 83rd Street. The cab was then directed south to 46th Street and 12th Avenue, the area of the docks. The two women were volunteers for the USO, the organization which, among other things, greeted servicemen returning from overseas on troop transports, serving them coffee and donuts as they disembarked. In most cases, the transports carried hundreds of troops, and the donuts were trucked in from commercial bakeries in Long Island City. But Muriel Friedman had been telephoned the night before by her USO supervisor and told that the next day's arrival, the Skogstad would be disembarking only 4 or 5 passengers to go ahead and buy a few boxes of donuts at the store, for which she would be reimbursed. She could have gone up to Christie's and bought box donuts, but she had decided to do something a little grander than that and absorb the cost herself. The money didn't matter. Vanity Frocks, her husband Mort's company, was once again manufacturing dresses, having spent most of the war producing uniforms for the army. A jelly donut baked that morning was a much friendlier greeting to a returning serviceman than a plain old box donut, and, in Muriel Friedman's view of the world, such small gestures were important. The Skogstad was an old Norwegian freighter caught by the outbreak of the war in the Spanish port of Algeciras and used as a liberty ship thereafter, successfully making the convoy run from American harbors to Murmansk, the chief supply port of the Soviet Union, many times during the war. Now she was nearing the end of her days. She'd carried a cargo of jeeps and medical supplies from Baltimore to Athens, then called at Istanbul for a load of jute destined for rope factories in the southern United States, stopping at several ports on the way home to take on a few military passengers as well as 60 coffins, fallen American servicemen whose families had requested they be reinterred in military cemeteries in their homeland. In the back of the cab, Estelle Kleinman glanced at the 2 Cake Masters boxes tied with string and lifted an eyebrow. "Cake Masters?" she said. "A few jelly donuts," Muriel said. "The world won't end." Estelle's disapproval was silent, but Muriel didn't care whether she liked the idea or not. Estelle Kleinman disapproved of almost everything, and it was much too nice a morning for an argument. Riding down West End Avenue, Muriel could see it was the first real day of autumn. The sky was bright and blue, and the wind off the Hudson River made the city streets seem clean and fresh. When the driver took them up on the elevated West Side Highway, they could see the river, sun sparkling on the water, surface ruffled by the wind. They paid off the cab at Pier 48 and busied themselves in the USO office with a large coffee urn that had to be coaxed into action. A bridge table was carried out to the street entrance of the pier by a burly longshoreman with U.S. Navy tattoos on his forearms. He pinched his finger, setting the thing up, and swore under his breath, then declined the quarter Muriel offered. The jelly donuts were laid out on paper napkins in front of the coffee urn, and the 2 women waited patiently for the ship, sharing a few bits of gossip about friends in the neighborhood. At 12:30, the Skogstad was just docking, the river tugs that had hauled her up past the Statue of Liberty nudging her gently against the old wooden pier. There was a pause, perhaps a half-hour, while customs officials boarded the ship. Then, at 1:15, the handful of passengers began to appear. A naval ensign exclaimed over the jelly donuts, and both Muriel and Estelle flirted with him in their own particular way while he sipped a mug of coffee and kept an eye on the street, apparently waiting for someone. 2 businessmen, perhaps Turkish, declined the jelly donuts with elaborate courtesy, then hurried off toward the rank of taxicabs that waited at the docks. An army major ran right past them, swept up in the arms of a blonde woman and an old man, wife and father, Muriel thought. Then, finally, one last passenger appeared, walking slowly from the great dark structure that covered the pier and blinking at the bright sunlight. There was something different about this one, Muriel thought. He had black hair set off by pale skin, and deep blue eyes over high cheekbones. Striking, she thought, if you liked that Slavic type. He walked slowly with a slight limp, and once touched a place on his left side as though it hurt him. Wounded, she realized. Wounded in the war and now coming home. Or was it home? He appeared to be very nervous, stopping at the pier entrance and tugging at the jacket of the light gray suit he wore. With dark blue shirt and yellow tie, he was clearly what Muriel would call a greenhorn, a newcomer, an immigrant. She could see it in his eyes, how he looked and looked, trying to take in everything at once, struck with fear and joy and excitement over finally setting foot in America. Well, she thought, he would learn what it was. He would find his place in it. They all had. When her father had come to Ellis Island from Latvia in 1902, he must have looked something like this. Overwhelmed for the moment, as the dream turned into reality before his eyes. The passenger in the gray suit never noticed the coffee and jelly donuts on the bridge table with the USO sign tacked to its edge. Estelle started to call out to him, but Muriel put a restraining hand on her arm, and for once in her life she had the sense to shut up. The moment was too private for intrusion. Let him be with his thoughts. For a few seconds, Muriel shared his feelings, seeing it all for the first time, taking the first step along with him as he moved from the shadow of the pier. Then, from across the street, a young woman appeared, climbing out of a cab and walking briskly toward the entrance to the pier. She had short, chestnut-colored hair and green eyes. Jewish, Muriel thought. Wearing a very good wool dress from Saks? Lord & Taylor? Was she perhaps meeting this immigrant? Maybe he was not so alone and friendless as he appeared. Her eyes searched the crowd. Then the young man in the gray suit waved his hand and called out, "Faye!" And her face lit up with pleasure. Muriel watched carefully as they approached each other and shook hands. So formal, she thought. All the way from God only knows where, by what means she could not even imagine, to be greeted by a handshake? She found herself vaguely disappointed and started to turn away. But then, as they crossed toward the waiting taxicab, sidestepping the honking trucks and cars that filled the busy street that served the docks, she took his arm. There, Muriel thought. That's better.
The end. You've been listening to Night Soldiers by Alan Furst, narrated by George Guedel and directed by Lynn Flanagan. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Polish Officer, also by Alan Furst and narrated by George Guedel. September 1939. It is a war of shadows, a world without rules, a world of danger and treachery. As Poland falls to Hitler's Wehrmacht, Captain Alexander Damilia is recruited by the intelligence service of the Polish underground and entrusted to transport the National Gold Reserve to safety, hidden on a refugee train to Bucharest. We also recommend Prague by Arthur Phillips, narrated by Andy Paris. In this, his first novel, Arthur Phillips weaves the narrative of 5 American expats who come to Budapest in the early 1990s to seek their fortune, financial, romantic, and spiritual, in an exotic city newly opened to the West. They harbor the vague suspicion that their counterparts in Prague, where the atmospheric decay of post-Cold War Europe is even more cinematically perfect, have it better. Still, they hope to find adventure, inspiration, a gold rush, or history in the making. What they actually find is a deceptively beautiful place that they often fail to understand. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call the toll-free number found on the back of this book. Don't forget to ask about our easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse our catalog, place orders, hear about our latest releases, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.